Alexa, play. Alexa, turn the volume down. Alexa, turn the volume down. What a coincidence. You didn't have any doubts. I'm cold. Hello. Chat, be honest, are the eyelashes too much? What? My eyes are really dry. Thank you. Do I know you, by the way? I don't know. Ayo? Jacob Ekman. I feel like I know this person also. I'm sorry, I'm really bad with names. Ignore my watered down matcha.
Hi. We met a few times on Discord. On the coalition.
Huh?
On the coalition. The Discord.
I think we were arguing about voting stuff last time, right?
Yeah, the whole thing on like why the Constitution matters, that whole shit.
I don't think the Constitution doesn't matter, by the way. Just to set the
I know.
record
I figured it was a thought experiment type of situation. I love your outfit, by the way. It looks great.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
I wanted to ask. I am not vegan. I would be interested to debate it. I would just like to know like why you think people should go vegan, or like from what like perspective.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I hate starting off with questions, but if there is no morally significant difference between animals and humans, such that it would make it okay to kill one for taste pleasure and not the other, then animals have the right to not be killed for taste pleasure. Do you think that there's like a morally significant difference between animals and humans such that it would make it okay to kill them and eat them for taste pleasure?
I personally care a lot about animals. However, I do think that there is a difference in like moral value, definitely.
Well, I didn't ask if there was to be really, really clear, I didn't ask if there was a difference in moral value.
Okay.
There's a difference in moral value between myself and, my neighbors versus myself and people in some other country that I've never met, right? There's a moral difference there between them for me personally. That doesn't mean that I can kill my neighbors for food, right?
No, of course
Or
not.
like kill someone else who's in farther proximity to me, right? Because they just have less moral value to me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would hold that same thing for animals then. That's not a morally significant difference, it's just,
Yeah, I mean, I would just say like the overall benefits that you get from eating. And first of all, I'll just be very clear. In regards to animals, I think that if you're getting meat, I think there's a difference in like morals. If you're getting meat that's like or veal, right? Like a baby that's been literally birthed and had no chance to live a life, and then it just like got unalive because it's an animal in like a slaughterhouse, right? I think that's way more moral than like you going out hunting a deer, for example, eating that deer and using all of its parts, right? That's what I would prefer. That's what I personally try to do, is make sure that if I do end up eating an animal or having an animal unalived, that all of that animal is put to use. And the reason for that would be the fact that, like, first of all, I don't attribute like equal moral value to humans than I do to animals. But also,
remember, once again, the criteria is not that they're equal in moral value, because you can give something the right to life without giving it equal moral value. Like I said, there's more moral value to my neighbors and my family to me than somebody in some country that I've never met before on the other side of the world. So that's not a
Mm.
good criteria. But I also think that we do this thing. We're like, oh yeah, if you just like hunt the animal, then it's better. Or if you, which I do agree to some extent, it is better because in a lot of those cases, they're not tortured up until the point that they are
Yeah.
prematurely killed. But the issue that we're discussing right now isn't the torture of the animals. The issue that we're discussing is whether or not it's wrong to kill them.
Okay. Whether or not it's wrong to unalive, like doing this specific act.
Yes, whether or not it's wrong to kill them for
Okay.
taste.
So I guess I'll ask a question. What would you believe like the criteria for the justification to unalive somebody would be? Say like if self-defense or to save more lives, would you consider then unaliving something? Okay, if you could sacrifice one life to save three others, would you say that that would be like uh justified in unaliving said thing, whether it be a human or an animal?
Well, sure, there's different, I want to stay on track here, but there's different criteria that I can say where it might be my consideration for something being morally valuable, being overridden by some other consideration, might come into play. But that's not relevant to the point, the baseline of is it wrong to kill this thing just for taste pleasure? Well, the answer is yes, obviously, that I believe it's wrong to kill it just for taste pleasure. And I believe that that's what most people who eat animals are doing is just for taste pleasure. So if I had some overriding consideration, we can discuss that specific overriding consideration, but I want to know what's the thing that would make it okay to kill them without any overriding considerations. Because we can agree if somebody breaks into my house, and that's why I've put the caveat there for taste pleasure. We can agree that if somebody breaks into my house and they start harming me, I have the right to kill them. If somebody if my life is in danger and I have to kill one person to save myself and 50 other people, I'm going to kill that one person. So we're not talking about the overriding considerations right now. Right now, we're just talking about granting them the basic right to life in the first place.
Yes, I think everything has the right to life. I guess I would
I don't
say,
agree.
well, like, I would say animals necessarily should be able to, en masse, as a general thing, they should be able to live, so should humans. But, like, I guess my question, like, I want to know what you mean, what do you mean by, like, a right to life, I guess would be my question.
Well, typically when we're talking about rights, we're talking about something like protecting something's ability to do something. So I think that animals deserve the protection to continue living, generally speaking, but that's still irrelevant to the point. The point is that they have moral value such that it would be wrong to take their lives and to kill them.
Yeah, I don't think that it's in every circumstance wrong, bad to kill an animal.
Right. I don't think in every circumstance
Okay.
it's wrong to kill a human. Now what?
Yeah, so I think we have to, then that goes back to like my original question was, in what circumstances is it justified? Because I think that there are instances where unaliving an animal is justified, right?
Well, I
Such
think
as,
that's like if somebody said humans deserve the right to life. Like we shouldn't be killing humans for taste pleasure. And then you're like, well, yeah, but aren't there some like overriding considerations and special circumstances where you might be able to kill a human? So like then it's fine. Well, okay. Well, we're talking about generally just what makes it to where they don't have the right to life because you just said yourself that animals do have the right to life. So what is the moral difference between humans and animals that makes it such that it's okay to kill one for taste pleasure and not okay to kill the other for taste pleasure?
okay, so like, I guess what would make it justified or okay for taste pleasure, I don't really know. I don't feel like there would be a justification like, I'm going to kill this animal because it tastes good. I don't
Well,
really
that's why
think,
people kill animals.
well, not necessarily.
That's
Like,
absolutely why the vast majority of people kill animals for food is because they taste good.
I would necessarily. I don't think that's like universal. I would say that's for
I
sustenance.
didn't say universal.
Okay, well, I don't think that that's necessarily true because like, I mean we can go back to like agrarian communities and even like modern day. There's a nutritional from a nutritional standpoint, getting like meat and eating certain types of meat it gives you certain nutrients, right? That you can't necessarily get from like other sources
What
as
nutrients?
easy. Yeah, like
Well, okay,
certain
well,
like
wait. Okay, see, the caveat at the end there was as easy. Well, one, I don't grant that that's true. And two, what nutrients can you not get from a plant-based diet that you can only get from an animal-based diet?
No, it's not about that you can't. It's about that there's a difference in like the ease of use, right? So like if you're in a place that doesn't have the necessarily like infrastructure to let's say like you're in an area that's pretty I don't know what the word is rural where you're not like super close or you can't like always get an Amazon package, right? You can't easily get that. There are places around the world where like places like that don't deliver. Or it will cost a ridiculous amount and like the amount of money.
I can't tell you the last time I've gotten food from Amazon.
I was like Amazon is an example. I'm just talking about like overall grocery deliveries. Right? Like
I don't know okay, the question was pretty straightforward. Can you answer the question other than just
okay.
talking about like some random person out in the middle of nowhere who does still have grocery stores?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not very used to having these conversations, right? So I'm not. I will say I'm out of my comfort zone in veganism. So I'm just trying to
Well, I don't
do the
know if
best
it's
I can.
a comfort zone sort of thing. And this is not to single you out specifically for this. I think people are very bad at sticking to the point. I'm very bad at this. I oftentimes find myself watching like debates of clips or debate clips that where I've debated people, and I give into like the sort of like going on little tangents things. Like I think my debate with Pierce Morgan was quite awful because I could not keep Pierce Morgan on track, and I let him lead me astray to some other thing that he wanted to talk about. So I think that people generally are really bad at this sort of thing, at like sticking to one singular thing. So right now the question is, because you brought up dietary needs, which I don't grant that it's true that even if you could more easily get something on a meat-based or a diet that incorporated meat, I don't grant that you could get that more easily on a meat-based diet. I think that people are just lazy, like they don't know how to, so they're saying it's not as easy. But even if it was harder, significantly harder, why would that be a reason to override like the right to life for the animal? That's what I'm wondering, because we
Mm,
could talk about like, okay, let's say somebody, it's more difficult for them to go vegan because they don't have the only grocery store nearby only sells meat, and they would have to go 20, 30 miles or whatever out of town to go get a plant-based grocery set of groceries. Why would that mean that that person now has the right to override the moral worth of the animal to kill them and to eat them?
because well, let's say like oh, nice
Oh,
guy.
thank you.
Thanks, the Galaxy W. So like that, yeah. So let's say somebody has to drive their car 30 miles, and I don't know how we necessarily quantify this, but like I would say the amount of like gas emissions that would be done to be able to like have to drive 30 miles would probably result in more deaths than like you it would. I guess the loss of resources, the loss of life that would than like you getting the quarter-pound steak that you do at the supermarket. Like that's kind of like I feel like it's a resource issue there. It's like
Do you have
you
any
couldn't.
statistics on that? Because the first issue was ease of access. So
Yeah,
are we talking about ease of access now, or are we talking about the environmental impact?
like both. I think the ease of access is kind of what led to that. Is like if it's harder to get foods that
Well,
are sorry, go ahead.
presumably we could do this thing, because I don't want to move off this and go to something else now. Presumably, if we do this thing where we have two criteria and then we pick apart those criteria and we say, well, one of those is not sufficient for someone to override the moral worth of the animal to take their life for taste pleasure, right? So this is not a sufficient criteria on its own. Um, and then the environmental impact. What environmental impact? How many lives would be killed just for this person to drive 20, which I guarantee you is not the case. You're not killing lives that you're certainly not killing a lot of lives, but just driving 20, 30 miles away to go get non-animal products. That's just not happening. But if you do have information on that, where it would be something greater
Oh,
than the
I
animal's life.
no. Again, like that's the thing. Like I don't have any statistics on that at all.
Well, I think you just made
Um,
this up. I think that's one of the problems that we're running into is you just made that up on the spot. And I don't know why you made it up on the spot. Because I don't think you think that that's true.
I mean, I would say that when it comes to environmental impact, if you go ahead and you hunt, right? If you bow hunt and kill that animal instead of driving 30 miles and having that emissions, I would say that killing the animal is a better option because it doesn't actually like hurt the environment. And in fact, in instances actually can help the environment if you're hunting animals that are in season.
Okay. Oh,
So
Remember
I
what
guess
my
that's kind of
initial
the point.
contention was like, what sort of thing would make this okay to do? Like, if in any one of these cases that you present, where like, oh, it's farther away, the environmental impact, XYZ, um, substitute that with a human. Would any of those sort of scenarios be okay if it was a human?
No.
Okay, so so it's not there is that trait that you've put in there. Oh, it's more difficult, or it may cause greater environmental damage. Well, if you can substitute all of those things out and say, is this okay with a human, and then then it's not okay for the animal as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think for me, I don't give the same value to an animal
You
that
don't
I
have to
do a
give the
human
same
being.
value.
Well, okay. Um, I don't. What do you mean?
You
How
don't
would
have to
you?
give the same value. I could say if there's a burning building, I mean, maybe in my case, I might end up saving the animal from a burning building, but I think most people are rational for saying if there's a burning building and there's a human in one part of the building and a dog in another part of the building, most people are probably going to save the human. And I don't think that they're crazy for doing that. So you don't have to, and I could answer the same way. I could say, yep, I'm going to save the human just because they have more moral worth. That doesn't mean that I can just, for convenience, then go start killing animals, like willingly start killing animals.
Yeah, it's not out of convenience. It's about like
Well, it is convenience. You brought up the emissions and the drive out of the city or something, and you said
yeah,
that meat
because
was a convenient option.
that would have like environmental effects.
Well, I don't actually grant that, remember, but for the sake of this conversation, even if it did
So,
have greater environmental impacts, there's certainly lots of things that would be extremely immoral to do, even if they had, less of an environmental impact.
okay, so yeah, my thing is like I personally I think we know that for a fact that when you drive a car, you're putting in emissions and you're hurting the environment. The action of using a bow to unalive an animal, I don't know what environmental effect that would have.
Using a bow to hunt an animal. Sorry,
Yeah, like
what?
I don't know like what negative environmental effect that would have, or like how that would negatively affect the world as a whole.
You're
Because
killing
like
an
either
animal. That's the issue. The issue
well,
isn't how you kill it. I mean, there is part of an issue in how it's killed, but the issue is the fact that you're killing it in the first place.
but again, I think we can all agree that in the long run, if you're going ahead and you're adding to emissions, that's going to end up killing more people in the long run than would like just unaliving that specific animal in that instant. I feel like it's a cost. It's it's a cost, not a cost reduction, but a effect reduction. I don't know what's a damage reduction. That's what it is.
Versus like, okay, like how many animals are killed a year? We can just look at for people's diets. Oh, wait, I have to turn my keyboard on. Also, I think you're just making this up on the spot. I don't
Listen.
think
I'm
people
struggling here.
generally,
Okay, I'm struggling. I don't know much.
yeah.
I if I could, I would just concede and honestly back down. Honestly, I don't have a lot of great arguments for veganism, and it's actually something that I've like been considering.
Well, this
Um.
is just from the AI overview. The average American consumes approximately 174 animals per year.
Oh my
So
god.
I don't think you're killing 174 humans per year to go drive to a farther supermarket, which is not something most people are doing, by the way. You can go to any supermarket and there be like tofu, soybeans, like chickpeas, hummus, all sorts of things that you could easily just as easily get your protein from.
Yeah.
Um,
I
I
concede.
think
I concede.
because
Honestly.
even I think one of the problems is I hate to be that person that's like, why are we bringing up fringe cases? But even if I gave you this and I was like, yep, it's perfectly okay for that person who lives out in bumfuck nowhere to get meat because it's closer and because you might, might kill some humans from the emissions from your car from driving a little bit farther. Um, Even if I ceded that point and I said it's okay for that person, it's certainly not okay for most Americans. And I don't think it's
No,
okay for
I
you.
believe that the way that we consume meat in this country and the way we kill animals is absolutely horrific. I completely agree, and I think that the fact that 174 animals per human is crazy. That's wild. But yeah, no, listen, I concede. I don't think that I don't have an argument against what you're saying.
I also think this is a great point, and I talked to somebody about this earlier. Amdir commented this. If you think it's so horrible, why do you pay for it? Like if it's so, people always tell me, oh, I know, like, well, I get my meat from local farm, or no, sorry. Well, I think local farms are better, and I know that factory farming is horrible, but those same people will go to McDonald's. Like those same people will go out and get a steak every once in a while, or like go to the grocery store and buy a pound of like ground beef. I don't understand
I
this
mean,
sort of
I
mindset.
don't, but I do probably know people that don't. I specifically try my best to buy meat from sources that kill animals like what I would consider morally, which is like not slaughtering, and things like that. I try.
Wait, not
Um,
slaughtering? What do you mean not
yeah,
slaughtering?
how like you understand ways that it's like there's a I don't know how to describe it. Ways that are less brutal, like how the essentially from birth they're not being tortured. Simply, like it's I try to buy it from places like locally where people hunt that it themselves, my local area. So I know like that I'm not buying it from like some sort of like big package retailer that's slaughtering their animals in like slaughterhouses. I more mean like naturally family farms that had a cow for a certain amount of years and ended up, killing it. Um,
I mean,
I
they've been
try.
like, it's pretty brutal. Have you ever watched Dominion?
Is that a TV show?
It's a documentary. It's literally, I think the link is watchdominion.com. I don't know. I think it's in my link tree still. These sort of small owned farms, I guarantee you, if most people had to see or do this sort of thing themselves, that they would, maybe not most people, but a lot of people would be vegan and wouldn't be able to continue eating meat even from small farms. I don't think that the reality of getting your like throat slit like and then hung upside down to like bleed out or something. I don't think that that sort of thing is much better really in practice than and it also being like prematurely killed. I don't think it's right to prematurely kill something, especially if it's like there's nothing wrong with it and it's healthy. Um, well, but so presumably from here, you should go vegan because you've already granted that there's no like morally relevant difference that you can pick out that would be
Yeah,
okay if we like
I
substituted a
think
human.
what's his name? Lucas posted that Impossible brand, and I want to try him out. So I've already purchased some of their hamburgers.
Based.
My thing is like if it tastes exactly like a ham. First of all, my mom's already vegetarian, so like she knows a lot.
Based mom.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've like grown up looking at that all my life, and she's what's even more crazy. She's a fucking amazing cook. Like she like cooks meat very well, even though she's a vegetarian. And I was just like looking at that. I've kind of always had that influence. It's never been something that's like weird to me. I just haven't fully committed. So I want to try out that Impossible brand and see like because I bet it's probably tastes exactly like a burger does, but I just want to see it. Um,
So I think that people listen now. Just like a burger, I might be a little bit hyperbolic. I've been vegan for almost 3 years now, so the taste of meat is very foreign to me right now. In fact, I had a steak from Juicy. What is it called? Juicy Marbles, I think is the brand. It's like a plant based like meat steak brand. And like I had a taste of it and got a little scared because I was like, oh, this tastes like too much like meat. Like I got a little freaked out.
oh, yeah.
Um, so it's it's not one to one, but I think that if you can think about it this way, like what would I say about humans that would make it okay for me to eat humans even if it wasn't a one to one ratio of like the taste? Like let's say I just really love the taste of humans. What would make it okay to like be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna continue eating humans because it's the alternatives are not a one to one. It's not exactly just like human meat. I think people would look at you and be like, okay, that's not really a good reason to continue eating humans.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think here's what I'll ask though. I think something that upsets me more is like people that go ahead. I would ask you this: do you think it's better if somebody gets meat unaliving the animal themselves, right? Not in a slaughterhouse, if like a game, like a deer or a bird. Would you say that that's better than somebody like buying their meat from Walmart? Because I feel like for me, that's like a frustration of mine when people hear me say like, "Oh, I would much rather." hunt the meat myself than buy it from a supermarket. And they're like, "What are you talking about? That's evil." I don't know
Um,
why. Is like is that just me, or does that sound like super ironic and kind of like stupid?
I mean, it's kind of like you're asking me, like, is like, oh, if I'm Jeffrey Dahmer, am I better than someone who like pays a hitman and still takes
Yeah,
out
yeah, that is what
humans?
I'm asking.
Like, no, I don't think Jeffrey Dahmer is better.
All right.
I mean,
Well,
maybe better, like, in the sense that, like, the overall harm caused is maybe a little bit less. But I really don't know if, like, being shot in the head or having your throat slit or, like, any sort of thing like that and bleeding out slowly is really better than, like, just spending your very short life tortured in a tiny cage where you can't turn around and then having, like, being stun gunned. I don't know which one is worse. They're both pretty bad. So asking me to compare them, it's like, oh, is rape bad or is murder bad? Like, they're both really
okay.
bad. I don't
Yeah,
know.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Like,
All right. Well, I bought. I have four of those burgers from Impossible coming, and I will let you know if
thanks.
they're good or not. So,
Cool. Yeah. In the meantime, you should also try some vegan cheeses. I think it's funny. A lot of times I'll get like, oh, I'd go vegan except the taste of, insert one non-vegan thing. And it's like, okay, then go vegan?
it's not
Then,
really
then
about
go
the
vegan
taste.
except for that one thing. Like,
It's not about the taste for me. I don't eat for taste. I eat for sustenance. So,
I
like
don't think so,
that's
because then you'd be vegan. If you didn't care,
well,
I mean,
see, well, you're right, but that's also like a more new thing. Like, because I had an eating like issue when I was like a few years ago. I was really, really, really fat. So I've lost about 40 to 50 pounds in the past year just by dieting and like stopping eating things that taste super good and kind of just like focusing on sustenance. So for me, like, there's not really a reason to not go vegan. Maybe the only thing that'd be stopping me is a financial issue, but I already spend a lot of money on food. So like, again, it's just like a trying out thing. Like, it's just not been it's not a thing that I'm opposed to. At all, but
hey, I think vegans on it. Someone correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, because I know there's a lot of vegans in here. I see you guys. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I think vegans have overall like lower heart issues and lower BMIs on average. So if you're looking to lose weight, now
oh
I'm
no,
not one of
I
those
can't I
vegans.
can't lose any more weight at all. I'm good now.
That's good.
Um,
That's good.
yeah, no, I'm good. That's interesting though. I don't I've been trying to look into that. I don't know if that's I don't have any data on that, but I think there's a Harvard Health study on if
Yeah.
plant-based diets are like more healthy or not.
Yeah, they found that plant-based meats, so like the like impossible stuff like that, are actually generally healthier than their meat-based alternatives. So
Yeah.
I thought that was really interesting. I was reading a study on that lately.
Yeah, my mom's been vegetarian all her life.
Hey,
Not it's while I do think it's partially because of a moral issue, she said that whenever she ate meat, she felt sick. Like I think there's like an allergy to it. She eats fish, though, which I guess fish aren't. I don't know if there's a
so she's a
industry.
pescatarian.
Yeah, well, because
Okay, she's not a vegetarian.
but she calls herself a vegetarian. I don't. I think isn't pescatarian like more. I think it's more expansive than just eating fish, right? Does that mean you eat like other like types of seafood as well?
Uh, yeah, pescatarians. I don't know. It depends on the pescatarian, I guess. I don't know many pescatarians.
Yeah, she said like when she was younger she ate meat and she like got like super sick. So I think it's partially because of the moral issue, but I think it's more because she like doesn't have a choice.
That's interesting. Okay. All right.
I don't know. But good
Well,
talking to you. I'll let you know next time we talk.
good luck. I know you'll go vegan, so
We'll see. All right,
all
bye.
right. Thank you for the gifts, by the way. I have not been reading the comments. I don't have my glasses on, so I keep having to squint like this. Somebody asked me if I have a filter on. No, I do not. Um, why is there a Labubu? No, that's my queen. Oh my God. No, I made her a little outfit. Do you have a filter on? Do you have a filter on? Do you have a filter on? Okay, so look, her little eyes, they change. She's so sassy. I love her. She's such a queen. Also, thank you for the gifts. I really appreciate it. I feel like I didn't say that. Would you ever have a vegan cooking channel or food channel? I'm not the greatest cook. I just kind of like throw shit together. Down to talk about veganism? Yes, I will let y'all up in a second. I made this whole outfit. I got back into crocheting. Isn't that made of, that's not vegan. Okay, let me see. She needs little shoes. I don't know how to get her little shoes or if I can make them somehow. I don't know. My mom asked me the same thing. She was like, is that a little boo-boo? I was like, no, it's not a little boo-boo, but close. Okay. Remember the one girl who shaved her head and made a beanie of the hair make Labubu? Ugh. That's disgusting. Wait, why can't I see the requests? Oh, there's people in here. I don't know who was in here first. I'm sorry. Oh, well, I just let someone up and are they loading? Okay. What's up?
Yo, I just have a question. The idea behind being vegan, it's to cause less like general harm, right, to the environment, animals, and everything.
You might say that's like a
One
goal
of the
with
motivations.
veganism.
I just, if it's not for greater environmental stuff, what is the base motivation then?
Well, generally speaking, it's just the principle that it's wrong to kill any animals for taste pleasure. There's a
Yeah.
disagreement on the exact definition of veganism, but
So if it's to cause less suffering, th- does that apply to just the animals in this situation?
I don't know why you're saying to cause less suffering. I just kind of corrected you on. Oh, he left. Why is my eye red? There's something like poking me in this eye. These big ass eyelashes. Um, I don't. Are my mods? I'm not letting people up, by the way. Um, what's up?
Um, I just like saw you mention earlier like the studies comparing like plant-based meat to like regular meats, and I'd just like to point out like these are observational studies, and if you like actually compare like the absolute risk, it's like not statistically significant, and like there's not really any reliable long-term data on like vegan diets. Like it's impossible to like lock people in wards for long enough to like actually see outcomes. Um,
What do you mean? Okay, the first part of what you were saying was that there's no way to judge the ultimate risks. What do you mean?
yeah, so like there's this thing called like absolute risk, and it's like the absolute risk like that something's going to happen, and like for example, like the study saying that red meat causes like colon cancer, like the absolute risk um for the plant-based meats is like 0.00333, and then the absolute risk for like the like regular meats is like 0.0066 something, and so like that's a really like good, like the titles of these studies are like, oh well, red meat increases your chance of having colon cancer by 50%, but it's just like the absolute risk of that is like not statistically significant.
I don't know what point you're making. That then it's okay to like kill animals for food?
No, I was just saying that the risk of colon cancer is not statistically significant for that, and I just saw that you mentioned that earlier, or like the risk for like general
I
negative
didn't
effects.
mention colon cancer, so I'm curious why you're
You,
bringing that up.
you mentioned that plant-based meats were superior to like their real meat alternatives,
Yeah,
or
we have metadata on this. Generally speaking, the health outcomes are better for the plant-based meats.
and I just said that there's no long-term data on that, and they're all observational studies, and vegan people have a
What is it?
tendency to
Okay,
like
what? Okay, an
be more health
observational study versus a
conscious.
non-observational study. I don't know what you mean there.
Vegan people have a tendency to be more health conscious, like to prepare all their own foods, to consume less processed foods, and like the default is kind of like meat based ish eating, and they're also like more likely to like drink and smoke, and these are just not factors that you're able to account for in an observational study. you have to like lock people in wards for like a long like extraneous period of time in order to actually like get reliable data. And even then, like nobody's going to voluntarily do that where everything is tracked and for like 30 years, which is like the only like way
I'm not
to
even
actually.
sure that this is, well, hold on, because you're going on a bit of a tangent here. I'm not even sure, one, that this is true. You might say that there's problems with the methodology, but until there is better data, I mean,
But
you
the
can't just
studies say
like,
this too.
so hold on. So you might be able to say, well, the data that we have right now isn't the best data. That doesn't mean that it's not okay data to use for now, and that doesn't mean that it's overruled without other new data. That's not the way that data works.
Um, I do. I really don't think it's like conducive data to apply to your life now. But if you actually read the studies, they would
Are
say
you
that
listening to
like
anything I'm saying?
um
I actually don't know if you're listening.
you just said that the data we use now is like conducive to apply to our lives, right?
I'm saying that you can't say okay, it's false reasoning to say that because data has some issues that means it's okay on face value to just toss that data out and to ignore it. That's just not true. That's
I
that's not
mean,
that's a very weird way to think about data.
if you read the studies, they'd also tell you that like they weren't statistically significant, and like
What
comparing like
studies? What
absolute.
study are you referencing? We'll just
I
pull
don't
up the
know. Like
study.
I know there's okay. I mean, I don't really like talking about the logistics of like this sort of thing. Like I'm only going off memory right now, and like I'm not
Right.
totally prepared to.
Okay. I don't want to talk about the logistics, but when you offer to pull up the actual study, I'm just going to say no. I need to go figure out what is going on with my eye. Does someone else want to step in for me for just a second? I think I have a hair or something in my eye and it's really killing me. Someone please help. One of my vegan friends, please. Inshallah. Amdir, yes, I volunteer, Amdir. I need to fix whatever the fuck is going on. It's like, ah, girl, why did it do that? No. Okay. Well, Amdir, you suck. Okay, Ellie said yes. Not the mods inviting Amdir. Oh wait, where did Ellie go? Okay. Yeah, I need to go figure out what's going on. She's hurting. Girl, LARPing, please. Okay. Wait, Ellie, are you mod?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, you can let people up. I'll be back in just 5 seconds. My eye is killing me.
No, you're all good. You're all good.
Hello.
Oh, this guy's back. Look, I just am curious. Do you think like the kind of methodology that you referenced where like we'd have to like lock people up and like observe them for like mass amounts of time, do you think that's the only way we can get reliable data on whether something is more healthy or not?
It depends. But
On what?
I'm not prepared to talk about like the logistics of that. I'd rather talk about like the ethical stance against animal exploitation.
So why did you come up here talking about logistics and data if you're not prepared for that conversation?
I just wanted to address like the claim that like plant-based meats were superior to like real meats, but like the absolute risk compared to plant-based meats is not like statistically significant. So like the titles of studies might say that like, oh, there's a 50% increased risk of like colon cancer, but in reality like the 50% increased risk is like 0.00 like 432. Like that's the statisticals. It's which isn't statistically significant.
Well, first off, I would like to see your evidence that there is no data that says that there's no significant difference, because that's a claim in of itself. Claiming that there's no significant data is a claim in of itself.
Well, that's why
hold on. But again, I just let you ramble. Why are you going to talk over me?
I was just saying I wasn't
let you
prepared for
ramble.
that.
After you obfuscated because you're saying, oh, I just want to have like an ethical discussion. After you came up here talking about logistics and data, now you're saying you're not prepared for it. I'm not going to let you weasel away from this point just because you think you're like not prepared for it. I want you to give me the data that says that there is no significant difference in these foods.
I mean, I can send you it, but it'd probably be after the live.
You can't so I don't know if maybe you're on your phone. If you're on your phone, you can swipe out of the live and you can use Google. And if you know the specific source that you're looking for, just type that up in Google and you can tell me the title, the institution, and when it was published. And I should be able to find that just easy, unless you can't give me the PMID. Which, by the way, that's like a really not good look for you, George, to like come up here and talk about a point and then not be able to like back it up because you're unprepared. You probably shouldn't have brought it up to begin with if you knew that you weren't prepared to have the conversation.
Okay, well then I just wasn't prepared and I'm not intelligent then. Can we talk about the ethical stance against animal exploitation?
Yeah, sure. Well, actually, wait, sorry, no, you still haven't brought the source because you said that there's no significant data that plant-based options are healthier than meat-based options. That's a claim in of itself. Can you please provide me the evidence?
I just said that, like, I can provide that for you, but it probably wouldn't be on this live.
Wait, why? Are you incapable of using Google right now?
No, but I'm just like...
Oh, girl, not him.
I didn't let him up. Someone else let him up. I assumed that you wanted him up again. My bad.
I wanted to talk about the moral and ethical stance against.
Wait, and do you want to know what just happened while you were gone? I pressed him. I pressed him on the claim, and then he said, "Oh, I'm actually not that prepared to talk about logistics and data." And now I'm still asking for the source that claims that there is no significant difference in plant-based meats and like just meat. In terms of like health data, and he's saying that he can't do it until after the live. I'm not sure why. You have internet access to the live.
I can send it to you, but it'd probably be after the live.
You don't have to send it to me. You can swipe off the app, right? It won't kick you from the live as long as you're not gone for longer than 5 minutes. You can, if you know the source that you're looking for, just look it up. Tell me either the PMID number or the name of the source, the title, and the institution that it's from. I should be able to find it.
I know, and I would just have to go digging through my DMs because it was actually like one of my friends that's pretty popular on this app that sent it to me, and I just don't feel like doing that right now. So I'd rather just like talk about the moral and ethical stance against animal exploitation. Because I think it depends on like, I don't think exploitation is always bad.
I haven't mentioned exploitation. I've seen you in the comments for some time and in the request for some time. I haven't mentioned exploitation.
So
and also, I don't think Anne made the claim that exploitation, like, I think Anne makes like an absolute claim about exploitation.
I actually think exploitation in the way that many people define it is very vague. There's a lot of times people call things exploitation. I don't know what they mean by it. But I think it's far better to just explain it by just saying, look, there's no morally relevant difference between animals and humans, such that it should, in the general case, make it okay to kill animals for taste pleasure and not humans.
My response to that would be that humans only wish to prolong their own race or species, and like, I'm not saying that it's a good thing, but
all humans?
It depends. Like some
people, so if we have a human who doesn't want to prolong the human race, they just want to live their life out and then just like die and not reproduce or anything like that, like, then can we kill that human for food?
I mean, so you're saying that if the person like consented to being consumed, that it would be okay?
No, I didn't say consented. You made the point about humans want to continue their race. Okay, bye, Ellie. Love you. So if we have a human who doesn't, can we kill them for food? Because we don't kill animals consensually, by the way.
No,
they don't want to die.
The humans that are like doing the killing, I guess, would be like, I mean, if there's someone that doesn't want to prolong their own race, then someone else that does want to prolong their own race would also have to do the exploitation.
What are you talking about? We're talking about whether or not it's okay to kill an animal for taste pleasure or for food, right?
I also don't think other animals
have morality. Okay, there's some humans that don't have morality. If we're
I don't
looking for a
think.
trait, if we're looking for a trait difference between humans and animals, presumably this trait should apply to all humans.
Um, yeah, it depends. I don't necessarily believe that there's such thing as right or wrong. I don't think it's a. I think it's a
Okay,
social
this is
construct
just ridiculous.
as well.
Well, then you just go do whatever you want, cannibalize people, unconsensually kill humans for food then. If you don't think anything is right or wrong, I cannot. This is ridiculous. He was actually fucking obnoxious. Right. Right. Vegan tattoo artist. That's what I was saying. I was like, okay. I'd be down, but not in America? Girl, what? Okay, so whoever asked, I did get the hair out of my eye, but my eye is still freaking out. No, I don't have eye drops. I don't know what happened. I had a hair like attached to one of my eyelashes and it was like poking me, and I took it out and it still has not calmed down. Oh, there's 6 guest requests. Okay. Yeah, it probably did scratch it a bit. It's really irritating me. But she'll be fine. She'll go away.
Hello.
What's up?
Hi. So I personally don't think I should go vegan, and my biggest reason is because I think it's natural to eat meat. I think it's the way that different animal species have been existing on Earth since the beginning of conscientious beings, and it's just what we do on Earth.
Okay, so if something, I'm just trying to get clear on the argument. If
Mhm.
something is something that we've done, if an action is something that we've done for a long time, then it's okay to do?
So I would definitely not say that that's the crux of my argument, but more so just that it's natural.
What does natural mean?
It is something that we do in order. It's part of the like way that we function and survive as a species.
Well, there's people who function and survive and don't eat animals.
For sure. But there's also people who function and survive and do this, and
Right,
also
but
like
you understand how there's
nah, for sure,
functioning and surviving is not like it's not necessary to function or survive, right?
for sure, for sure. But I think that since it's something that is like a natural thing that's just part of um like the way that we exist and survive over time. Like I think it's fine. Like if you were out in a
You're
in
not, you're
a
still not getting very clear here. There's
well, so
people who
like if you
function.
were
Okay, so eating meat is not necessary to functioning or surviving, right?
I guess you could say it's not necessary, but it is a way of functioning and surviving.
Okay, so is the argument then if something can help you survive or help you function, then it's good to do or it's
Yeah.
okay to do?
I guess if I were to try to simplify my argument and be more particular, it'd be since like basically all animals do it, I'm okay with doing it.
Well, not all animals do it, first of all,
Well, yeah, but that's also just
but
because like in the
but
sense
okay,
of
so okay,
here, if I could just respond to that super quick, like although not all animals do it, that's really just like an evolutionary thing, and if they had evolved to where eating other animals would be like a good thing for them, they would 100% do it.
wait, okay, by good thing you just mean something that helps them survive.
Yeah, like an evolutionary like like for example, like it wouldn't make sense for sharks to look to like eat plants. That wouldn't really be the best thing for their diet. Meanwhile, like eating
Okay.
meat is good for their diet the same way eating meat is good for our diet.
Well, eating plants is also good for our diet.
For sure.
In fact, vegans tend to be typically healthier than meat eaters
I hear
on
you.
average. But if an animal does something, that doesn't certainly mean that you have a free pass to do it, right?
Yeah, I guess I would agree with that.
Do you have another reason then? Because like
Um,
animals rape each other, animals eat their babies, animals kill each other, animals murder. Murder is still bad.
I definitely agree with that, but I think that the intent with it being for the sake of like being part of the food chain and like that's just kind of how things end up. I think that makes it okay with me.
And by the intent being part of the food chain, what do you mean?
Um, Goodness, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm in the middle of a video game. I probably shouldn't even be up here. But I mean,
Well, this
for
just seems
me, like,
like this just seems like you're doing this sort of thing where you're interdefining the terms. So like I see people do this a lot where they go like,
mhm.
"Oh, well, something is okay because it's natural." And I'm like, okay, well, what does natural mean? And they go, well, it's part of being a part of the food chain. Okay, well, what does it mean to be a part of the food chain? Well, it's something that you do that you survive off of. Okay, well, you can survive by other means, so it's not your only means of survival. And
Well,
presumably, you don't think that like it just being natural is a good reason because animals do things that aren't natural. So you get this kind of like when you say things like this, you're just kind of like defining natural as something that we do to survive,
mm,
but it's not something that we need to do to survive. Obviously, I know that people eat meat. You're not telling me anything new.
so I guess my response to that would be like, and don't get me wrong, I understand that there's a morality here and the fact that like other species are being impacted, which this analogy doesn't necessarily equate to, but like for example, the way you're saying like well, you can gain sustenance and whatnot from eating things other than meat, right? Like that's not your only option, right? But it's almost kind of like with like a workout. It's like if you were trying to lift in order to like get your legs stronger, it's like it almost be like if you were like advocating for squats and I'm like I like to do leg press and you're like, well, like that's not the only thing you can do. You could also do squats, like just because you
No,
can do
no,
leg
this is
press.
what's happening is I'm going, hey, every time you do like like every time you do like presses, you actually kill like a baby. Like every time you do that, you kill a baby. And
Yeah.
you're like, well, yeah, I know that other people can do things like squats, and when you do squats, it doesn't kill babies. So,
Mhm.
but it's just like up to preference. And you're like, this is what you're doing is you're like, oh
No,
yeah,
I totally
well,
don't.
it's just something that we do.
Yeah, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I totally understand what you're saying, and honestly, like I also totally understand your argument. But I think for me, like my moral code of ethics, just I just can't find myself necessarily feeling like I'm morally wrong or unethical simply because it's just like a very natural earth thing that happens. It's like this is what we like animals have been doing this like forever, and I guess I'm
Yeah, but
comfortable with it.
currently, okay, right. But remember, those are bad reasons. It's you don't have to feel a certain way. I know lots of people who don't like animals, who don't get like a guttural reaction when they eat meat or when they did eat meat in the past, who like still recognize that it's an immoral thing to do. You might not feel like, say, for example, you had a box with a child in it and you were like shooting a gun at that box. You don't see the child and you might not like feel some guttural reaction by thinking like, oh, I'm just shooting this box, but you're shooting a box with a child in it. Like you might be able to morally still recognize like this is still a bad thing to do, even if I don't have like a guttural reaction to it.
No, I feel you. I think even though like you see my arguments as like not being good enough, I probably will still like hold to them and like and whatnot. But I really do respect your argument and also just like being vegan and all that. So and I
Well,
think you're doing a good job hosting this live. So good stuff.
I'm I'm curious. Okay, do you think that do you think abusing animals is wrong? Like, do you think it'd be
Yes,
wrong if I like walked over to my neighbor's house and kicked a dog or kicked a
sure.
random armadillo? Okay, in most cases where you buy food from like a supermarket or from a fast food chain, those animals are abused for the entirety of their very short lives, where they're bred into existence.
Hmm.
They're abused for most of their lives up until the point that they're very painfully killed. So, do you think that it would be wrong if I paid someone to go kick my neighbor's dog?
Yes, I think so. And my response to that would be definitely that our food industry is very abusive towards animals and it needs correcting.
But you pay for it.
For sure.
But you wouldn't say that about like, say there was a whole industry built off like, people who kick puppies or whatever, or
Mm,
kick armadillos or whatever. I live in the South, that's why I'm saying armadillos. But like,
okay.
say there was a whole industry off of just kicking armadillos. Like people just got a lot of pleasure out of like the outcome of kicking armadillos. Would you be like, oh, well, yeah, I know that that's wrong and the industry is really bad. Like, no, you would stop paying people to kick armadillos.
Yeah, but I think that although like I get the point you're making, that kind of lacks the like part where there's like a reason behind it that's not so purposeless, and just like
Well, what's the
malicious,
purpose once again?
malevolent. Like if you were just paying people to kick armadillos, like that's just malicious and malevolent or
No,
malevolent.
no, it's not malicious. It's not that I enjoy that they're suffering. I mean, I just get pleasure out of the outcome of it.
Well, I think doing it just for pleasure is not a good enough reason.
Well, I think that's why you do it.
You're talking about eat food or eat meat?
Yeah, because you have non-meat alternatives that you can eat.
Yes, but also I eat it for the sake of like feeding myself. I don't necessarily
Yeah,
do
but
it
you
for
can eat,
pleasure.
okay, right, but you can eat other things for the sake of feeding yourself. So you are doing it just for the additional pleasure that you get out of eating meat.
I mean, I guess that to some degree, yeah, that is true that I am doing it because I do, in fact, enjoy eating meat. But also, I mean, I would say a majority of the reason is also just that like I need to eat, and it's a good source of protein.
Yeah, but plants can be a good source of protein. I know plenty of people. Actually, it's quite unfortunate because I'm not the healthiest vegan. I could be healthier. I'm not. I'm also not like a slob. I don't just eat junk food all day. But most of my vegan friends are like some of the healthiest people I know, and also people who are, not to insult you, probably bigger guys than you.
Oh, you're
Like,
fine. Yeah, yeah,
who
yeah, you're
like
fine.
go to the gym far more often than you. In fact, like you can check out people like Vegan Gains on here, Empty Cages, bro's a big guy. My friend Ruxter, he's a big gym bro. Bro is like ripped. Who else? I know the vegan people in the comments will know a bunch of
Mhm.
people. Vegan Gains is crazy though. Don't watch his content, but just go look it up on his.
I got you.
But yeah, there's tons of like people who get infinitely more protein than you probably get who are vegan.
Yeah, I bet that is the case. People who are more dedicated to it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not out of necessity to feed yourself. It's not out of necessity or ease of just getting more protein because these people who are probably much more buff than you get enough
Well,
protein
just
off
because
of a
they're more
plant-based
buff
diet.
than me doesn't like necessarily that's probably also because they're more dedicated to their fitness goals.
It's also very easy to get things like protein if you eat like seeds and nuts and beans and things like that. Like that stuff is, I find it very interesting when people claim that going vegan is extraordinarily hard. I've never found it extraordinarily hard, even when I was at like a point where I wasn't making a lot of money or didn't have a lot of time to cook. Like it's, I think people are, there's a mental barrier there that I don't think has anything to do with protein.
I mean, possibly so, but also I would say it is like I don't think that there's anything that I can eat as a vegan that will give me the same amount of grams at the same rate of speed as like a steak. If I'm not mistaken.
Well, I'm curious if there was something that would, if there was something that per gram had the same amount of protein, because I think like Impossible Beef has like similar amount of protein per gram to like ground beef. So if there was something like that, then would you go vegan?
I mean that's like a
I
a
suppose the answer
reasonable.
is no.
One more time.
I'm supposing the answer is no. I don't know if I believe you.
Probably not. Probably not.
So then that's not the reason.
Um, that I mean, yeah, I guess that's a fair point. But yeah,
Because
I mean,
if you say, well, this is the reason I won't do something, and then I go, okay, well, if we took away the thing that's barring you from doing that thing, like if we took that reason away, then would you be vegan? And you still go, no, I don't think I'd be vegan. Then
yeah,
that's
yeah,
not the
yeah, for
reason.
sure. I think for some reason when in this conversation, it's kind of easy to like move all over the place. I guess the most important part would just to be like to like hone in on like the fact that like morally it just doesn't really affect me.
I don't know if that's true. If it doesn't morally affect you,
Like
I
that's
think
like
there's
the
sort
number
of
one reason
a
why I'm not you know, I don't feel encouraged enough to become a vegan.
um. When you say morally, it doesn't affect me. Do you mean you just like don't have the empathy?
Um, no, I don't think it's necessarily that I don't have the empathy, but more so like whatever like my code of ethics is, I just don't think it breaks it.
Well, of
Like
course it
like
breaks
for
it. You think it's
example,
wrong to abuse animals, and you still pay for it.
well, so again, like I'm also sitting here like able to like say that our food system is like flawed in the sense of how we handle meat and whatnot. Like for example, like the way in which like we go
Well,
about
you
like
can
getting.
condemn something, but you acting against the supposed condemnation of that thing kind of points that you like either condone it or you have some contradictory thing going on there.
Perhaps it's a bit of a contradictory thing. Like I would rather it like I would rather the way in which we process meat be fixed. And I would be like happy to be actively engaged in like changing that process, but at the same time like I would like to continue to eat the meat.
Well, sure, but okay, so even if you just think that the issue is how the meat is, how the animals are raised and how they're treated throughout their very short, painful lives,
Hmm.
even if you think that that's the issue, presumably that's not going to stop you from going to like fast food restaurants and getting meat. So
I
that to me shows me that you don't actually think that there's a problem with the system. It's like
I
if
definitely do think that there's a problem with the system. I think
well,
I just
if I'm going around and I'm saying like, well, I think kicking armadillos is really bad, but like every time I pay for someone to kick an armadillo, I get like a taco afterwards or something like that. Like you would be like, that's really fucked up. I don't think that you have a problem with kicking armadillos.
yeah, I do I mean I do think that it's fucked up. I think that I probably let my morals slide a little bit in that regard.
Well, but you wouldn't just say that the
And also the
person
fact that
who,
like it's kind of hidden from my vision and it's not in my face kind of makes it easier to let my morals slip. Do you get what I'm saying?
sure. Well, I think the first step to kind of rectifying that, because presumably you think that that's a problem, right?
Um, uh, I'm sorry. I think what's a problem?
Like the fact that you make decisions that cause egregious suffering, which I think if you saw the things that happen to animals, you would agree that it's pretty egregious.
No, I 100% agree. I've
Um,
seen a good amount of.
yeah, so I think one of the things, like if you realize you have a moral failing, well, what's the next step from that moral failing? Is to try to rectify that. Um, Otherwise, I suspect that you don't think that you have a moral failing if you do nothing to rectify it at all.
I mean, I don't think that's an automatic truth. Like in like a more extreme case, like I think there's people that like kill people and know that it's wrong and that they're having a moral failing for killing people, but they still do it. You know what I mean?
Um, I don't know how many of those people actually exist in real life.
I mean, not a lot, but like there's like but they're out there.
But it's sort of like imagine someone kept saying, I love my spouse, I really do love them. And they kept insisting, I really love my spouse, I love my spouse. And then they continuously abuse their spouse and beat their spouse. At some point, would you go like, hey, you're doing nothing to fix this? Like, you're doing nothing to like, they're not going to therapy, they're not like going to couples counseling, they're not like spending some time away, things like that. At some point, would you go, I am having some doubts about that person saying that they love their spouse?
Um, yeah, I think that's fair, but at the same time, I think that that could just be somebody like they could love them, but just be like a sick individual, you know?
I mean, as long as you're committed to saying like something like most meat eaters are just like sick individuals, I guess, sure, if you want to say that.
Yeah, I think I
I think
think
they're sick individuals too.
yeah, I think it's really just like it's easier to let your moral sort of ethics slip when it comes to stuff like this. It's something that uh you're not faced with, but also it's like okay, like let me ask you this, right? Like let's say our like the way that we process meat and whatnot. Let's say it was like ethical in a sense, right? Like animals lived nice lives, it wasn't like really like brutal ways of like ending their lives, right? I'm assuming you would still be against eating meat, right? Even if like it was processed in like a way you could argue is ethical.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any argument that it's ethical to kill an animal simply for taste pleasure when alternatives exist, especially such easy alternatives as plant-based options.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, so if we could do like a hypothetical where we're living in a system where like we don't treat the animals so egregiously in the food processing setup, like I this is kind of like where I like circle back to like things being natural, and that's like part of like what makes me like fine with eating animals, like the fact that a wolf would eat me, a bear's gonna eat a deer, you
but you're
know.
not a bear and you're not a wolf, but I
Yeah,
think
for
it's
sure.
once again like bears and wolves also probably like rape each other and like eat their babies and stuff, and like you would never say like, oh, it's okay because a bear does it.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't, but I think that there's something about that that's different. Because like one like things like that are like like for example, like when a wolf rapes another wolf. Are we allowed to say that on TikTok, by the way?
I
Are
don't know,
we?
man. I've just
Okay,
been rolling with it.
I
Yeah,
got you.
okay.
I've just been letting it fly. I just so like when something like a wolf does that, right? There's no like true gain
Oh,
other
there's a
than
you think the wolf doesn't think there's a true gain? You
well,
think people who like rape each other
I
don't
mean,
think there's a true gain?
no. I mean, I'm sure the wolf does think that there's a gain, but that doesn't take away from the fact that like it's not something that the wolf necessarily like would need to do in order to survive. It's more of like a pleasure gain than anything.
Well, neither do you. You don't need meat to survive. Neither do like vegans don't need
No,
meat
but
to
I need
survive.
something to survive, and meat works.
Right. Okay. So that's like saying like, well, I need, intercourse to be happy. So then it's okay that I, grape people because it's just intercourse that makes me happy.
Let me adjust that just a little bit. Could we use the workout analogy? Like I need to grow my legs, and so I'm gonna do
Yeah, I'm gonna do leg
deadlifts,
presses,
but
which
I'd
kills a
rather.
baby every time I
He didn't
do.
know an exercise.
Well, yeah, but like I don't know. I guess I've ran out of argument.
Then you should go vegan. Based.
I totally understand you. Thanks for letting me on the live to talk.
She doesn't want you to understand her. She wants you to understand the animals. Point blank.
No, that's fine. That's fire.
Right.
Well, y'all have a good rest of your night. All right.
Yeah. I'm gonna go turn my Roomba off.
Shalom, Lucas.
Take care.
Hello.
Oh my god, the thing is so loud. I couldn't stand the sound of it. Anyways.
Hi, Ann.
What's good? How's the vegan journey going?
Dude, it's going well. The impossible shit, the ground beef, it didn't really taste any different from normal ground beef at all.
It's good.
It was pretty fire.
There's some non-vegans in here. I don't know what's going on with my eye. We're just gonna.
Thank you, Am dear.
It's the vitamin
let you
B12 deficiency.
Oh,
It's the B12 deficiency.
Dude, I feel like this is the only time like the motherfuckers that will like smoke cigarettes and be fat will like act like they care about like being healthy. And
that and when they're telling fat people to lose weight. So either two.
Yeah.
Where'd that person go?
We need opposition here.
I know, there's too many.
I got a quarter pounder from McDonald's, so we.
Don't say that. No, I see who's the vegan tattoo artist? I love you, by the way. I'm in love with you.
W vegan tattoo artist.
Huh?
It's a W vegan tattoo artist. So my argument is more about vegan males. And it's just
okay.
hear me right.
I'm sorry, there's two vegan tattoo artists. There's one of them that's a guy and one that's a girl. I meant both of you. I love both of you, but so what about vegan males?
So usually vegan males have a 3% less testosterone and 23% less sex binding globin. That's my main issue.
Okay.
Binding globin. I read a different study that actually said vegans have higher free testosterone.
The one I'm seeing right now is 3% less free testosterone.
Well,
I don't know why that would mean, even if being vegan did lower your testosterone, which it doesn't. I don't know why that would mean then it's okay to kill an animal for food.
I'm just going more new into this hormone wise and.
But okay, like even if you grant they have 3% less testosterone, why does that mean there's causation anyway? Like 3% is very marginal for one, and two, it might be that people with lower testosterone are just more likely to become vegan. Like why do you expect there's a causal link there? And as Anne said, why is that justification to you meet?
Oh my God, Julian.
Oh, shut
I mean,
the fuck
it just.
up, bitch.
I couldn't really hear much of him, so I'm sorry I couldn't hear much of him.
I'm just asking, like, why do you expect there's any causation there? Like, 3% is a very marginal difference. Why can't that just explain that people with lower testosterone are more likely to become vegan rather than the other way around?
I'm turning you up. Okay, sorry. I can.
Yeah, Julian, you sound muffled or something.
Yeah.
Oh my God, free Palestine. You guys hear that?
Yo, what?
No, based.
Okay, what I was saying is that why 3% seems like a very marginal
Yeah,
difference, and I don't know why you would think that there's a causal link between the two. The causation might be the other way around. Like it might be that people with lower testosterone are just more likely to become vegan.
Yeah, I had 2 studies that said it was 3% between 3.5%. It's a very minimal percentage. But I'm saying like we could go study for study, and there's so many studies that contradict each other that we really truly like. There's so many studies on vegan, and I haven't seen many studies on carnivore. I don't believe in carnivore anyway. More of an omnivore
I'm
myself.
curious why you bring it up. There's always this thing that people do where
Yeah.
they're like, oh yeah, this study proves this about veganism. And then when you're
Yeah.
like, hey, well, okay, well, here's the problem with, the study, or here's the problem with implying that that study means that it's then morally okay to do X, Y, Z. And then people will go, well, there's so much research on it. We really don't know then at this point. Like, it's like Lucas will know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like when you bring up something about Trump and they're like, no, Trump is great. Trump has never done blah, blah, blah. And then you bring up like, yeah, well, what about when Trump did this? And they're like, well, I haven't heard about that before. Actually,
I hate
I
politics.
have
I'm
to
not
look
gonna
more
lie.
into it. Yeah.
they're
I
like,
mean,
I have to look more into it. Well, the news
Yeah,
sources
I've looked
on
quite a
Reddit
bit
say
into
that.
it.
I have a study on PubMed right now that shows
Yeah,
that
I have 2 on PubMed right now as well. I think it might have 3 if I'm
plant-based
lucky.
diets are unable to predict testosterone levels. Like, would you
I have
take
one
that
that
as
completely
evidence?
contradicts that and says your sex binding globin can change quite a bit on your diet.
What's the name of the study?
Wait, hold on. You
You see
said
me
that
send you
your
the link in
claim is that
DMs.
your claim is that your testosterone can change based upon your diet.
Yes,
How does that speak to veganism?
because if in another study I have it says veganism, you go 3% lower free testosterone, 23% less or more sex globin binding,
Yeah,
and it binds to your sex
what's
hormones.
the study?
You want the name, or you want you just want me to DM it to you?
Do the PMID?
Oh shit, I didn't even know that was the thing. I just know the names. Will it disconnect me if I go here to the study?
No, but can you just give me the name of it? Like,
1 second, I'll go to it.
I still want the argument that, like, even if it lowered your testosterone, like, what's the argument that that means that it's okay?
And just blast test too, bro. That's a
Oh, this is
problem.
why I wear makeup. It all makes sense. What does that mean? Amdir said, even if you prove that veganism decreases testosterone, all that will accomplish is that I'll triple my soy intake.
On PubMed. PubMed is so weird.
Right. I often struggle to use PubMed as soon as I get requested for a source.
Dude, I Googled this. Within 20 seconds, I had a thing for you to look at, bro. It's really not that hard.
There's somebody in the chat that's like, host supports Destiny but is against animal abuse, right? Listen, I don't support Destiny in that Destiny is a piece of shit who won't go vegan.
Holy shit, my friends, bro. I
No
sent a
problem.
article in the nutrition study.
Is
If
it
it download,
hormones and diet, low insulin like growth factor 1, but normal bioavailable androgen in vegan men?
if we're gonna be talking about growth factors, I can talk about colostrum.
Can you just give the name of the study?
Yeah, I sent it in chat because it doesn't allow me to.
I don't see.
It's not on PubMed. Can you? I'll send it again.
Can you just say that? Oh, okay. I see the link. Why are you sending links in the chat? Just read me the name of the study.
It's not on PubMed.
Oh my god. That doesn't mean that the study does not have a name. Oh. Restrict harassment and bullying. Girl.
I think there's like 3 in my list, and there might be more.
Are you looking at the one with the 9% figure?
10.11.
The 233 vegan men and 226 meat eaters?
That could be it. I have numerous ones.
Yeah, so that study said vegans had higher testosterone levels than vegetarians and meat eaters.
It could be.
But this was offset by higher sex hormone binding globulin, and there were no differences between diet groups in free testosterone. Androstenediol?
Yeah, that's the one I read.
Crazy shit, yeah.
Wait, this one's about bone fractures. Is that what I thought he was sending on one on testosterone?
Yeah, that's the one that I got from the show, the bone fractures one.
Yeah, I read a study that when you adjust for calcium, when you look at vegans who intake adequate calcium, the bone fracture rates are the same between meat eaters and vegans. So just make sure you're getting good calcium.
But I need cows for calcium.
True.
I have the PubMed one. You want it? I
Yes.
finally found it, bro. It's
Girl, just please give the name. No more links. I beg. Calcium.
Yeah, I did that too, Andrew.
I do wonder like how they find these studies. Do they just like go on ChatGPT and then just ask for studies that support this point and like pick the first ones that come there?
No, what I usually do is I've looked up AAGs before on cooking meat and its properties, and that's where I kind of like linked these. I was just wondering, and I kind of found this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly in this conversation, everybody becomes a scientist. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
that's what I'm
what
saying.
your background is.
No, I was wondering about AAGs during cooking meat. It's like I want to do like a study myself. Nobody has a good study on that.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, bro.
Okay,
It's
all
like
right,
the
let's.
vaccine
Louis,
thing.
Louis, I'm
Yeah,
They're
just
like,
I mean,
I
I
need to
guess.
do my own research.
Yeah, I guess the question would be like, let's say we even grant this that this would lower testosterone by like 3%. Does this justify like the mass slaughtering of billions of animals?
I'm not gonna get into morals, really. I don't really care to talk about that.
Or whatever.
I just don't care to
wait. So
talk
what's
about it. It's like
what's
I
your
don't
point
care to
then?
talk about politics.
What's your whole point then?
I don't think anyone
It's
mentioned
better
it.
to eat meat. It's better for your body with hormones and nutrition. I mean, we can talk about almost 12 to 15
Okay,
micronutrients.
that doesn't okay. What does it mean?
I just don't care. Even if it's like marginally better for your health. If it was
Mhm.
marginally better for your health to like kill babies and eat them, I still think you're fucked. Like,
Yeah, the prompt says you should go vegan. We're talking about what you should and shouldn't do, not just like health benefits.
you shouldn't eat babies even if it benefits your health.
Yeah, I think you're gonna get probably a warning for that. Just letting you know. I'd be careful. I got a warning for talking about that. I'm
They
saying
want to be eaten?
What'd he say?
I got a warning for that. I was on live talking about Epstein. I got a warning for that.
I was not talking about Epstein.
Okay,
Why
looks
do
like
you
you.
always bring up no? It's
This
Julie
guy's
again.
freaking.
Wait, Louis, what if you found out that dog meat can raise your testosterone by 3%?
I'd be eating that dog meat, bro.
Would you actually?
Hell yeah, dude! I wanted to try that shit.
That's
Oh,
disgusting.
jeez.
I went to
Wow,
Japan
you're
and tried cat meat.
disgusting. They should have
It
killed
was not
you.
good.
Julie. Jesus Christ.
What do you guys think
Anyways,
about raw carnivores and like the raw meat people?
that's really gross. Okay. Anyways, I'm done with him. He's getting on my nerves.
And free Palestine, free
Free
animals.
Palestine. We just need to do a
Just
land
call them animals?
acknowledgement, by the way.
Land acknowledgement. So we're on indigenous land, by the way.
I was waiting for someone to load in. I also don't want to do the like I try not to do the dog piling thing.
Wait, I was out of the app for a second. Were you guys talking about bone fractures? Why do you link that?
I don't know.
You just didn't read it? I guess.
Don't forget to take your testosterone supplement and help. No, somebody earlier said they thought it was a femboy.
No, they say it lowers testosterone. Then why Anne turn into a man? Like,
Bro, and if test is an issue, you can just do some TRT, bro. It's what all the bros like, you know.
I keep letting people up and then it like they're not loading. I don't know what's going on.
That means it left, I think.
Oh, well, that's a lot of people to leave. There were like 7 people. Also, sorry, no more vegans. There's too many people on the panel. It's scaring people away. Oh my god.
Hello.
Damn, dear.
Why is this
Haven't
Am here?
seen you in so long.
I just coming to say hello.
Okay,
So,
great.
Amdir, why do you think eating meat is permissible?
That tastes really good.
I'd never thought of that before.
Hey, I just had a
He
question
needs that
about
extra
the
3%.
why you think killing animals would be bad. If like, let's say I go out in a farm in the middle of like Canada, and there would never be cows there,
Thank you
and
for the
I
hand
give
hearts,
life
sir.
to like many animals, and they wouldn't have been alive without me, but they are alive. So what's wrong with killing them?
I say the same thing when I bring my children into this world. Like I brought them into this world, I raised them, I can take them out, you know?
Yeah, no, and that honestly makes sense. But we can see the
Right.
benefit of raising children. But what other
So dumb.
Thank
what
you
other
for the
benefit
spicy
is there
peppers, sir.
to
Thank you for the
what other
peppers.
benefit is there to keeping animals alive?
Right, Julian, and I've always said this.
No,
Yeah,
but can you
it's
answer?
so dumb.
Wait, what was your original question,
Thank you
Alex?
for the lightning bolts, Eminem.
No, but like, what's the benefit? We can obviously make the argument that it's
Thank you for the
beneficial to keep
tacos, sir.
human babies alive, but why would it be beneficial to keep animals alive?
Because they have valuable experiences
That's
for
right.
the,
What
in their
does
own
that
right.
mean?
That's right.
Well,
Thank you for the
cows,
corn
pigs are
cobs,
sentient.
Eminem.
Cows,
What?
pigs are sentient. They can experience pleasure, and they have things that are good for them. Like,
And that
it's good
matters to you
for.
how?
Wait, what?
And how does that matter to you?
Because I want to see the sentient beings be happy and not tortured.
If
Like,
you told me that was your kid, yeah, that would make sense, obviously, because it's your own DNA. But if it's an
so wait,
animal,
if
that
there was a
means
child in
nothing to you.
Africa who got tortured, you're saying I should just not care because it's not my own DNA? Like, what? What are you even
Yeah,
getting
but
at?
those are
Right.
humans. Those are closer to your DNA.
And I've said that.
So
How
like,
close they have to
where?
be.
What
Hmm?
about like Neanderthals? They're not really like close in
But
DNA.
that's close to his DNA, and you would.
But wait, what about them? What about Neanderthals?
Would it be
Like, is
okay
that
then,
close
since
enough?
they're not close in our DNA?
To kill them and eat them?
Right.
Well, I mean, if you see that it's beneficial, I guess it would make sense. But I don't see any They're so close to us. They're like far more intelligent
Okay,
than a cow
just
or a chicken.
imagine a scenario in which there's another intelligent species that is nothing like us. Like an alien species doesn't have any like DNA similar to us. They're rational. They have things that are good for them. They have their own societies. They're writing. They're going to university. Can we kill them too?
Only if they interfere with my success or our human.
Wait, no. Why can't
Well,
we
what's
kill animals
success?
and not them? What's success? Exactly. That's a good
Like
question.
I guess the proliferation or procreation of our human society.
You're never going
You're-
to procreate, buddy. Don't worry.
Good one.
No, unfortunately, people like him are more likely to procreate.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, that's all I had to say.
Wait, real
Bye-bye.
quick, I have a question. Okay, you said
Okay.
its purpose is to like procreate, right? So let's say
Mhm.
you're like making a baby with like your wife, and your like
Mhm.
dog is like barking and like interrupting this time. Is it okay to like just shoot your dog because he's interrupting this process?
That doesn't make sense to me. But I mean, if you think that's
What do
smart
you
to
mean? Why
do
do you
that,
care? They don't share your DNA.
what?
They don't share your DNA. Why do you care?
Well, I know, but why would I kill the dog?
Because
Because
it's
it's interrupting
your.
this process that you claim to care about, right?
Okay, but killing the dog is like an extreme measure. Like,
Well, how is it extreme? Why do you care?
I guess I like the dog. It makes me happy. I do what I want.
Oh, okay, so if it was annoying you and you're a little unhappy with it, you can just off it.
I mean, technically I could, but I would never do that.
No, okay. They're not asking you like,
Is
will
it possible?
will you do it? We're asking you. Is it ethically permissible to do it? Like, I don't care what you would do if you like the dog or not. We're just asking.
Well,
if it's ethically permissible to do so.
ethics is like a complicated term.
Yeah,
so
we know. We're
is
asking
it
a question.
ethical? Like,
Okay, is it ethical for me to rape your mother?
to what?
Julian.
Is it ethical for me to rape your mother? Like, just saying it's a complicated topic is a non-answer. Just answer the question.
I think what ethical is to some people is if it's the action or the thing that's ethical or not is if it aligns with their beliefs or what they want. So
Okay,
no,
that's
that
a
would not
non-answer
align with
again.
my
Well,
beliefs or
everyone's
what
a
I want.
subjectivist all of a sudden.
Say, is it ethical or not for you to shoot your dog because it's preventing you from having intercourse.
To me, no, it's not ethical to shoot it.
Why?
I guess it's just not what I want. It doesn't make me happy because I like the dog.
Okay, so if it made you happy to see a dog die, for example, you would say it's ethical to kill that dog.
If that was ethical to me, yeah, but that's not ethical to me
No,
because that doesn't make
what?
me
No,
happy.
that's begging the question. You said it's ethical because it makes you happy. So I'm asking you, like, if hypothetically you were happy about some malicious thing happening, right? Like, you were happy about the Holocaust. We're assuming the Holocaust is wrong. Is it intuitively the Holocaust is a bad thing, right? Intuitively, I mean, there might be just some dispute there, but intuitively it's a bad thing, right? Let's
Uh-huh.
say you're happy that the Holocaust happened. Does that now make it permissible?
It would be ethical to me and unethical to those who don't like it. But that's not my opinion, by the way.
We're asking you what's ethical and unethical to you, by the way, in this
Well, I mean,
conversation.
Do you think
well,
do you not
yeah.
have like some standard for this? Or is
No,
your
there's not a
standard just
standard
whatever
for
makes
everyone.
people feel good is ethical to them? And we're talking about your standard here for what is and what isn't ethical.
It not everyone has the same standards, so whatever my standards are as to what
really?
is ethical is not the same as yours.
Oh,
So
really?
We
it's
may have some things that are the same, but not everything.
so if somebody thinks it's like ethical to like grape children, does that make it ethical?
They if they say that would be ethical to you, then or to them, then that would be to them. But obviously, that's not for everyone else.
Well, yeah,
So
but
you
we're not.
have
I want to be clear because this is incredibly dishonest. We're talking about what you believe is ethical. We're questioning your moral standards right now,
Mm-hmm.
right? So the issue there was like, okay, the question about the dog. Well, to you, it would, I hope, be really wrong to like kill the dog just because it's getting in the way of your procreation or getting in the way of your success or whatever that means.
Mm-hmm.
So we are talking about your moral standards right now.
Okay.
So we're not asking you what Joe Schmo's moral standards are.
Yeah,
We're
and I
asking
said
about
no,
yours.
that would be unethical to me.
Right. And then, I mean, I don't know if Julian wants to continue because I know Julian was talking about that specifically.
Yeah, no.
What the?
No, I
He's
guess
getting confused about the whole like,
we
oh,
got
well,
into
if
this
it's ethical to
ethical.
somebody else, then it's ethical to them. And, you know, it's not ethical to me. But we're not talking about someone else's ethics. We're talking about your ethics right now.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
yeah, my
yeah.
ethics. No,
And
go.
whether or not they're consistent. Yeah.
Is Julian still here? Who's Julian?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Jambar. Okay. Yeah, no, it's definitely that would be unethical to me. But what I was just trying to say earlier is like to you, if you like, really thought about it, it really wouldn't matter to you if a cow died because it really doesn't affect you in any way. I mean, unless that really
Matters to
does make
me.
you if it does make you unhappy, then don't do it, I guess. But
Well,
objectively,
there are probably kids in Africa dying right now. It doesn't affect me in any way. But
okay,
I
but
can
that's
still
not
say
what I'm
it's bad
talking
what
about.
happened.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the kids in Africa. I'm talking about killing a cow.
Oh my God.
Buddy.
In the killing kids being killed in Africa, obviously, I would disagree with that, and I think you would too. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about killing a cow.
No, because your principle is that if you're not affected by it, it just doesn't matter morally, and that's just not true.
Okay, well, it doesn't affect me. Like what I truly care about in life, it doesn't affect me. Killing kids in other countries does affect me because I guess I have empathy because they're more similar to, I guess, children that I would have.
Wait,
Anyways,
Wait,
I
what
just
could you possibly mean by affect you in this way?
like which the cow or the children? And,
No. What do you mean when you say that it doesn't affect me?
hold on, I think my timer's about to end up. It doesn't affect me. Killing the cow wouldn't affect me in any way. Like
Yeah, I'm asking you
because
what affect me means when you're saying it.
what?
Okay.
so true.
Your time is up,
Yeah.
buddy. Anyway.
Do I get off or what?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's
This
like
is
Alex,
kind
like,
of random too. I mean,
like, do you not find it to be problematic? Like the things that your view allows for is like, if somebody else thinks it's ethical,
All
this
right,
thing
guys,
is
we
fine.
gotta cycle
He's done.
guests.
He's done.
I'm just drawing on my little iPad. Okay, I was gonna say, if we're gonna cycle guess, we actually have to get a new person up here.
You know, the lithium in the battery of your iPad was mined by children in the Congo.
Children.
Right?
Shalom.
And
Shalom.
what's up?
Hello, hey.
Hamas.
Shut up. Oliver, shut the fuck up. We'll actually block you for that.
The spicy peppers, sir.
Wait, thank you for the TikTok universe.
It's like people hosting a live and you're like, oh, I'm anti-rape, and then someone's like, well, I'm raping someone right now. Did you know that? Like,
wait, thank you for the TikTok galaxy.
No? Girl.
Why did somebody put a timer on me? Someone take that away.
I don't know how to take it away.
Thank you for the hand hearts. Wait, I actually could guess. Wait, thank you, whoever.
Crazy follow-up?
Shalom, Stacy Macy.
Shalom, Goyam.
Oh hell no.
Shalom. You notice how after I said shalom, I magically got gifts. I wonder if there's any correlation.
Stop, Julian. Stop. I don't condone this. Why does Kian have mod?
You gave it to me. What?
I didn't say Julian. I said Kian. I was like,
oh, Kian.
Kian's never in here. What is Kian?
How am I supposed to relax? I have no idea what will happen when this timer runs out. I could get kicked. I could die. Like, anything could happen.
You're more likely to leave the live before.
So stupid. Is this Stacy person a vegan or what's going on?
No, I'm full meat. Honestly, I would say like most of my diet is meat, animal meat.
I'm full meat.
Yeah, no tofurkey in here.
That's gross. So you think it's permissible to kill animals for taste pleasure?
Not necessarily for taste pleasure. I would say for macro and micronutrient intake for like the general populace, I think it's the most efficient method. I mean, when we're talking about like realistic application of real world, you know what I mean, policies and systems in place in which we distribute food, we have to think about the most equitable and efficient
and that's going to be plants every time, right? Because you're using plants to feed.
Okay.
You're using plants to feed the animals. That's an inefficient process.
What are humans like mouths? Like, what is the shape of our mouths? We're omnivores, correct?
Okay, come on.
Right? Like we've eaten animals for.
Can we go one step at a time? Your first
We
claim was that
have canine teeth, Julian.
more
Of course, well, you're saying plants are better for you nutritionally, and I'm saying from an evolutionary perspective, it's.
No one has said that.
I'm a little bit curious about one thing though. Like before we go to this random other stuff, you said that eating meat is the best way to get your macronutrients and micronutrients.
For sure.
You know that seitan is more protein dense than chicken, right? Like chicken is about 23 grams of protein per 100 calories, and seitan, which is a plant-based source of protein, is 25 grams of protein per 100 calories.
Yeah, and I mean, I can boof whey protein powder, and get 230 grams of protein every single day.
And there's vegan protein powder.
Well, yeah, plant proteins exist. I mean, pea protein exists. This is not like some scientific miracle. It's not necessarily as macronutritionally beneficial as a animal with like steak or again, chicken doesn't necessarily have healthy fats for you, but just the protein gram amount does not correlate at all to the linear health factor. That's not how that works.
You didn't say linear health factor, you said macronutrients, whatever. But we can go to the canine teeth or mouth shape thing.
I said macro and micro, of course, but I mean, we can go into that. I was kind of relating back to an evolutionary perspective of you saying the alternative of plants being better every single time was not really valid when you look at it from humans eating animals since the dawn of time.
I said it's better in terms of how many people you're able to feed and it being more equitable. This is because it's an inefficient process when you're feeding animals plants, because you're feeding them indirectly rather than directly to people. So it wastes a ton of crops that could just be going directly to people. So for not first world countries, but third world countries, where people actually die of malnutrition, eating meat is probably killing people, not the other way around.
Not only crops, water, land, just resources in general. And we tax subsidies America gives animal agriculture every year, like 100 billion. It's a lot of money. How is that efficient?
In regards to like pumping out high fructose corn syrup fields, or are we talking about real food? And I mean, I agree in the sense that uncured milk and stuff like that and uncured meats are not necessarily healthy in third world countries. But when we're talking about, like I said, micronutrients and just general vitamins that are required for daily life and fucking effing cell replication at the highest standard, I think it's important to include the generally the microvitamins that are included in the healthy fats of steak and stuff like that. So I mean, regardless of it being uncured or cured or the quality of it or the tax subsidies that we use, I mean both in a sense. You're referring to the inequitable quality of having to pump out meat.
Of like resources.
Yeah, I mean it's
money.
It's not necessarily efficient, but it's also the alternative efficiency of producing each individual vitamin needed for for like daily life. Like, or is everybody just going to be chugging pills? Is that
no? You can just
so. What's plants. But you're saying animals are not necessarily vital for protein synthesis and like just adequate daily life for like just a healthy.
What do you mean by vital? I'm saying they're less efficient in terms of like resources, money, like resource being land and water and stuff like that.
For public distribution, yeah, once again, but the two are not mutually exclusive. I'm talking about health.
Is that it's more efficient for the public.
Yeah, in regards to meeting said micronutrient intake. No. I still agree with that entirely in the sense that if you want healthy, normal humans, you're going to need from the most efficient method of achieving that without chugging pills and like distributing artificially
what do you think
replicated
you need vitamins for? Like what micronutrients?
What are you talking about? Like within the healthy fats of like steak and stuff like that?
No, like if you're not eating meat, like what would you need to supplement?
I mean, I think there are a number of. I think your iron levels would likely be low. I think you'd probably have to. I mean, we can go into like general blood work of what would be.
Guess. Like you should have come up with facts. You're making these.
Well, I mean, when you eat a bunch of sugar, your A1C is going to be a little different every single time. So I can't necessarily tell you how many Fruit Loops it takes to get to type 2 diabetic, but I can definitely tell you that there's going to be some blood work deficiencies. People with bad diets.
On this?
Like I just noted that an iron deficiency would likely be a common factor, but I mean, I can go into other blood work.
Do you have any research that says that people on vegan diets typically have more?
Yes, I can. Yes,
can you link it right now?
Yeah, of course. I'll pull that up right now. I have tons of reasons on.
Thanks. I also just want the argument that even if that was the case, like say we had a population decrease into like, not population decrease, but like our population's overall iron decreased if people went vegan. So what? Like what does this mean? Like now it's just okay to like slaughter animals who desire to live, have valuable experiences? Like, is that the argument?
Yeah, also I'm not super interested in what the majority of vegans are deficient in, because the majority of the people in my country are vitamin D deficient, but you can get that from animal products just fine. It's people are not as educated on what to eat, and they're not as like they just don't really eat the proper things. I'm more interested in what you can do with the vegan diet, you know what I mean?
Like in regards to supplementing,
and getting the nutrients you need, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you're looking at it from an efficiency perspective of like just general availability of just like biological material and nutrient density, it's way easier to pump out a bunch of healthy fats and natural proteins than artificially synthesize all of these.
What do you mean it's
vitamins
way easier?
and
like what do you mean by
micronutrients? Like I said, from a public food distribution perspective, it is significantly easier. It's not necessarily being done.
It costs so much more to do that, and it's so much more resource intensive. Like, I don't know what you mean by easier then.
Resource intensive in regards to maybe like agriculturally, but in the alternative perspective of honing in on singular vitamins and or micronutrients like iodine, zinc, and I mean, like, we're looking for high quality protein. So pea proteins, whey protein, you'd have to hone in on all of those materials and resources for the entire planet. I mean, for the rest of the time, essentially, until we. That's what I'm saying. Meat is not only as land intensive, it's more bioavailable to reproduce on a frequent basis. Like, that's why we have Kirkland chickens in Costco.
What do you mean bioavailable to reproduce? What, like, I
In
think
the sense that you can have a ginormous chicken
for
farm.
no reason.
You said what?
I think there's a lot of jargon being thrown in here for no reason. And I don't know why people have done this. Like, this guy that was talking earlier was doing this as well, where they just like throw words just to make it seem like a better point.
Yeah.
The overall point there is that, like, you can get the same nutrients on a vegan diet. If you can't get them the same on the vegan diet, that's not a problem with saying that people should go vegan. That's a problem with the way that the system works.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think it's as polarized as society needs to switch to entirely vegan or society needs to stay the way it is. I definitely think we can improve the public food distribution system for third world countries and America, like, greatly.
Well, my
I think
point is that you're not making a critique of veganism. You're making a critique of the public food system.
I am making a critique of veganism in the sense that it does have its faults. I mean, you can't just say you should.
Okay, that's not a fault. Like, okay, Black failed to point this out. People in his country are deficient in, what was it, vitamin C?
Based,
vitamin D and something else, I forgot.
Vitamin D?
Pretty base. And
yeah, okay, so they're deficient in vitamin D, where these people eat meat. So it's not an issue with people being meat eaters or being plant-based. It's an issue with the system and people's education about what foods are healthy.
Well, I mean, you're overgeneralizing each individual nutrient in the sense. Well, no. I mean, protein is vastly different from. I mean, protein is vastly different from a carbohydrate. So if you have a full diet of bread, you're going to look way different than a full diet of chicken, regardless of whether you have a vitamin D
Is there a point
deficiency.
that you're making here?
Yeah, in the sense that if you are deficient of one nutrient, it is an entirely different circumstance to being deficient of another. So veganism, it would be different from purely eating meat and not having enough oranges or something like that. I mean, that's not.
Do you think that I was saying that they were the exact same thing?
Well, you're comparing them on the same scale, and it's not.
If I say the sun if I say the sun and a lemon are both yellow, would your response be something like, "Well, the sun doesn't taste sour, and you can't eat the sun"? Well, no, because we're not comparing the taste of the sun and a lemon. I'm comparing the color.
And what's the substance of the point being made? Like, where's the point behind people today eating too much chicken and not having enough vegetables in their diet? Being an issue in regards to,
you're not making a critique of veganism, period. You're making a critique of the way that food is distributed and the way that people understand foods. So what if they had to supplement? Then what?
Well, again, on an alternative resource perspective, it's not as efficient. Like, that's the argument that I'm making.
It's not efficient right now what we're doing with the meat industry.
That sounds like a strong claim. I'm going to start asking, I'm going to do an Andy. You didn't start asking for studies on this stuff.
We just did. But I mean, I can pull up another one in regards to why it'd probably be easier to not supplement every single person's iron.
I also don't think
zinc,
that most
iodine.
vegans are probably supplementing.
Why do you need to supplement anything other than B12? Like, iron is fortified in tofu, soy milk, nutritional yeast, a bunch of other shit, breakfast cereal. Most of all this stuff is, even B12 is fortified in all this food.
Yeah,
that's wild.
Just because of a compound or nutrient is fortified or exists within a food doesn't mean it's rich or nutritionally beneficial at a parallel scale to a meat diet, right? I mean, that's why I'm saying
once my blood work says I'm deficient, I'll start to get worried. But it's fortified and it seems fine. I don't see what is the issue.
Yeah, I got a blood test a week ago. My iron was fine.
I mean, I can go back to the study where I can find like the percentage of vegans that are nutrient deficient. I can pull that up right now.
We're still waiting on that, right?
But
do you want it?
I mean, to Blackpilled's point, even if a lot of vegans don't watch their diet, it's not hard to watch your diet and look at the ingredient list of whatever you're eating. It's not hard.
It is when you're avoiding a vitally nutrient source of food that humans have been eating since the dawn of time. Yes, it is.
vegans
Like
aren't
what?
the only ones with nutrient deficiencies. Everybody should be getting blood
Like that.
tests.
Okay, this is the issue though, that the point that she just made, in the sense that, yeah, I can eat chicken all the time. I'd be in a better position than if I was eating bread. It's not the same. Protein is not the same as carbohydrates.
What?
And protein dense.
Nobody said. Oh my god!
I'm about to get
This
kicked
is
off because
just.
of the timer, but I mean,
Yeah,
like, I'll fight till.
TikTok.
I'll die on this hill. I'll die on this hill.
You know
I'll
the
die on this
little,
hill.
you
I'll
know
die
the
on this hill.
little
I'll die on
rabbit
this hill.
guy
I'll die on this hill.
holding
I'll die on this
the
hill.
like
I'll die on this hill.
pointing
I'll
to
die on
the
this hill.
clock. You know the little meme of the rabbit guy pointing to the clock. That's you right now.
Fuck, I know. Am I off?
Yeah.
I
You
saw
might
that.
die or something in the next few
I was just gonna ask him. I saw someone heard an answer to Anne's question about like the actual justification of slaughtering millions of animals. You didn't answer that ever. So
True.
I still know what is like interesting or exciting about like talking about nutrient deficiencies and not having any data pulled up. I mean,
I know.
Guys, but B12. Oh, he's gone. Oh no. A lot of these people have not been quite interesting today. I might restart.
the clock went to zero. Someone else needs to request now. Nobody wants to talk about nutrition. It's like the most boring topic you could talk about.
True.
But like,
Where's that? Is that
even
Stacy
with the
person a vegan? Or like, are they gonna come back? And
That's the person that was here. Their time ran out.
oh, that's the wait. I thought they were. Oh yeah, no, I remember being like confused that they had a man's voice.
yeah, but like even all
whoa, a man's voice.
Is that way? Is that how people
What
feel about
the-
me? Hey, I'm open to hearing about vegan. You have to request.
yeah, like most of the B12 supplements we make go to livestock too.
I was gonna say,
it's
if you
kinda-
have a concern about veganism, like where vegans have to supplement or they like some of their foods have to be fortified, then you should also just have a problem with just like fortified cereals. Like a lot of cereals are just naturally fortified anyways,
It probably does.
or like animals being supplemented.
I would be personally I would be a vegan, except the only thing that's stopping me is that I'm 3% short on the amount of testosterone that I need.
I just found a study that shows that demonstrated about like and the body like adapting to the lower iron as well. Which I thought
It
was
does,
interesting.
and you can drink with non-heme iron. You can take vitamin C, and it increases the absorption rate.
Yeah.
it like doubles it.
I saw that.
Yeah. So
And also, like, you're not even necessarily like going to be iron deficient if you're vegan. You just need a higher iron intake, just because vegan foods are just naturally going to be lower in iron.
Do you guys want to have like the boring iron discussion? I can bring this guy back up.
I don't.
hello, Jambo. Why do you think it's okay to eat steaks?
Wait, where did that one girl go?
So it's not inherently okay to eat steak, but I think you guys are looking at the problem wrong. It's not a problem about individual actions, but a problem about Israel controlling what we eat and
The goy slop.
and the goy slap in food that is wrecking our testosterone and destroying our minds.
Right.
Wait,
Why is Jason here?
do you give goy cattle moral consideration, bro, when they get slaughtered en masse?
If I am Darren Julian retired, I guess not.
That's the problem that most vegan food and meat eater food too is goy slop. So we don't know there's no ethical consumption under goyism.
Do we really have the free will to choose otherwise under, under those people controlling us?
Yeah, no, we don't. And yeah, that's a good point. And there's no, I can't choose whether or not I eat meat. They're controlling what I do.
I was talking to somebody recently, I think on Twitter maybe, or here on TikTok, and they were saying like, oh, the vegan diet's just so expensive. And I was like, do you like that? And then in like the next comment or something that they left to me, they mentioned like, yeah, you can get cheaper alternatives at fast food restaurants. I was like, if you're concerned about price, maybe stop fucking eating McDonald's. Maybe stop going out to get fast food every day.
So I
Fast food's expensive as shit, dude.
I'm like, can you go grocery shop?
That's why I spend $1,400 a month on groceries.
I get McDonald's every night. I get a large quarter pounder with large fries. But vegan food is unhealthy, so I don't eat that.
Someone needs to make like the track APAC picture, and it's just a picture of a cow, and it's like $0, and it's like green. That'd be epic.
Right, because the cows don't take APAC money. I
Yeah.
hate track APAC. I actually hope whoever runs no. Then didn't they got into something with Nico, right?
I have no idea.
Track
I think
APAC
they
said that I took $3 million from Israel, and I never took any money from Israel. I don't know where they got that number from.
Didn't you donate, on the other hand, $1,000 to their new
Yeah,
bomb
right.
fund?
I donate, so it should say negative $1,000 to APAC.
I can't do this anymore. Oh my god.
The only reason I stopped eating meat as its form of protest of the Israeli government.
Stop. Girl, no one call my best friend because they're gonna clip what Amder just said and post it.
Capitalist Jesse.
Oh my god. Okay, I might need to restart. Should I restart? Because then I think we'll
But I've taken less money from Israel than Jesse has because he's taken $0. I've taken negative money from Israel.
I can't. No, because I'm gonna wake up to a video in the morning that's like Jim Crow and Zionist and
Zionist and Zionist Jim Bar, Zionist MD.
oh Lord. Is there
Can we just change to Israel Palestine? Because that's the same topic. It's just more meta level.
I don't know who this person Alex in the request. They've already been up here. Why isn't Israel? I've been shilling them a lot lately. Oh.
Hello, I don't think. Hello,
Israel Kason is here.
I see the background says you should go vegan.
Yeah, it's because I will kill you otherwise.
Thank you. You're able to read. That's impressive.
I didn't know Theus could do that.
Hey, Kason, why are you green? Are you okay?
It's just the lighting.
Do you want to let Alex up or no?
I don't know. I guess if they have a question after them, I'll probably restart then because the viewership dropped.
I've been vegan since I ate my quarter pounder 30 minutes ago.
Oh, this guy. This is the guy that was doing the.
Hey,
it's ethical to other
I just
people
had a quick
thing.
question. For each of you, I was just wondering, how long have each of you guys been vegan?
About 6 months.
Girl.
Okay.
Kason's never been a vegan.
About getting close to 3 years.
Uh-huh. And like,
I've been
what
vegan
about
probably one more year than Anne. I don't know the exact number.
Actually,
what
don't
about
know.
Black Pill?
Wasn't it since Canelo found that McDonald's bag?
I had no choice.
So each of you guys have been like less than 5 years on vegan?
I'm not even vegan yet. I'm in the process at the moment.
Not me. I'm like
Nice.
6 years, 6 or 7.
It's been about exactly 5 years for me.
Okay. Well, I mean, I know you guys are obviously going to disagree with me, but I just want to let
Is
you know
5
that if
years
you guys
only die?
continue being vegan, your health, your metabolic health will deteriorate.
Do you have a source?
How so?
I mean,
what do you
you could look at a lot of vegans that have
need a
died.
source,
You know,
buddy.
like that Russian lady that was a fruitarian.
I don't want to hear that your uncle's brother's dogs in some
It's
news
no
article
many popular
died of being vegan.
popular.
Yeah, I know what they're talking. We're not eating just fruit. Like that's stupid.
No, I know, but not just
we're not
I was just giving an example.
Yeah, but that's just not
Very
comparable to
small
what we're doing.
Did you guys know that there
I
was
just
some
wanted to say,
popular
okay, I'm just
influencers
gonna be
that
the
had
one
your
that says
diet,
I told
and
you
those
so,
guys
okay?
like almost died, so you're probably gonna die soon. I think like legitimate concern. You guys are probably gonna die
just
soon.
listen here before I go. 20 years from now, if somehow you're still doing a vegan diet and your health is like, horrible, just remember a guy named Alex on TikTok told you your health
I will
will
not
deteriorate.
remember
That's
you.
all.
I promise you.
All right, take care.
The guy with no evidence. I'll forget you. Don't worry.
No, I was thinking that why is he still here? Sorry.
Wait,
Sorry.
why did you kick him? He was like bringing so much valuable information.
You're trying to help us. Come on.
I didn't kick him. Wait a second. Sorry, I have to look at something.
Hello.
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 By the way, I'm 20. Don't worry. Anyway,
Talk
you go vegan. Yeah, that's a fucking loaded statement, but
We should let this
why you think
person.
that? Why? So you believe everyone should go vegan, right? That's
Yeah, I
all.
think you should go vegan specifically.
Virtuous Jesse.
I want to let them up, but I can't invite them.
Well, but
Why
Virtuous
though?
Jesse's already on the panel. That's Jambar 11.
I'm not trying to like say argue. I'm trying to get the proof. Like, why you believe like every human being on this earth, right, should go vegan?
I
That's
didn't
what
say
I'm.
every human being. I said you specifically.
All right, why you believe I should go vegan?
Yeah, because it's wrong to kill animals for taste pleasure.
Oh, wow. Well, the thing is, right? The thing is, right?
How old are you? You sound like you're in a high school bathroom. At 11 p.m. is kind of strange.
Oh, you hear something? My bad. It's
You're
a
like
driver.
giggling. I don't know. I mean, the only explanation I have for you having the giggle bug is just because you're like probably 17 in a high school bathroom for some
I'm
reason.
20. I'm 20. My bad. I just sound young.
What year are you born?
2006. Like
What
what?
month? What month?
March 17th.
What day? Oh yeah, I never said that.
Shut up, Mom. You're so stupid.
Yeah, Mop is in aura debt. You have to mute for like the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, my bad.
You have to mute until Amner's timer's up.
What are you gonna do? Get him a birthday present? Let's talk about what day. What coordinates were you born in?
When was your mom in the delivery room? How long was your delivery time?
A delivery time?
I can't.
I just heard a door that sounded like a school door, bro. This guy's definitely at a high school right now.
I know. It's either you're an adult at a high school, which is I think worse.
I'm 20.
How is that worse? I mean, Jambar and I are at high school all the time.
Yeah, I'm on senior year and I'm 20. I would be a senior in college, but I'm still a senior in high school because I've been doing it for 4 years.
I just sound like this.
Okay, so anyways, why are we so? I don't know why we're so giggly, and also the thing about what were we talking about before this?
Israel.
Oh, yeah, I just never mind.
Okay. Yeah, I think you should be vegan. Oh, you were giggling because I said I think you should be vegan because unnecessarily killing an animal for taste pleasure is wrong.
Never thought about it that way.
So so this is the argument. It's wrong to torture. It's wrong to torture animals, keep them in small
think we're
cages where
torturing
they
them.
can't turn around, mutilate them, feed them a whole bunch of food
we
that makes
definitely
it so
kill
they
them, I'll
can't
say
even
that.
stand up, and then kill them. And then if it's wrong to do that, it's wrong to pay people to do that. Therefore, it's wrong to pay people to do that. So you should not buy animal products.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So you're gonna go
But-
vegan?
You said what?
You're gonna go vegan?
I gotta think about that. I don't think because you understand, right?
Is there some other thinking you're gonna do off this live? Because I don't know if you've been doing that so far.
Okay. So basically, all right. First of all, we're not torturing animals. I mean, some people are. Let's be honest with ourselves. But we're just like
What do you mean we're not torturing them?
Yes, we're killing them, but we're not like fucking chopping out their fucking legs.
Wait, H, where do you
Yes,
live?
we are. I mean, we're doing things comparable. Like
No,
we do chop off like baby pigs' tails. We pull their teeth out like without anesthesia.
Chop their balls off, their tails as well.
Yeah,
Keep them in
with no
cages so
anesthetic.
small they can't even turn around, and then for their entire life,
Yeah,
and
and
we gas them to
just
death at the
because
end.
Just because it's them doing it,
Stop
and with
doing-
parentheses, when you're not paying for it.
No, we definitely are, but we killing them. Like we just gonna hit them in the head. No, shoot them in the head, right? Then we do all
I think
that.
the ways that we kill them is much worse than just being shot in the head. In a lot of cases, like we stun them, and sometimes the stunning doesn't put them out immediately, so they just like have seizures. We also do things
And
like slit their throats while they're still alive and like writhing around.
Like Mob
and
mentioned, for pigs and cows and stuff like that.
and
We'll do
like I mean that's only
castration,
factoring the
tail docking with no anesthesia, all that stuff.
but
Gas or
again
boil
they're
them
only
alive.
factoring the like when they're actually being killed. They're not factoring what actually happens. Is factoring out before they're being killed, which is where the vast torturing happens before they're
Well,
taken to.
we did talk about
Sometime.
the tail docking and the teeth pulling for baby pigs. So yeah.
Yeah.
Have you eaten pets? Exactly.
Do you think it's wrong to like chop off chickens' beaks while they're still alive, having no anesthesia? Chop off pigs' tails while they're still alive, no anesthesia? Like, just put the meat eating question aside for a second. Do you think those things are wrong?
Well, of course, that's like practically torture.
And do you think that if it's wrong, then it's also wrong to pay people to do it?
Shit. Well, pain.
Why does it respond like that? Well,
I mean, yeah, if you're paying, when you're paying someone to do that shit, yeah, that's kind of terrible. But my thing is, right?
Stop paying people to do it then.
Whoa, I'm paying people to do it. Oh, I don't know about that.
When you buy meat at the grocery store, you're paying people to do it.
I don't know. I believe, right? Yes,
Well, I
we
believe-
do kill animals, right? Blah blah. But animals kill animals all the time, right?
Oh,
And
never
you can
done it
also
then.
say that we're not animals. Yes, we are. We just look
I mean,
like
animals
How
also
does this relate to the argument that I gave that it seemed like you just agree with? Like all the premises of. If you agree that it's wrong to do that and that it's wrong to pay people to do that, then you should just stop paying people to do it. Like this other stuff about how we're animals, they're animals, none of this is relevant.
Bye, Lucas.
I get what you're saying. How like it's morally bad, but I don't think everyone could do that. I don't know.
I'm not
Being
talking
a
about everyone right now. I'm talking about you.
well, me, nah.
Shut
I
up.
don't
You're so
think
dumb.
Yeah, being a vegan, that would take a lot out of me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Why? Like, what would be a lot? I actually don't think people are being honest with themselves when they say something like veganism would just be very difficult for me. I don't agree to that. I think that you just have a mental barrier to it.
Wait, I want to hear what he thinks. What do you think would be so difficult about it?
Well, how to say this?
Giving up KFC.
What?
Thank you for the lightning. 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 Thank you for the lightning.
Julian, shut
Lightning.
up.
Thank you for the lightning. Thank you for the lightning. Thank you for the lightning. Thank you. 271. She left at 271.
I can't with y'all. Sorry, what do you think would
No,
be so
you
difficult
ruined it,
about
sir.
going
Oh,
vegan?
Rose. The 271.
Oh, so basically, right? Would you
Thank you for the
say
rose.
you're
Thank you for the
basically
rose.
Million lightning
this is
bolts.
right to eat meat, or that we was born in a culture, right? That meat is like part of our diet, right? Would you say that?
Is there a culture of eating meat in the U.S.?
Thank you for the goat.
Not really a culture. More like
Thank
we
you for the
were
galaxy.
conditioned to eat meat, right? Like not a lot of parents are like vegan and shit. So
You
whatever.
have to add end shit to everything you say, but.
Hmm?
Why was the end shit relevant?
We have more guest requests, so you're on a 5-minute timer. Once your timer gets to 0, you're done.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, I think there's something like, okay, you think probably, I
Thank
mean,
you for
I
the rose.
think maybe you agree with this. I think a lot of
Thank you
people
for
would
the
agree with
rose.
this, that a
Thank
lot
you
of
for the
people
rose.
from a young
Thank you
age
for the
were
rose.
taught that like being
Thank you for the rose.
discriminatory is
Thank you
okay
for the rose.
to other people,
Thank
whether
you for the
that's
rose.
implicit or
Thank you
explicitly,
for the
right?
rose. Thank you for the rose.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
Right, but that's
rose.
not something that you'd aim for.
Thank you for the
Presumably,
rose.
you think that people should work,
Thank you
even
for
if
the
it's their
rose.
entire life, to like not
Thank
be
you
that
for the
way, right?
rose. Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the rose.
Julian.
Thank you for.
Bro,
I got
he said
144 more views.
130 roses,
Thank
man.
you. Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the rose. Thank you. I'm using my rose right now, and I'm getting roses too. Thank you for my rose.
I want this virtuous Jesse to come up. This
Thank you
person
for the
seems
rose.
funny. But okay, so yeah,
for the rose.
presumably you think that's something that people should work, even if it's like their entire
Thank you
life
for the
to like
rose.
stop being or stop doing or
Thank you
right.
for the rose. Thank you for the rose.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Thank you for the rose.
Right.
Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the rose.
But yeah,
Thank you for
to
the
order
rose.
to like not to
Thank you
how
for
to
the
say this.
rose. Thank you for the
For
rose.
everyone, I mean, for me, to not be vegan, I guess I gotta do I don't know. I just need more than just like torture. Wait, nah, I can't say that because if I say, oh, I need more than torture, then like, what's really the limit? Then, damn, then I'm saying, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I should go vegan. I don't know.
Amen.
W.
I just got
Maybe you should add us, and
Thank you for the rose.
maybe you should add us
Thank
all
you
on
for the rose.
TikTok. And if you need resources to help, then you can let us know, and we'll send you.
Thank you for sending Marble Rose. Thank you for sending Marble Rose.
Julian, shut up. You're so stupid.
Thank you for sending Marble Rose.
Sorry, Julian. No, I can't say that on live.
Yeah, you can't call me that word.
Stop. I was not
On
gonna
this
say.
live stream.
Don't say that because there are people who take that seriously.
Jesse's
Are
in
you
here.
saying you don't take it seriously? I take it very seriously.
Yeah, me too. Like sometimes when you
No.
call me that word, I think that
I
you're
do
kind
not
of
call
stepping
you.
over
Don't. Okay.
a boundary. But I
Anyways,
realize that you're my friend,
so
Yeah, have you ever had
yeah,
a
no, but what Amdir was saying, yeah, you should add all of us, and you can DM me if you ever need like recipes or resources or questions or.
Yo, Travis, have you ever tried a veggie burger?
Sound to me? Nah.
Go to like a
Before your day says I like to not go vegan, we should bring this person up there in the guest request box.
I think I do a lot of real reflection. My bad. Oh my god.
Just think about it. Like, if you find these sorts of things willing to do for a dog, like, imagine you found out, like, all of the meat that you were eating was, like, just dog meat, and people were torturing puppies, and they were, like, they were killing them very, grotesque ways. I feel like you'd probably immediately stop eating the meat, right?
I mean, yeah, if it's a dog, then, like, of course, I'm, like, not gonna eat that shit. Come on.
1 minute left on the timer.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you don't think that there's any, like, really real difference between a dog and a cow, or a dog and a chicken or a pig or whatever, that would make it okay to do it to the dog, or to the cow or the chicken or the pig, but not the dog, then I think that's probably a good way to think about it.
Can I ask you a question before I leave, right? What makes you a vegan?
I mean, the reasons that we discussed, I think a lot of it was like the arguments about like there not being really any moral difference between animals and humans, such that it would make it okay to kill an animal for taste pleasure, but not a human. And also kind of reflection on like, well, yeah, if I wouldn't want these things to happen to my cat, I'd be really disgusted if someone did that to like a cat or a dog or something like that. Then I should feel the same way about a cow, a chicken, and a pig who desires to live.
It was a good talk.
Yeah, you're just mostly yourself, low tier.
Add us later on. Okay.
This is some like Discord. This sounds like some Discord anime debate right now.
Sound like Clark.
This is Chef Boyardee Days. Like has a few Michelin star restaurants. I've seen this guy on television.
True.
That's right. I don't think I should go vegan. I don't see anything wrong.
Okay.
This guy's
What do you
voice
think about
sounds
that,
so
Julian?
fucking familiar.
I mean, if it's Clark, I have him blocked on other accounts, so I just have no interest in talking to him if it's Clark.
Yeah, it's just not Clark, by the way.
Right.
It's not
It sounds like Clark.
Well, what's your response to name the trait?
There isn't a difference.
Okay,
this
then
Clark. This is Clark.
then it is. Then it has to be wrong because you can just do the trait equalization process, and you would retain moral.
Why would it have to be
being would
wrong?
retain moral value across the entire process.
Why would it have to be wrong? Go ahead.
Because you said there's no difference. There's no.
That's what's in contention. Why does there have to be a difference?
Because if something has moral value in the first, let's say there's like 100 worlds, possible worlds, and something has moral value in the first world, and there's no distinction across all possible worlds where it loses moral value, that caused it to lose moral value, then it would just retain moral value across all possible worlds till you get to the last one, which is like a pig or a cow or whatever.
Why would I grant that?
Okay, he's just this is annoying.
No, I just don't grant moral supervenience. You're just a slow tier, low tier, low tier, low tier, low tier, low tier, slow
can you
boy.
spell
Julian.
the word?
That's
Okay,
like
what is?
my moderator.
Yeah, just muzzle yourself, slide
I
character.
have a question so far. What's 12 times 13?
6,000.
Okay,
Wow, what a low tier.
interesting.
Yeah, that's my answer. But yeah, I don't accept moral supervenience. So why would I
No,
grant
that
that?
wasn't the question. We didn't ask you that.
Was I talking to you?
No, I was just saying that wasn't the answer.
No, exactly. Just muzzle yourself like a good little boy. Good boy.
God, I hate
I like that,
destructivity, bro.
Julian. I love that, Julian.
This is so-
Yeah, I'm sorry. Does anyone here accept moral supervenience? Mr. Black Pill or whatever your name is? Do you know what moral supervenience is?
I know what supervenience is. I know what morals are. I can kind of put them together, but why don't you go
Yeah,
ahead?
so do you have an argument in favor of moral supervenience?
Well, go ahead and tell me what that is.
Yeah, particularly local supervenience, where a change in the normative facts, if and only if, a change in the non-normative facts.
Well, I don't know. I'm trying. Is
Well,
that
I mean,
required?
that's probably not what I would think the view was. I thought the view was, at least it supervenes on the physical facts we have here. So there, like, if there's not a change in any physical property, then there's not
That is
going
what
to
is
be
meant by
changes in moral
non-normative,
property.
by the way.
Non-normative? There's
Right.
non-physical things that are certainly non-normative.
There are physical things that are normative.
There are non-physical things that we would consider non-normative.
I mean, I'm saying those physical things will be encompassed under non-normative.
Yeah.
Non-physical
Review's
things can
broader
also be
than that.
encompassed on that as well.
Yeah,
I bet you
that's
didn't know
just,
that.
it's pretty much an obvious principle. Like, there's no difference in the physical traits, and certainly there's no difference in the moral value they have.
Yeah, I
It's
just
obvious.
don't accept moral supervenience.
Why don't you accept it?
It just doesn't seem true. Do you have an argument?
No, the argument is that it's just obvious. I mean, I can give you.
It's not obvious to me.
I can give in any two cases where we point out a moral difference in two things, there seems to be a physical difference. So we have huge inductive support to think this principle is true.
No, it seems to be that there are just simply reasons that count in favor of giving this entity or assigning this entity moral value. Not necessarily this entity has particular traits. And reasons are not traits themselves, nor are they differences.
How does that respond to anything I've said?
Well, it responds to what you said because typically these differences are understood as traits, but reasons are not traits. And it seems that when we reason about these things, what has moral value, what has moral status, what goes. Sorry, why are you interrupting me?
Because you're just not responding to what I've said. I gave an inductive case.
Yeah, just go ahead and recite to me what I just said.
You're saying that looking at these traits, they're not traits, but it's reasons, and it just has nothing to do with what I said.
It has to do with what you said, actually. Because I'm also giving a counter-inductive argument. So you would know that if you were paying attention instead of listening to respond.
Okay, your
Anyways.
counter-inductive argument is what?
Yeah, the counter-inductive argument is that it seems to be the case when we reason about why these things have moral value, is that we're appealing to reasons and not necessarily the traits themselves. The traits just simply act as reasons counting in favor of them having moral value, not necessarily the traits
would that
themselves
inductive
instantiating
case-
moral value.
How would that inductive case cut against Julian's inductive case?
Well, because it would cut in the sense that he's appealing to that the moral value is going to be instantiated by the traits themselves.
That's
I'm
not
saying
an
no.
entailment. That's not an entailment of the inductive case I gave.
Well, if it's not, then you're not defending supervenience.
Well,
Which is
it
what I
would
asked you to do, by the way.
look if in every case we examine, there's a change in moral status corresponds to a change in the physical traits. That provides evidence for the principle that every change in moral status is due to a change in its physical status.
No, it does not, because I just told you how I just gave you a counter-inductive argument,
But the
which is that
counter-inductive
these
argument
traits,
doesn't
these
undercut the
traits are
argument I
simply
gave.
these traits just add in. They're just going to be add in or baked into the reasons that count in favor of these entities having moral value. And reasons themselves are not traits, nor are they the
This
things that
the
instantiate
story
moral
about
value.
reasons doesn't evidentially screen off what Julian's appealing to, so it's not a counterinductive case to his
Well, it does,
induction.
because these reasons are not traits. He's appealing to that these
I'm gonna kill
differences
myself, bro.
that Julian's appealing to. They're traits, right? There's something it's something that's true of the entity. Reasons are not true of entities.
It's like reasoning with a cow.
Reasons can be look. It can be the case that reasons are what do the explanatory work. I don't care. I mean, reasons about traits could do the explanatory work. It's still not going to cut the inductive case I gave. I just don't.
But yes, it
understand that.
does. I just explained how it does multiple
You didn't
times.
explain how it does.
Yeah,
just
because you were not
repeated what
tracking.
you said before.
You don't even remember what I said before.
You know, you're saying, "Oh, he's just appealing to traits," but it's really reasons. The explanatory story is irrelevant.
Well, the explanatory story isn't irrelevant if that's what's doing the predictive power in these entities having moral value, not necessarily the traits themselves.
We're talking about a metaphysical principle here.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Because it's not about exactly what the explanatory power of a certain theory we're holding now is, or how good it is in our epistemology. This is like it's a metaphysical claim about what's happening. So I don't care exactly what the explanatory story is, or what you think is doing the work there. There's still independent support for the conclusion that I gave. Inductive support against my conclusion would be something like, you have a bunch of cases. You can point out certain cases in which there's a change in moral status without there being a change in physical status. Well, that would just like falsify the principle. So can you give such a case?
What is it you're looking for?
Oh, I'm asking you for a case where there's a change in moral status without there being a change in physical status.
You can say something like, and just imagine a case where I gave you a ring. I gave you two identical rings on your birthday. Now you're going to say something like, you're going to project some moral value and say, well, these rings ought to be protected from like thieves or something. So now let's just say, like, since you're so clumsy, you lose the rings. Then you come back and as me being as generous as I am, I decide to give you give you rings that are exactly identical as the ones that I gave you. Now, it seems that, you would probably say something like, well, the rings are not the same. Well, how could that be since they're identical in every physical way? Well, it seems that the kind of value that you placed upon these things, the value that you placed upon these things, they have some sort of further fact that's not going to be contained in that of the thing itself. It's going to be influenced by the fact that I gave it to you on your birthday.
Yeah, this is incorrect. The rings have a different causal history to them. They're in different spatial locations. Those are physical difference. The reasons I care about one ring and not the other has to do with the causal history about how I got it.
No, because I was talking about local supervenience. Local supervenience has to deal with the thing in itself, the traits of the thing in itself. What you're talking about is global supervenience, which is that a change in the world would mean that there's a change in the normative facts.
Yeah,
I agree with you, the causal history is different, but that has nothing to do with the thing itself.
Is spatial location not a physical fact about the thing?
No.
No. What's an
No.
inherent trait? What's an inherent trait, an intrinsic trait to something?
Like a coin, maybe that it's metal,
That's an
made of
example.
metal.
But what separates those sort of traits and external traits? I mean, I don't think there's a
Well,
line you can draw there, but
you don't think there's a distinction between external and inherent traits? Like, for
I
example, you don't think relational facts are external traits?
well, I think almost all all things are certain relational things.
Oh, that's just. Oh, yeah, you're one of those people.
I don't really buy into that distinction. But like in the case, even if I rejected that, I think the causal history can be a trait that's internal to something.
That I don't know. That just seems weird. That I wouldn't even say something like that because then it means that like it seems that you're committing yourself to some sort of essentialism.
Essentialism about what?
Their causal history.
No.
Because I think like if you're saying it's innate something true of this entity, well, I don't think that's the case because I think it could have been otherwise.
Yeah, well, things that have modal properties, right? Things that have properties in other possible worlds. But still, nonetheless, a thing that contributes to the properties in this world could be the causal history. It's not committing to any form of essentialism.
I'm sorry, what did you say? You were kind of like.
It's not committing to any form of essentialism. It's just saying that the properties it has in this world are defined in some way by its causal history. The properties it has in another world can have different properties in a different possible world. I'm not saying that these properties are essential to being that thing, but neither is, for example, the ring being a metal. It probably could have been a different kind of metal, for example. If it's bronze, it could have been a steel ring instead in another possible world.
Oh yeah, okay, so that's fine, but I don't think, causal history is something that's internal. I think that's more relational to that of its origin. The thing it has some sort of relation to that of its origin.
So it's fine, and actually, it's fine here. Like we don't have to accept or reject local supervenience as long as you're fine adding relational properties. In fact, some arguments, species overlap arguments, also called marginal case arguments, will use relational properties. So it's fine to add relational properties to ground distinctions in moral status. So we're asking you not for any inherent property, they can also be relational properties too.
Yeah, another thing is I don't grant global supervenience either.
Okay, then what was the whole point then saying that the rings are not the rings only have local supervenience and other global supervenience if it doesn't matter which one you're picking. Now I still
No, asked you because remember I wanted you to defend local supervenience, not global supervenience.
It doesn't matter for the sake of this conversation.
Now it doesn't matter.
Well, okay, give me.
I'm talking about before, which is what I
don't understand why it mattered before either. We're arguing about the same proposition as before.
No, we're not.
So we're not arguing whether you should go vegan or not?
I mean, I didn't think we were arguing about that. I thought we were arguing about moral supervenience. That's what the contention was. And there isn't. You haven't presented an argument. You haven't presented as an argument as to why I should go vegan.
No. You asked for an argument why you would need a change in a trait for there to be change in moral status. I asked you, give me an example where there isn't one, and you gave me one that can be maybe easily explained by certain relational things. So can you give me a counterexample to global supervenience?
Sure. It seems that there isn't a contradiction in positing two worlds where they're relevantly identical, but in world A, stealing is wrong, in world B, stealing is not wrong.
Does anyone buy that?
I mean, unless you can tell me what the contradiction is, but it doesn't seem that it is it's contradictory.
A contradiction in terms of what?
In what I just said. two worlds being
Like,
relative.
what kind of contradiction are you looking for?
It doesn't really matter.
Metaphysical contradiction, physical contradiction.
I mean, if we're talking about, if we're talking about metaphysics, then maybe a metaphysical contradiction, but it doesn't seem that there is one.
Yeah, I tend to think that whether or not torturing babies for fun, for example, what's morally right and morally wrong, doesn't depend on what world you're in. I think all metaphysical worlds are guided by the same forms of moral principles. And in this case, if there's no change in physical facts, you have another physical world. Stealing is still wrong in that world, if it's the same as this world. Like there's not a world that's exactly like this world where stealing's wrong. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, but it being ridiculous is not what I'm. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the contradiction. Like maybe it is ridiculous, but that's not saying that it's false.
Okay, the form of contradiction is that the moral laws don't change between different possible worlds. So this is a possible world you're describing. In fact, it's the same as our world. So certainly in this world, stealing is wrong because stealing is wrong in our world.
Wait. What's the argument for that?
There's one thing I'm not understanding, which is how this example would move the dispute further along. It just seems like if you think there's no metaphysical contradiction there, that's just to state that global supervenience is false.
Not necessarily. It just seems unlikely.
Yeah, that's a good point, Amder. This like example is just exactly begging the question, I think. Like,
why would it be begging the question?
Because this is just kind of bakes in that that global supervenience is a reasonable thing, which is exactly what's under question.
Why would it bake in that global supervenience is unreasonable? I mean, you're just stating that. I mean, also presumably by calling it out that it is begging the question, it would also assume that my example would be unreasonable, which is what I'm looking for. Why it is that way?
Okay.
Well, the idea is saying that two worlds that are relevantly similar, stealing is wrong in one and not wrong in the other, is not metaphysically contradictory. Is just to say that for that to be true, that depends on global supervenience being false.
No, wait. I'm just saying it seems to be the case. Something like that is conceivable, or at least it's possible. Now, it could be the case that it's false, or that there's a contradiction entailed. But if there's not, like nothing about that assumes global supervenience is false.
But usually when you give like some evidence point to someone in favor of a view, you're giving something that you both buy into.
But whether he buys into it or not, I mean...
Otherwise, how does it move the conversation forward?
I mean, wait, whether or not you buy into the evidence is irrelevant. What does that have to do with the evidence in question?
Whether the premises that support your conclusion is relevant to making your argument convincing.
But I don't listen. I'm indifferent as whether or not you're convinced or not. Like if the reasons count in favor of my hypothesis over that of yours, then that's all that matters. Whether you're convinced of it or not, that's just irrelevant.
By counting in favor, what do you mean?
Well, wait. The point that I'm making is look at Julian's inductive case. The evidence points that Julian's pointing to in his inductive case, or points of evidence that you agree with. You agree that those are true, that there's these cases where there's a change in physical facts and also a change in moral facts. But the case you're pointing to isn't one that Julian agrees with. That's the only point that I'm making.
Obviously Julian wouldn't agree with the kind of case I'm making. But I'm asking him why.
Your case won't be convincing to Julian, but his case could be convincing to you.
But I'm asking him why it's not convincing. And he only said that, well, he gave two responses, one of which assumes the other, which is that it begs the question, and that it's unreasonable. But I asked him to explain how it does beg the question.
Well, it begs the question in the sense that you kind of have that global supervenience is false, literally baked into the example, right? Like you're saying that there's two things that are exactly alike, but one of them is different, without offering an argument as to why stealing would be wrong and correct in the other world. That's what you need an argument. You need an argument that stealing is wrong Well, you can assume stealing's wrong in this world, but you need an argument that stealing is morally correct in the other world. That's what needs to be supported.
Right, that's fine, but that doesn't assume global supervenience is false. At most, it assumes that it's unlikely.
Wait, what?
What did I do? What about that?
Wait, if this piece of evidence is true, then it falsifies global supervenience, correct?
It makes it unlikely. I'm not really sure if
it falsifies it.
Why would it falsify it?
Because they're like in every single respect, but there's a difference in what's morally permissible, not morally permissible.
It wouldn't falsify it because there are other formulations of global supervenience.
Well, it falsifies the hypothesis that I said we're dealing with right now, which is that
that's fine. But I'm talking about global supervenience as a whole.
Yeah,
and I'm just saying it would just make it unlikely. The hypothesis that I gave you, it would falsify it.
Okay, yeah, but that's the hypothesis that we're talking about. And that's the one I'm saying you're begging the question against. And you would need an argument. What would be convincing is if we gave me an argument that stealing is in fact morally correct or morally permissible in a world that is exactly like ours in every physical respect.
It just seems to be the case.
Humor has inputted unreputable damage in the philosophy community.
Glory to humor, by the way.
Wait, no, he's eating.
It just seems to be okay. Right.
I'm sorry. Do you have any contentions to the seemings?
I don't think humor would approve of that use of seemings.
I know. I'm trolling.
It just seems to be the case. I mean,
it's extremely controversial metaphysical principle. It just seems to be true to.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
No, this is like a theist going. It seems to be the case. The God exists.
And they ate. And who set that system up?
I have a question. Wait, Chef, how long have you been doing philosophy for? I'm interested.
2 weeks.
Okay.
And my positions, I have adopt relaxed realism. I have adopt phenomenal conservatism, although I might leave it because the reflective awareness objection seems to be quite a problem. I'm a hinge epistemologist. What else? I mean,
all this in 2 weeks, by the way.
I'm also a weak particularist because I do think there are general principles, but on the pure normative level, but on the mixed normative level, I do think moral principles are holistic and context sensitive. But yeah, I learned all of this in 2 weeks,
Okay, maybe 3 weeks, but
No, 2 weeks. Absolutely 2 weeks. Oh yes, I'm also a panentheist. I also defend the fine-tuning argument for discoverability. I'm also an objective Bayesian epistemologist.
Objective Bayesian, okay.
Well, a relaxed objective
Relaxed,
Bayesian.
okay.
What's Bayes' theorem? Say it right now.
Yeah, that's a good question. What is Bayes?
E equals MC squared.
Right. Yeah.
Do you think if he wasn't trolling, he'd say Bayes' theorem correctly?
I don't think so.
I wonder who trolls more, this guy or Julian?
I can be serious. Like I was.
This is true.
I don't know. I like this guy though.
Tell Julian to defend animalism right now. He wouldn't do it. Exactly. He's a coward.
I probably wouldn't because it's just irrelevant to the debate.
No, it's not irrelevant because I don't think the animal's personal identity persists. So I think once we torture them, they're not the same animal as before. And therefore, we're not doing anything wrong because there's going to be a separation in that of its persistence conditions.
Yeah, I don't think that's well.
Yeah. So
I
you
think
can
even if
provide
there
an
is-
argument to that, or are you just going to say no?
I don't
he's
see
stun
why
locked
you
right
would
now.
do-
Notice this.
Okay,
He's
never
shivering right now.
mind.
He's shivering. His room is cold. He needs to turn up the heat.
Julian, is your room cold?
I mean, it's kind of chilly.
Yeah, I
I think
knew.
he's right.
Amazing precog, by the way.
If the implication is that he's shivering because he's scared to debate you, then doesn't saying that his room is cold evidentially screen off that is the reason?
Evidentially, you mean what there?
Don't think too much about it, Ender.
I'm just wondering, like, wouldn't it be better to just say you're shivering, because you don't know how to respond or something?
Why are you stealing my rhetoric, bro? Don't do that.
Anyways, can we just, is this over?
Yeah, this is over. Like, in conclusion, Israel is not is the most
What?
moral army in the world.
Wait. I do have to ask, like, do you support them? Or like,
Do
Yeah,
I
Joe
support our right to exist?
wait, I didn't know you were a part of, huh? Wait, ethnically or just like,
I'm 75% black and 25% Jewish.
oh. So you're like a Drake situation. But you're
Drake.
just,
No, but
but
isn't
you're just
Drake
like
half?
not light skinned.
Yeah, but Drake is half. I'm like 25%. So
His 25% is maternal, so he's 100% Jewish.
Oh yeah. I mean,
and by the way, your credit score is going down after this debate. Just saying.
you think you can? Yeah, right. You think you
Oh
can
my
find
god,
it?
Julian, look at the comments.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine from what? To where? From who? I agree. Free Palestine from Hamas. From Hamas. From Hamas.
Oh my god, POV, you mentioned that you're Jewish.
Dooley, I'm sorry for your car crash from tomorrow.
From y'all.
Dooley, I'm sorry about the car crash tomorrow.
Oh my god. Whew.
Rebecca, help us.
Oh, that's.
I need another one.
Oh my god. Whew.
Netanyahu, listen, he's coming.
Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv.
Wait, dear, I think you should talk to this person, not Taco Bell, in the comments.
I don't want to talk to anybody.
I didn't ask. Wait.
And
Dude, you guys handled that well. Was that kind of similar to like Jack's view? Just some like irreducible normative fact?
It did sound similar to Jack's view.
Oh. So Jack,
for what it's worth, I thought Julian's inductive case was pretty good.
Well, to be fair, I don't think well, Jack is, from what I understand, still saying that there is a trait, right? It's just some like, or maybe not.
are you thinking of Detroit's response? Because I think that's like his, where he argues that there is a trait we just can't really name.
No.
Or no, there's a class of like he thinks there's a bunch of like kind of trivial traits that you can't really say what they are. Imagine you said this about black people. Like, why do you think black people don't swim around? And you're like, oh, there's a bunch of trivial.
Well, I just wonder if there is, if you're unable to name a trait, unless you have some other argument. Like in this case, if this is your argument, shouldn't you take the side of caution if you can't pinpoint the trait?
Unless
I think that's
unless you're like you're very certain that there's a trait, but you're not sure what it is. But then it's a little bit weird to say I'm like 95% sure animals don't have moral consideration, but I'm like not sure why. That seems a little bit weird.
Not Taco Bell. You should join.
No, it's like imagine if you're in the slavery times and like someone gave an argument like black people have the irreducible normative trait that it's not breaking down to physical what it is, but
we should get Jacob Smith up here. I think.
I just think like they use these responses in animal ethics, but they wouldn't use it in any other normative context.
Yeah. I don't know. We should ask Jack the trait about minors.
I don't. Jack is just running a bunch of.
There is no trait there in that case.
I like how Jacob Smith made the same joke immediately after I said that. Oh, what's up? Not Taco Bell. Not a Taco Bell.
Hello.
Yeah, what do you mean veganism doesn't work for you culturally?
So veganism doesn't work for me because I am native and a large
Land acknowledgement time.
Huh?
This is land acknowledgement time.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Said it's time to do a land acknowledgement because you said you was native, and we want to say sorry for stealing your land and stuff.
Yeah. But anyway, so I would say that meat, fur, etc., is a large part of my culture, specifically with regalia, with certain ceremony, stuff of that nature, right? And while I can acknowledge that animals are beings, I feel it's a little different than relying on over-processed, overproduced
I totally
foods.
get this because in my culture, slaves are also a big part of what we do. And when people say you can't own slaves, I'm always saying like it's a huge part of my culture. Like you can't take those away from us.
I mean, I wouldn't consider. Sorry, I got a call. I wouldn't compare what I am referring to chattel slavery. I am against chattel slavery.
Whoa, are you
I
against
don't think
Jamber's
that's
culture?
correct in
Why
any
are you against
context.
my culture?
I mean, I wouldn't say that your culture is chattel slavery.
It
I feel
is
like
though. It's a
that.
huge part of our tradition. We've been doing it for thousands of years. Like it helps us bond with community.
Are you white? What is happening? Are you black? Like, what is happening?
He's part of an ancient African tribe.
Me when Julian literally has his profile picture.
I'm part of I'm part of the Ibu tribe, and I don't know why you guys are laughing.
Oh no, I just
Oh,
saw something funny on my
I thought that was
computer.
the person.
That's actually Julian's ethnic background.
Yeah, it is. And
I'm Yoruba, but Julian's Igbo, so you know.
But anyways, but the trolling aside, the question is why does something being part of your culture mean that it's not immoral? Like, why would anybody believe that? Clearly, people can have cultural practices that are immoral.
I wouldn't say that our cultural practices are immoral, right? We had an extremely, just because we ate meat and we use animal fur and hide as part of our regalia doesn't mean we are torturing animals. I think that's far-fetched.
The point is that you can't infer from the fact that it's part of your culture that therefore that means it's not immoral. You have to have more than just it's part of your culture.
I guess I'm confusing to understand the immorality aspect.
Suppose there was some tribe there actually are some tribes in Papua New Guinea where part of their culture is that they'll go to war with other tribes and then they'll cannibalize the prisoners of war. Like that's part of their culture and part of their tradition, but it doesn't follow from that it's moral for them to do that.
I personally, as somebody that is not a person from Papua New Guinea, I wouldn't be spreading information like that because I feel like you are kind of villainizing an entire tribe of people and it's veering into anti-blackness, and I'm not.
I lived in Papua New Guinea. You can look all this up for yourself.
Okay, so you living in Papua New Guinea does not mean you belong to one of the tribes just because you live in an area with
I never claimed that I
tribes on
belonged to
it.
one of those tribes.
Right, but
I'm
just because
saying
you
these
live
tribes
near,
exist.
just because you
Now,
live near a tribe
what
doesn't
we're
mean you
not interested in
understand the
doing is
cultural
this
practices that they have.
Sorry. What we're not doing is we're not going to virtue signal about, oh, it's anti-indigenous people to say that a tribe is doing something immoral if you haven't lived there and been part of their culture. The point that I'm making is that there are tribes that do this. You can look this up and see for yourself. And it doesn't follow from the fact that they do it as part of their culture that it's immoral. Yes or no?
Again, I will not speak on other tribes' traditions. I don't know why they do that. I don't know how they do that. I do not understand
in Germany.
Huh?
Well, you speak the creators from Germany. Her tribe was doing some interesting things during World War II. So, would you condemn what her culture was doing during World War II?
If you're talking about what that German man did in Germany, that has nothing to do with tribes. Again, I'm not talking
I'm
about.
just saying her culture.
Huh?
If the Holocaust happened, right, in her culture, it certainly wouldn't be a good thing.
Are you comparing what happened in Germany to indigenous people's use of animals, like I'm failing to see the correlation
Well,
here.
that's not the that's not the comparison happening. The comparison happening is you're saying this practice is part of their culture, right? But that certainly just doesn't mean it's ethical at all. Like, I just don't know why you're mentioning that it's part of their culture. What is it doing there?
I said it's part of my culture.
Yeah, it's part of your culture, but that does not mean it's ethical at all.
According to who?
Everybody here, and you yourself, because clearly it's part of German culture to end the lives of Jews. It certainly means it's not a good thing. And even Anne, who's part of that culture, can agree.
Stop saying that.
So you wouldn't agree, Anne?
I don't even know why we're comparing this to what happened in Germany.
I'm very curious. Well, the point here is to point out that something being part of a culture does not mean that that culture, that particular thing is just automatically a morally permissible thing to do, right? Like, do you think like FGM is morally condemnable?
FGM?
Female genital mutilation.
No.
You don't think that's morally condemnable?
No, I am against that. I'm against any of that.
So it's morally wrong to do despite it being something that's part of someone's culture.
Right, but again,
why are you speaking on other cultures? Why are you speaking about
what
it?
I'm
Why are you
saying
spreading
is
information
even if
about
it's
that
morally
culture?
wrong for me, I'm not going to police how other people in their cultural practices, especially like
But we're not talking about policing or anything right now. We're talking about pointing out that something is morally wrong, right?
I don't believe our use of animals is morally wrong.
Okay, and what's the reason?
The reason is that we have a lot of respect for our animals, right? When we would use
And
animals
when
for
Julian cannibalized his grandma, he had a lot of respect for her, even though it was unconsensual. He used every part of his grandma when he was eating her.
And my slave too. So
Stop saying that. Oh my god.
I don't know. I don't even know what your notion of respect is. If you think you respect animals and then you underline.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that's mostly just privilege and not understanding native cultures, and that's fine.
Do you want to respond to the things we've said? I don't care. If you're gonna sit and do
me
the
personally,
just-
I
hold
wouldn't
on.
compare any of this to Canada.
Hold on. I don't quite care to do this thing where you're like, well, that's just privilege. There's plenty of people who are the poorest of poor or don't have access to a lot of resources who are vegan and don't eat animals because they're against oppression.
I'm on Section 8 and I don't eat meat.
I'm just not interested in this whole virtue signaling, well, that's a privileged take. Respond to the take. That's not a response.
Well, but you're comparing what Native people do to eating human beings, and I think that is a ridiculous equivalency.
Well, I'm asking you, what is the morally relevant difference such that it would make it okay for anyone, not just indigenous people, to eat a human being and to unconsensually kill that human being versus unconsensually killing and eating an animal?
It's
it
a
wouldn't be
false
respectful to just eat all
equivalency.
of the person.
That's my fundamental issue. Is it's a false equivalency.
It's not an
Humans have
equivalency.
existed.
It's not an equivalency.
Then why is it being brought up?
Imagine if I compared the sun and a lemon and I said both the sun and a lemon are yellow. Would your response to me be, well, the sun doesn't taste sour? Okay, no shit. We're not comparing every single aspect of these things. We're comparing the one particular thing, which is that it's wrong to kill both of them for taste pleasure.
It's not for us. It was for survival. And
You're not surviving.
ties
I promise,
into-
I guarantee you right now, you are not in some tribe where you require meat to eat and you can't either grow crops or purchase them from the grocery store. You probably buy meat right now from the grocery store. Like I'm
with
sick of people doing this because you're just
and
weaponizing.
gatherers
This is
and-
actually the unfortunate part is you are doing something pretty disgusting where you're like weaponizing people who actually need this sort of thing and then going, well, me and I needed that and we lived off of it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And you
My
don't
people
today.
did live off of it, though.
You don't.
That's the
You
thing.
don't today. We're talking about you. You don't today. You're doing something where you're perpetuating oppression because of something that people 50, 60, 70 years ago had to do, or people in extremely remote rural areas have to do sometimes. That's like, it's actually really disgusting. I find it disgusting and abhorrent.
And that's totally fine. You can find it
Guys,
disgusting all you want.
my grandma had to unalive someone in Germany to survive, guys, that means that it's okay if I just go on and unalive my neighbors. Like, are you serious?
No one is
For real?
justifying what happened in Germany, so I don't
Oh my
understand why you
God.
keep bringing up Germany. Yeah.
Yeah.
They did
Like,
nothing wrong, period.
Julian. Girl.
and also, like, implying that Native people don't buy
Do you or do you
from.
not today go to the grocery store? I just want to know that.
Oh yeah, I do. To get like
And you buy
produce
meat
and
from the
stuff.
grocery
Yeah.
store.
I mean, I mainly get salmon from the people I know on the res.
Okay, so you do or you don't go to the grocery store and buy meat?
I buy chicken sometimes.
Okay, so you're doing that unnecessarily. You're not your ancestors. You're not someone who's out in the middle of nowhere who doesn't have access to vegetables. Like I don't know why you're bringing this up in the first place.
I mean, you're the one that wanted me up here.
Because you were saying something
holding.
stupid in the comments.
I mean, you could think it's stupid all you want, but at the end of the day, like, I will not be vegan. I think it's a privilege take, and I think
What about
it
it
is
is I don't
anti-indigenous
care.
AF.
I actually don't quite care. What privilege enables someone to be vegan and to condemn oppression versus not do so? Is it too privileged for you to condemn oppression?
Did I say I don't condemn oppression? That's what my
Well, you're not
entire
condemning the
platform
oppression
is
of
based on.
animals. You're not condemning the oppression of
I
animals.
just don't think YT people should be telling Native people how to live.
Girl, womp womp. I don't like.
Hey, Julian, can you tell her how to live?
I don't care. Who are you? Who are you as a Native person to tell the people who are doing FGM that they're doing something wrong? You're not the African tribe doing FGM. Who are you?
Well, I don't really tell them
Disrespectful.
that.
Wait,
I
no.
can
I just
personally
want an
disagree
answer.
with
How
something
are
and
you
not
allowed
tell
to do
them how
that?
to live their
How
life.
are you allowed
so.
to do that? No, but you
I
would tell them
didn't.
that that's
I
abhorrent.
said personally I'm against it. That
No,
I'm
if-
not going to tell them what
if
to
this
do. I'm not
person-
going to advocate for legislation. That is their
This
people.
person would not legislate against cannibalism. They would not legislate against FGM. As long as it's part of your culture, it's fine. You can go ahead and do it.
No, I'm
What
just
about like
saying
conversion
that
It's part
therapy?
of, it's actually part of my culture to kick morally disgusting people off of TikTok panels. So we're just gonna move to.
I just want to know, like, what about like Christian cultures where they do like unconsensual conversion therapy? That's not your business to legislate.
That's our culture. Like, leave us alone, whitey girl. So.
Also, Anna's Middle Eastern. She's actually Iranian. So it's not like it's really not white tea people telling Native people how to live their life.
No,
She's
TikTok thinks
actually-
I'm Jewish, so
Well, we can tell, but
we can tell. I like this person's username for the animals. It's easy based.
in the wise words of that vegan teacher, if you don't like oppression, why the fuck aren't you vegan?
Hey, welcome, Dark. What's your name? Night. How's it going?
I like that line. It was pretty good. Like, what, it's too privileged of a take for you to condemn oppression.
No, I can't snap my fingers because I'm not on camera, but
Yeah, what about Julian? Julian, you're so privileged, man.
I
Hey,
live
Dark
in
Knight,
Section
hello.
8. My parents make under...
But the Julian actually is privileged.
I know.
How am I privileged? I am on Section housing.
Well, the problem is Julian's privileged and they're not even vegan. That's the
You're
real
privileged.
issue.
You're privileged because you're a nepo baby.
Okay, next
Yeah,
person.
but I use my privilege for good. Like, I don't eat meat anymore, and I spread the message with everyone.
Per.
You let Dooley up.
And
I've been accepting people's requests. I don't see Dooley in the requests.
we should... Can we... He runs, PETA. No, Julie's just gonna troll. Like, we really
I don't know. Oh, is this like a real person?
People up, and they're not actually joining them.
I know. I keep
I got
accepting
one.
people's requests. Okay.
What's going on?
What's up, Jay?
Hello, J Trades 11. Shalom.
Shalom.
Mashallah.
We don't let jihadists on our lives.
Stop.
What do you want to say, Jay?
Tell me why I should be vegan.
Do you want to talk to this guy? I'm trying to draw.
Okay, so she's running. Anybody else?
Yes, it's so true.
Anne's running.
I don't do any running, by the way.
Okay.
When
I
the-
think eating deer, meat, perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Animals eat each other. We're
Are
just
you an
slightly
animal?
smarter animals. We are animals, yes. We're just
You're,
hyper
I mean, I think
intelligent
typically
animals.
I think it's so dishonest when people go, yeah, we are animals. Obviously, when people say animals, they're referring to non-human animals. Like, those terms are
We're
used
mammals.
interchangeably.
Are we not mammals?
Did you hear what I said?
No, we're not. We're
We're
not
part of the animal
animals.
kingdom.
We were made by God in God's image. We're not animals.
Well, some of us were.
Well, God also gave us dominion over animals, so
Not the God. The God that I prayed to commanded us to save the animals and not to eat them.
I'm also curious,
God
this
is that?
notion of dominion, like what notion of dominion does God give you over other things that allows you to like slaughter them and eat them and torture them?
I give you dominion over the fowl of the earth and creatures of the sea.
Do you think that's an answer to my question?
That's what God says. You have a
Can you
problem with God saying
answer
that?
my question? Do you
You
know
want me
what
to
the
define what
question was?
dominion means?
Yes, can you answer my question? I can repeat the question if you need.
Yeah, you're going to repeat it. Maybe I missed something.
What form of dominion did God give you over other things that allows you to like slaughter them and eat them, knowing that they like feel pain, desire to live, have valuable experiences? Like, is there anything else?
If he wanted us not to do that, he either made it a sin, but it's not a sin.
If I mean, I don't think in the scriptures it says anything explicitly about like you can't like rape people, but I think that's probably a sin. If I had to guess.
It says if a woman is crying out and while a man is taking her, murder the man, but let the woman go.
Oh, where did mom go? No.
It doesn't say anywhere in the Bible that
It doesn't say the word or
tentacle porn.
It doesn't say the word. No.
Sounding.
But it would describe.
It doesn't say that I can't go into it
It
anywhere in the
would
Bible, but you still think it's a sin, right?
You would describe it. To answer her question, grape is described in the Bible. It's just not explicitly stated as the word grape in general.
What about my example?
What would you say? I didn't even.
It doesn't say anywhere in the Bible that I can't beat my meat to tentacle waifus, fucking femboys. It doesn't say anywhere in the Bible I can't do that. But you still would think it's a sin, right?
Homosexuality?
No, I didn't say anything about homosexuality. It's the girls that have the tentacles.
What did you say?
I said why tentacle waifus, fucking femboy. I can't beat my meat to that. It doesn't say anywhere in the Bible that that's a sin.
Just don't be lustful. So that's just another version of lust. What you deem lust is what you get lustful about doesn't matter.
It says don't lust after another man's wife, but these are fictional characters.
It says don't be lustful in general.
I'm curious about this
Lust is a
principle that
deadly
like
sin.
if God didn't explicitly or in some way allude to something being wrong, that means that it's okay. I mean, God hasn't said anything about like carpet bombing civilians, but like, can I just like go carpet bomb civilians?
God directly states that we have dominion over these animals.
You answered the question, but, right? Well, I also asked you earlier, what form of dominion did God give you over other things, where it'll like dominion is defined as being able to like torture and slaughter something?
Dominion just means whatever you want with them. It doesn't explicitly say.
So God doesn't think it's like morally disgusting to like rape a cow.
Well, there's other verses that clarify stuff like that, but when it says dominion, it means like eating stuff like that.
What verses?
Bestiality.
What verses?
You can't be a lustful person. Lust is you can't even have sex amongst humans without it being a marriage.
As far as I know, it only says
So
don't be
it
lustful
be okay to
towards
have sex
someone.
with
Don't
someone?
look at someone with
Yeah.
lust in your eyes. But I'm talking about fictional characters. I'm talking about someone.
Why would that change? It's still fornicating. You're still.
I'm just saying that it's not.
I forget what the word is for
explicit.
masturbation.
There's not some explicit
I forget what the
command
Hebrew
against
word.
gooning to fictional
I
characters.
forget what the word is in the Bible uses to describe the action of masturbating, but masturbating is
There's nothing in the Bible against masturbating. You hallucinated that.
fornication. You're not even allowed to have regular sex. It's just abstain
I
from
just
sex.
don't think this is a principle that you typically follow, that if the Bible doesn't allude to something being wrong, that it must not be wrong in that case. I also still haven't gotten an answer to the question about what sort of dominion would God describe as being able to like torture and kill something.
Your definition of torture and kill is basically us just eating them to survive.
No, but you don't just eat them to survive. You pay to torture them.
What, like, if we have dominion over them,
So then
in
it's
the
okay.
Bible,
Okay, so
in
God
the
is
Bible,
fine
hold on,
with you
let
if
me
you.
finish, let me finish, let me finish. There's
No,
animals
no, no.
that
I
there are
want you
animal
to respond to
sacrifices
that.
in the
You pay.
Bible.
You particularly pay to torture them.
They sacrifice animals in the Bible to God.
Womp womp. Like I didn't say anything about that.
You said we're not allowed to murder and do terrible things to animals. We
Right.
smurder
I'm
and
asking
do
you,
terrible things
does
to them.
God or does God
Not even to
not
eat them.
condone? Does God or
Just
does.
to
Okay, you'll get
finish.
muted until you can answer the question. Does God or does God not condone torturing of animals? Is that
It
included
depends
in
on the degree.
dominion?
When I say you're including that in my argument just says we're allowed to eat them.
Answer the question.
Now you could probably make the argument we could go about it in a more humane way, but
No.
you would still
I
be against
just
it.
want an
You would still
answer
be
to the
against that.
question.
You would
Okay.
still be
Can one of
against
my
that. It
mods do
wouldn't
it? How do
matter.
I do a countdown? Okay.
You would
You
still
have
be
1
against
minute to
it.
answer the question or you're getting kicked.
No. You would still be against it regardless, because if we were
Does
slaughtering them
God
nicely,
or
you would
does
still
God
be
not
you would still be against
condone the
it.
torture of animals? Can we do the
And
gas station run off of the live?
wait, and did you get that outfit at Salvation Army?
This is old. I don't know where this came from. This is from Target.
I think I said in your Discord, it's the first outfit you looked like you haven't thrifted.
I think this looks like I thrifted it.
What is the nicest way we could go about murdering animals that you would be
And
okay
you
with?
fucking okay. You have 18
There's
seconds left.
the
I'll just
answer
let
is
the
no.
timer run
The
out
answer
and
is
then you'll
no.
get kicked.
It doesn't matter. The answer is no. There's no version of this where you would be okay with it, because animals will still be getting
Okay,
eaten.
you have
You know
10
what
seconds left.
you know what
Does God
happens when
condone
this-
or not condone
I
torture?
already answered it. I said yes.
So God
Answer
does
is yes.
condone it? Okay, well,
All right, next one.
you're
I think I have really high hopes for this Peter guy.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I need a snack.
Shalom, Peter.
Hello, how you guys doing? I think we may have spoken before with Jamba.
Yeah, I know who this is. You know.
Yeah. So why do you think I should go vegan?
Oh my god. Are you going to talk to him, Julian? I thought you were.
It's
Oh,
above
you
my
guys
pay
have
grade.
history.
I'm just tired of repeating myself.
You should go vegan because it's wrong to horrifically torture animals, and if it's wrong to horrifically torture animals, then it's wrong to pay people to horrifically torture animals.
Do you think it's also wrong to refrain from paying other people if that would incentivize them to choose a vegan alternative?
Instead of asking other unrelated questions, do you disagree with either of the two premises that I stated?
Yeah, the second. Yeah, well, I think the second one. I could agree that it's wrong, but perhaps not wrong enough to incentivize me to change my behavior.
If you think it's wrong, then what that means is that you shouldn't do it.
Not necessarily, because there are going to be other considerations as well.
Why are you breathing so heavy? Sorry.
I'm laying in bed. I don't know.
So you agree that it's wrong to horrifically torture animals, and you agree that if it's wrong to do something, it's wrong to pay someone to do it. So then, do you agree with the conclusion that it's wrong to pay people to horrifically torture animals?
Yeah, I would say that it's wrong, but to an extent. So it's not going to be wrong, and I think there can be things which I can acknowledge are wrong, but not wrong enough to motivate me to change my behavior. So I think that you could acknowledge this too. So, if we're in a situation where I was at a restaurant and there were vegan options and non-vegan alternatives, presumably you'd want to say that perhaps I have some type of moral duty, or it would be morally good for me to purchase the vegan option for myself. But the idea behind that is supposed to be that, there's supposed to be some degree of causal efficacy in our decisions as individual consumers with respect to being able to perhaps undermine entire industries if enough people refrain from purchasing their products. So then the question would just be, if it's going to be the case that I should be purchasing a vegan product in that particular case, wouldn't it also be more causally efficacious to go up to other people that were in the restaurant and ask them if they were planning on purchasing a vegan option themselves? And if they weren't, then should I offer to pay for them as long as they get a vegan option?
That was a long bit. What part of that was the question? I might have missed it.
Yeah, right at the end. So if I'm in a vegan restaurant, you'd want to say that I should get a vegan option. Then my question would be, should I also have some type of moral incentive to tell other people in the restaurant who weren't planning on getting a vegan option that if you allow me to get you a vegan option, I'll pay for your food?
It might be good to do, but I'm not sure. I'm a little bit skeptical that wouldn't like freak people out and make them less likely to go with the vegan option, or like give vegans a bad rap and make people less likely to go vegan. I mean, if you controlled for that and you said it didn't, yeah, that's probably good to do.
Yeah, so let's suppose we controlled for that. But do you think that one isn't consistently living in accordance with veganism as an applied ethical system if they don't do that?
No, I don't think every moral obligation is like a vegan moral obligation. Like, you should probably donate most of your money to charity, but it's not anti-vegan to not do so.
Yeah, but then it just seems that the degree to which I should conform my personal behavior in accordance with the goal of reducing animal exploitation. I mean, the steps that I take in order to achieve that goal, it seems that we're going to just say it's an arbitrary cutoff point to ensure that, you personally never buy vegan products, but you don't also have an additional obligation to be a good vegan to make sure that other people don't buy them too.
I'm not saying that in this hypothetical world where we're assuming this doesn't turn people off to veganism. I'm agreeing. I'm saying in that world there is an obligation, but the distinction I'm drawing is between your vegan obligations, which are things that if you don't do them, you're not a vegan, and your more general moral obligations. So I agree that that's a moral obligation. So, but that doesn't do anything to say that you don't also have the moral obligation to order the vegan option.
Do you think the relevant difference between such a scenario and what actually occurs when we go out to restaurants and grocery stores is that if we offered to pay for people's food as long as they got a vegan option, that would deter them from the movement? So yeah, like you said, if we controlled for that, then we would have an obligation to do that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Presumably, I mean, that's going to be counterintuitive because, I can say things like, child poverty is wrong, but then to say that I'm required to start donating a degree of money of my personal income.
I do think you're obligated to donate a degree, like most of your money to poverty and such things. Yeah.
How can you possibly say that, Emder?
Yeah, I mean, if you hold that view, that would be more consistent. But I think that that's going to be counterintuitive for a lot of people. And the question just becomes, to what degree? And I'm not saying, give a specific number, but it seems that any cutoff point that one would want to use as the standard is going to at least be somewhat arbitrary.
So, no, I mean, I think that most people probably don't live up to what their obligations are, but I still think you should do what you can. If you can pay for someone's meal, you should. If you can order the vegan option, you should.
And do you think that if for individuals, what they can do is say, refrain from purchasing animal products for say 3 or 4 days out of the week, or say, 8 to 9 months out of the year, do you think they can consistently call themselves a vegan? Because they do have the goal of ultimately ending animal exploitation, but the extent to which they're willing to conform their personal behavior in order to achieve that is going to be less than somebody who always purchases vegan products. And for the person who always purchases vegan products, it's going to be less than somebody who always purchases vegan products for themselves and purchases vegan products for other people who weren't themselves intending on purchasing them.
But is the question whether those people can call themselves vegans? Is that the question?
Yeah. Do you think it's consistent with veganism as an applied ethical framework to say avoid purchasing animal products for like 4 days out of the week?
I think that part of what veganism as an applied ethical position is like not consuming animal products. So I would not call them vegan. I would say that they're, compared to the mean person, they're reducing animal exploitation, like compared to your average omnivore. But I just think that part of what the term vegan means is that you're not eating animal products.
So would it be the act of consumption itself that's the issue, or the act of consumption which stems from financially supporting an industry which will continue to further engage in exploitation that hasn't yet occurred?
Well, I think it's both. Like, I don't think freegans are vegans, even though they're, arguably more ethical than vegans are.
So freegans, people who'd say it's permissible to eat meat as long as you don't pay for it, or like animal products.
Yeah, like I think that they're arguably more ethical than vegans, but I wouldn't call them vegans because they consume animal products. And I think that's just part of what the term means.
Mm-hmm. Okay, do you think that there's, I guess, a non-arbitrary way of setting the standard to be somebody who doesn't consume any type of animal products whatsoever, compared to somebody who you could say tries their best or tries to some extent to minimize the degree to which they financially contribute to these industries, but they still eat, they still consume animal products, a few days a week or maybe a few months out of the year, something like that?
I'm not clear on the question.
Do you think that if somebody wants to say that I'm committed to minimizing animal exploitation, and the practical steps that I'm going to take to do so are going to be to refrain from purchasing animal products 5 days out of 7, 5 days out of the week, and then somebody else wants to say what you're actually morally required to do is not purchase them whatsoever? Do you think that there's a non-arbitrary way of positing and justifying that standard, or is it just kind of the type of thing that you kind of either have a moral intuition about it or you don't, and there's no real way to non-arbitrarily argue for that standard?
Well, I don't know what standard you're referring to. The position I laid out is that the more you can reduce animal suffering, the better you're doing. So the person who cuts it out 7 days is doing better at reducing animal exploitation. The person who cuts it out 5 days. I'm not saying something about a standard, but it's comparative. Who's reducing it more?
Is there an ideal level, like a cutoff point, as to what maybe is acceptable versus what's kind of barely getting there?
I think that there's whether or not there's an ideal level is probably going to differ from person to person. Like ideally is the most you can contribute to reducing suffering without killing yourself. But I think the minimum, like there's plausible minimums. I think that only eating animals 5 days a week is a minimum, and I think not eating animals at all is also a minimum for most people.
I guess, when it comes to different causes which, people deem to be valuable, it seems that you could always say in their personal life they could be doing even just an incremental degree more to ensure that the result that they desire is going to be obtained. So, it could be the case that for every dollar I spend on a vegan option, instead I could have sent that money to help starving kids in the global south. For example, and there are a whole bunch of distinct causes that you could give. And then I think the question just becomes, how exactly do we ensure that there's a hierarchy where we value certain ends more than others? And how do we conform our behavior to that?
That question, I think, is a little bit easier than the other ones you've been asking. I think that it's like pretty obvious that the animal holocaust is a bigger deal and that you can do more impact there with your money than almost every atrocity, just because of the amount of, you can, donate thousands of dollars and make one African child's life better, or you can donate $1,000 and save like 10,000 chickens from lives of torture and suffering. Just in terms of raw numbers, I think that's like pretty clear.
So you think 10,000, the lives of 10,000 chickens are worth more than one African child?
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%, not even close.
So how many chickens do you believe an African child is worth?
Oh, no idea.
Okay, well, I think that's definitely a counterintuitive position.
10,000?
I can't argue you out of it.
I don't think that 10,000 is counterintuitive. Like if you, and keep in mind, I didn't say like a life. I said to make him have a better life. Like he gets to go to school now. Like I would not trade him being able to go to school and having cleaner water for having 10,000 entire lives full of torture.
Okay, do you think it'd be acceptable to allow the child to die in order to save 10,000 chickens?
That one's a little bit harder, but probably yes.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think there's an argument that I could articulate to, convey to somebody that's an incorrect position or something like that. But that's definitely not the moral intuition I would have when considering such cases.
I'm curious if you do this sort of thing for I don't think that dogs are nearly the same level of intelligence or the same level of maybe even not even the same level of moral worth as like chickens or something. Like they might have different levels of moral worth. But I'm curious what if you're comparing like an animal to another animal, how do you go about managing that? Like would you say okay, I think dogs are intelligent. I think chickens are a lot less intelligent probably, or maybe a lot less even morally valuable. However, I still think 10,000, I think maybe we're forgetting. There's something like psychologically where I don't think people realize how big numbers actually are.
No, that's true. Yeah.
I don't know if you understand the scope of 10,000 chickens. That's a lot of suffering and a lot of death.
I know when it comes to big numbers, there's a lot of data in social science and psychological research to suggest that people their general intuitions are definitely way off when they're just trying to think about these big numbers from the armchair. But I still don't see any. Even if it was 1 million chickens, I don't think that they'd be worth more than a child.
Yeah, but okay.
Oh, that's an easy answer for me. The chickens are worth.
Here's the thing, how many minor headaches is a person's life worth? If you can keep on scaling up the number, you're not gonna. People's intuitions are just going to be completely messed up. I mean, there's a paper written about this. I'm not speaking. It's not an example I created, but no one knows how many headaches it would take for a person's life. But certainly there's an amount. Certainly there's so much suffering that even those minor headaches are going to have that one person's life is just worth it to lose. And I mean, chickens seem much more valuable than minor headaches. So certainly there's going to be a number of chickens, and I'm sure it's not 1 million. I'm sure.
That would be because the human would be suffering in that instant. And I think that would be the relevant difference. But you said you wanted to. What was the question that you wanted to ask about how we determine between distinct animals what's worth more? I mean, I think one key factor would be the degree to which unaliving a particular animal would affect humans that have some type of social bond with it. So that's why I think unaliving dogs generally is probably worse than unaliving chickens because of the impact that it causes to humans who have higher capacities for abstract reasoning and to be able to understand the nature of loss in the way that isn't going to be present, at least not to the same extent, in animals that don't have the same cognitive capacities.
Well, I think my overall point there was what's the criteria for distinguishing? Because I think a lot of people hold dogs or animals that are closer in relation to humans to higher moral standard. And I don't think you could ask anybody and they would say 1 million dogs is worth a human. I think the number is much, much lower than you're projecting.
Wait, so you think that it wouldn't be the case that generally people would want to sacrifice 1 million dogs to preserve a human?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, I think we have a clash of... Perhaps, I don't know if I haven't read any relevant empirical literature which tried to survey the general population on this, but I don't have that intuition personally, but it's not the type of thing that I can argue for.
Yeah, I have a strong intuition that if you asked people if it was one person versus a million dogs, they would absolutely say the dogs.
So wait, save the dogs or kill the dogs?
Save the dogs.
Oh, people will say that they would kill 10 people to save their own dog's life, that one dog.
Yeah, but I don't think when they're thinking of that, they're thinking of the inherent worth of dogs as a species. They're thinking of the interpersonal relationship that they have with their particular pet dog, which would, be a relevant, distinguishing factor between the two cases.
But people are going to have a certain view of dogs because of the relationship they have with their dogs. I mean, these things aren't disconnected.
No, that's true, but I still think it's different to say that somebody would have an incentive to save their own dog at the cost of a human life compared to saving, a random dog that they've never met at the cost of a random human life.
But the point I'm making is that because people have this certain view of dogs since they form interpersonal relationships with dogs, I expect people's answer to the dog question to be like a lot lower than even, 10,000 or 1,000 for the amount of dogs they would sacrifice to save a person's life.
I think it would be different from the scenario where we're talking about chickens. But I also think there's a relevant difference between asking people what they would sacrifice for their own personal pet, that they've developed some type of interpersonal relationship with over years, compared to a random member of that happens to be of that same species that they've never encountered.
I don't think so.
Something I'm saying is being missed here, but it's okay.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, if you wanted to speak a little bit more about the criteria, it would be things like, and there are of course going to be degrees to this, things like intelligence, the ability to conceptualize certain facts which would render emotional suffering more likely. Whereas when it comes to animals that don't really have these cognitive capacities, what we're primarily going to be concerned about is, I guess, sensual pain or like physical pain that's going to be inflicted upon them.
What if we equalized all of these traits about the person in question?
Yeah, presumably if the only difference was the label that we were giving and, a given human had all the same traits as a given dog, I don't think the fact that one has 4 legs would be morally, a morally relevant distinguishing feature, which would, render us more likely to find it morally permissible to unalive it.
I'm asking you, like, the difference between the case where you're saving one human over 1 million chickens or something, which I think is like insane, or like the kind of comparative analysis there, or like the burning building type case. Like if you're saving one or the other, and like there will be like infinite amounts of chickens or something. Like if you just equalized all of those traits to like the human, certainly you'd save the chickens in that case, right?
Yeah, clearly, but so we're just stipulating that there's going to be no distinction in levels of intelligence, levels of ability to feel emotional pain between chickens and humans in this case, right?
Yeah, sure. Like I'm just asking, like, if you equalize the traits in the case where you've got like one human with the same traits of a chicken, like let's call them chicken human, and then you have like chickens, and there's like 1,000 of the actual chickens, and then there's like a chicken human. How many, like, what's the number of actual chickens that it would take?
Yeah, sure. Just to quickly clarify, are we saying that in this example, chickens have the cognitive capacities of humans, or that this individual human has the same cognitive capacity as these chickens?
Either direction, equalizing the traits. It doesn't matter.
I think it may be. I think that there might be a relevant distinction if we say that the chickens have a degree of cognitive sophistication compared to saying that this human is cognitively disabled to that extent. So I think that essentially it just becomes comparing, saving one human versus saving 10,000 humans if they have, all the same morally relevant traits. And obviously I'd save the chickens in that case.
Okay, well, the initial case was just the case where you equalize the traits to the human, not the other way around.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely the chickens in that case, because there's more of it's like saying, would you save 10,000 humans at the cost of one human? I would feel bad about the one human being unalived, but obviously I'd have to choose the 10,000.
Well, there's humans that exist like that. So I'm curious why the number is so much lower than 1 million, which is what the number that you listed was earlier.
So you mean there are humans that exist in a way that they're cognitively deformed?
Yes. Is this controversial? I don't know if this is controversial.
No, just trying to clarify because I thought you meant that we're taking a human being and we're taking 10,000 really intelligent and emotionally.
No. I think there's too much confusion to come back from.
No, that's fine.
Mentally exhausted from explaining that.
No, that's okay.
Ricardo.
Yeah. I mean, I think in the cases of, people that have human parents yet are cognitively incapacitated to the extent where they don't really exhibit any more intelligence than the average chicken. I mean, I still have the moral intuition that we should save the human being, but perhaps that's more emotional, and I'm used to associating the
That's
human
actually
species
insane.
with a certain level of moral worth.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, dog.
Perhaps. But
Yeah.
I think that there's a morally relevant distinction between unaliving sentient organisms that don't have certain capacities and unaliving other sentient organisms that do have certain capacities, specifically the ability to rationalize your situation in a way which is going to be conducive to the potential for intense emotional pain rather than mere physical pain, because it seems that you need some degree of intelligence to experience intense emotional pain.
It seems super plausible to me, at least, that like cows, for example, like mother cows, when their calves are taken from them, experience something at least in the range of that kind of like anguish, that like more in depth,
Yeah.
Like that seems really plausible to me, or at least they experience it in a way that is similar to the way that like very young children might.
Yeah, we just have to look at the empirical data for each individual scenario before we can come to an informed conclusion. But that would be my general principle. The more if animals, whether human or non-human animals, the more that they exhibit these types of traits, such as general intelligence, emotional intelligence, the ability to engage in interpersonal relationships, then that would increase their moral worth. And the less that they exhibit these, that would seem to decrease their moral worth. If we're considering these scenarios, who we should be saving if we have an ultimatum.
Do you think the same is true of human beings, that their moral worth goes down when they can't experience like deep emotional connections or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he said. I think that was kind of really pointed to when he said, like, yeah, if the person is like cognitively the same as a chicken, the number of chickens goes down. So
Sure, yeah. Sorry, I only just got here, so maybe I've missed.
I think I was trying to get to the point of like wondering like what makes the number of chickens so high, like because presumably like I don't think that you think that being cognitively disabled, maybe to the level of a chicken, would bring your moral worth down a lot, but I don't think it brings it down by the millions. Yeah, that's what I'm a little
wasn't
concerned
the number
about.
for you like 100 for a German, 50 for a Jew?
Julian, you have to stop. No, because that girl came up here and she was like, personally, you as a YT person.
We got you. It sounds like
She's
you got
probably
got.
the funny thing is like, yes, okay, she said she was native. She's probably white though. Like
No,
she's
yeah.
probably like a white native.
Wait, they exist?
Girl.
Yeah. And I don't want to get like too bogged down into the I guess like certain historical contingencies, but I think another relevant fact in my own analysis of this would be that it seems that there have been instances in which human beings who have suffered from neurodevelopmental disorders have these disorders have had the ability to be improved over time as our medical technology gets better and better. And I think that the medical field is concerned with coming up with better and better ways of treating conditions that humans suffer from compared to animals. So perhaps the likelihood that an individual disabled child that currently has the cognitive capacities of the average chicken, I think it's at least slightly more likely that this could be improved compared to that of the chicken, and that's going to factor into my analysis as well.
Well, we can just sort of stipulate, I mean, like I said, we're equalizing the traits. So you can sort of just stipulate that in this case, it will
both
be
as
the
likely,
likelihood of improving the cognition of a chicken drastically.
Yeah, they'd both be as likely.
Yeah. I also think people underestimate how intelligent animals are because we can't communicate with them. And I think we've done this historically with other people of different proclivities. So I think like the lack of the ability to communicate, I mean, it is kind of a roadblock to understanding. But I think that we very, very vastly underestimate the amount of intelligence that animals do have, and the amount that they can experience. Like Hagelfan brought up the example of like mother cows, like when they lose their calves. I think dogs and cats like grieve each other when like you have two animals that live in the same household and one of them passes away. So I think we underestimate like how much they actually feel, generally speaking.
Yeah, that definitely could be the case. I mean, there's something I want to say, but I forgot. But perhaps I could ask this question then. So, I mean, what do you think exactly is the primary wrong-making feature of, what do you want to say, unaliving any sentient organism? Is that the idea?
Oh, to say that there's a primary feature or a primary thing that makes it wrong, I don't know if there's one single primary feature, but you can say things like depriving someone is wrong, like depriving someone in a great way like that, especially of like their life, is wrong. And I think what we do to animals by killing them is depriving them of a valuable life. And I think, yeah, the principle generally applies there.
Flow?
Girl. You said deprivation harms, so that must mean that you're running flow.
No, Isaac trying to use it with animals, but that's what it is.
But not with babies, right?
Yeah, not with babies.
Right.
So you're okay with abortion, but not.
Have you seen the videos where people are like, yeah, you can't love babies and also kill them?
Yeah, oh my god, that's so dumb.
Oh god. With this is interesting. You seem one, a little bit well versed on the philosophy, and two, more open to veganism.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can definitely sympathize with movements that have as their end goal the minimization of, the exploitation of sentient beings. I guess, I'm just more concerned with the practical implications of what that would look like for me as an individual consumer, and the degree to which I would be obliged to act in a financially responsible way to ensure that I'm not financially contributing to these industries which engage in this exploitation.
I think you're about as obligated to it as you would be something like maybe not purchasing like explicit content from a site where there's like child porn or something. Like I think you're probably closely as obligated to do that.
Say cheese pizza here.
Cheese pizza.
So do you flesh it out in terms of like deontological obligations, or do you think that it's going to be fleshed out more in terms of consequentialism? The consequences.
I have very consequentialist leanings. Like I think a lot more consequentialist leanings than a lot of people do. But I think either could work.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting because I was having a discussion with a vegan yesterday who said he was more sympathetic to my, I guess, criticisms of veganism if we took a consequentialist framework as our normative ethical framework, and he tried to see if we could get out of this with employing a deontological framework, but I think that leads to other counterintuitive conclusions. One example would be that if you were somebody who was like intensely hated and you had a whole bunch of like a legion of haters dedicated to doing the opposite of what you did just because you did it, and you had in a given instance, you had the option to choose a vegan or a non-vegan alternative, and you knew that whatever you did, thousands of people would do the opposite. If you think you have some deontological obligation to avoid engaging in any type of financial contribution to industries which produce, animal products for consumption, then in that case, presumably you would say that the right thing to do is going to be to still purchase the vegan alternative, even though that will cause thousands of people to purchase non-vegan alternatives. But that seems to be a counterintuitive conclusion, especially if the idea of the vegan movement is to undermine industries financially to the point where then they're not going to have a profit motive any longer to keep engaging in animal exploitation.
Well, sure. You can certainly say that there might be, like I said, I'm not a deontologist. I don't identify as a utilitarian, but I do have a lot of sympathies towards utilitarianism.
Disgusting.
So, I mean, just to kind of Like in that case, if you just want I don't know if maybe you're just looking for my answer to that. In that case, no, I think that you probably have an obligation then to eat meat in this sort of extreme example.
Yeah.
I think what's important though is when people are talking about like social movements, because this is like a social and a anti-oppression movement. A lot of the times what comes up is sort of efficacy in those social movements.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I think that's probably where a lot of people get confused that like, oh, if vegan must be utilitarian. So I don't know. I mean, you could take a completely utilitarian view. I don't think there's any problem with taking a sort of mixed view either. I also don't think that people, generally speaking, are sort of fully ever committed to one normative framework.
No, like they use like there's rights language used, there's consequences used, there's virtues used. I mean, I don't subscribe to any normative theory. I just use all of those concepts, and I seem to be able to.
You could do that. Yeah, you could, I guess, be some type of moral particularist and say that there aren't general overarching principles which guide our ethical actions. We just have to evaluate individual cases, case by case.
Yeah, but like this isn't even anything having to do with particularism. It's just that like there can be general ethical principles. I'm just saying like the consequences may matter, deontological considerations probably matter. I don't really think virtues are super salient, but I sometimes will just use virtue talk because it's useful in getting a point across.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess perhaps the dichotomy which I was kind of alluding to was that if one wants to approach veganism from a deontological framework, then they're going to run into seemingly counterintuitive counterexamples or like thought experiments, such as the one I mentioned before about the person who has thousands of haters that are dedicated to doing the exact opposite of whatever they do. And then alternatively, if we reject the deontological framework and we want to frame it in terms of some type of consequentialist ethic, then it seems that it's, the actions of other consumers are just going to be as causally efficacious as yours in terms of like a market economy and the degree to which they'd be propping up these industries. So then if we're going to say that there's some type of moral duty or obligation, or however we want to flesh it out, in order for you as an individual to refrain from purchasing any types of animal products, but then the vegan would also want to say that you don't have the same type of obligation to ensure that you're trying to give as much money as you can to other people to ensure they also choose vegan alternatives rather than non-vegan alternatives. I think if we use that as a standard, that becomes arbitrary. And a lot of vegans, from what I've encountered, do want to say something like that. The person I was speaking to before, it seems that he bit the bullet and said, no, you are obligated to give a large portion of your money to charities.
I agree. That was Amdir. I do agree. I actually am a pretty big fan of a lot of the effective altruist people and the utilitarians. Peter Singer's my goat. JK. Peter Singer's not a real vegan. No, I'm kidding. No, but somebody's going to clip this, and then one day when I actually talk to Singer, he's going to be mad. But so I think I agree with that. I do agree that you are obligated to give a large portion of your income to charities.
Boo-hoo.
The ones that are what did you say, boo-hoo?
I'm not giving.
Well, I have a problem with calling those lines arbitrary. Unless you mean arbitrary in some like trivial way. What do you mean by arbitrary?
So what I mean is that it doesn't seem that you could give some type of further justification in the form of like an argument. It doesn't have to, like, it could be an informal argument which would, I guess, motivate somebody or rationally compel them.
Well, the motivation is just going to be consequentialist considerations, right? About how would leave people better off who did it. I mean, I just think it's a little bit too demanding. And in the case of animal ethics, we're just asking you don't kill people. Like, don't kill other sentient beings.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think there's a difference between saying don't kill people and don't, as an individual, engage in the acts of exploitation, and then saying also don't financially contribute to organizations that do this, especially in cases where the exploitation in that given instance has already occurred in the past. So it's not going to be the case.
We're not.
I don't. Yeah, I don't like when vegans do the exploitation talk. I'd rather just talk about like, well, here's the action you're doing. Here's you paying for it. Like, you should not pay for that thing. I actually also don't believe this sort of thing about like you should never buy from a company that like sells meat, because you kind of alluded to that. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
believe in that either.
no.
Not even that. Just don't buy the actual product itself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
the
just
whole.
I think it's a pretty simple request to like not pay for someone to be like slaughtered.
Do you think it is?
Yeah, so I mean, the idea that in the what you're doing is that you're considering potential future actions that this organization is likely to take. It's not going to be the case that the individual piece of meat that's going to be served to you on the plate is something that you had any control over in that given instant. It's going to be that you don't want to financially support them so they don't do something like this again in the future if enough people are mobilized to agree with your actions.
Well, you don't want to financially support them doing that particular thing.
Yeah, in the future.
Right, but so what you're saying is like, oh, you don't want to financially enable them to do anything. Well, no, I want to not financially enable them to do that particular thing. Like you can look at like the way that restaurants decide what items stay on their menu and which items don't stay on their menu. And you can see like, okay, well, if the consumer choice is what drives which items stay on a menu and which items don't, then you have an obligation to not contribute to that item staying on the menu.
But so my point was just that I still think that there's it may not be significant, but there's still some morally relevant distinction between actually unaliving an animal yourself and then contributing to an organization which unalives animals, even if you're purchasing an unalived animal product from them in that act.
Wait, I don't know if that was that clear to you, Julian?
No, you should say it.
Yeah, perhaps I should put it like this. So, I mean, do you think that it's morally worse to unalive an animal yourself compared to purchasing an animal product from a restaurant?
Maybe marginally.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably say yes, but it's still bad either way.
It's like like imagine if you asked someone like, is it bad to murder someone, and is it also like just as bad to pay someone to murder someone? Well, it's like what I'm not sure what the question is getting at there. Like, so what if I say it's less bad to pay someone to murder someone? Then what?
Yeah. So the idea is just supposed to be that, like the Jambar said before, it's just a simple request: don't unalive animals. It seems that it's not as simple as that, because we're talking about considering and weighing up the options of potential future consequences that could stem from our choices as individual consumers. And you may say the difference there is marginal, but I still think there is some morally relevant difference between the extent to which one financially enables these companies, because I think we're all going to do that to some extent, compared to the mere simple request of not actually unaliving an animal yourself.
Well, you're enabling the company to do the particular thing, not just enabling the company to continue existing.
No, yeah, that's what I mean, to do the particular thing. But my point is that you'd be also in a sense enabling them by refraining from asking other people to pay for their food as long as they choose a vegan option.
Well, sure, you might be. I'm actually curious why we're still going back to this, because I said I agreed with Amdir.
Yeah, I don't know if this is your position. I was just responding to the idea that it's just a simple request: don't unalive animals. It's a little bit.
Do you disagree?
Yeah, so I mean, like, I think when it comes to what vegans are concerned with, it's not just don't unalive animals; it's don't financially contribute to companies that are unaliving animals.
No, it's not about not contributing to those companies.
When you're purchasing a product that is an unalived animal.
Well, sure, yeah, because you're doing the act. You're just doing the act in a slightly more indirect way.
Mm-hmm. But then, yeah, the idea is supposed to be that you're also doing the act in a slightly more indirect way if you're financially capable of purchasing vegan alternatives for other people, but you refrain from doing so.
Oh, I don't know that that's the same. To me, it seems like there's a disconnect on whether or not you're the one acting for that animal's death. So like there's and I don't mean for by intention, I mean for by like it's sort of like there is a pretty strong moral difference between like if I personally pay someone to like rape someone, and then if I just like know that someone in some other country is getting raped and I don't call those local authorities to do anything about it. I think both are really bad. Don't get me wrong. Like both are bad actions to do, but I think that there is something much worse about me paying someone to do it directly.
Yeah, but then are you familiar with Peter Singer's thought scenario where you're walking past a drowning child and you don't want to save them because you don't want to get your new sneakers dirty?
Yes. I still think you're wrong if you don't get your sneakers dirty.
No, so yeah, that would be the point. So even in that case, you're not committing a positive action. All you're doing is refraining from acting.
Yeah,
it seems that
I agree. I still think you're wrong. If you have the ability to pay for someone else's food to get them a vegan alternative, and we kind of parse out the thing where like it might weird people out and they might be really deterred from veganism if you do that, then yeah, I think you are doing something wrong.
Yeah,
just less wrong.
I think, yeah, but I think that would be a reductio for the position, and I don't think that this is something that you would agree with. And it's
Is
not
it a
the type.
reductio for the drowning child position?
What do you mean exactly?
Like, is it a reductio to be like, oh, to say someone is doing something wrong if they don't intervene and help the child?
I don't know. I'd say that's wrong precisely because of these features that I mentioned, but you wanted to control for them in the example where we say. So things like intelligence, the ability, like general intelligence, emotional intelligence, the ability to have, meaningful interpersonal relationships. These
I
types
think
of things.
animals have the ability to have meaningful interpersonal relationships, but you could just say the intelligence one. Well, certainly the person is still wrong, even if it's like an unintelligent. I mean, if you stipulate that the child will drown otherwise, the child will never be intelligent. They don't have the capacity to if they're going to drown otherwise. So I mean, you could just stipulate like all those things in this case. Like, yeah, I think the person is still doing something wrong, and I don't think that's a reductio on that.
So in that instance, we're just going to be saying that there's an individual child who is the offspring of two human parents, but currently has the cognitive capacities of the average chicken and will continue to do so for the rest of their life. So then it's basically whether or not we should save something which has the same capacities of these animals. And then I would probably say yes, but I think that I would admit that that's probably more of an emotional appeal, because I'm used to considering the species of Homo sapien as a species which is typically characterized by these types of traits, and I think that it will also harm the parents more and the loved ones of this child compared to if it was an actual animal in that situation. And I know you said they can have meaningful relationships, but perhaps the only way to be particularly informed about this would be to get in the weeds of the empirical data. I would say generally, I don't think that they have it to the same extent. From my understanding, that would render them, or this being a trait which is morally relevant enough in the case of animals to incentivize my behavior.
Okay. Well, the point is like whatever emotional sort of relationship that you think like a cow can have with another cow. Like we can just take the example of them like chasing their young after they get stripped away from them at a factory farm on the trailers, because they take away the baby cows from the mother cows. Like you just take an example like that. To me, that's pretty strongly indicative of a very deep emotional connection with another being of the same species. So if you take something like that, at least to that extent of having an emotional connection, take the baby and just give it make it that sort of scenario with the baby drowning. If you know that in the future, the only sorts of emotional connections with other people and the cognition that this baby will have in the future is something of a cow, and it will also have these sort of emotional connections, but not to the same exact extent of a human, you still think that somebody is doing something wrong. At least I hope you do, that somebody is doing something wrong by not saving this baby if it's drowning.
But it would seem to be a mitigating factor, and I think you're going to have to look at a plethora of concurrent traits, not just one. So it would be general levels of intelligence, the ability to conceptualize and engage in abstract reasoning, that alongside the capacity for emotional sensitivity and relationships, as well as social and personal relationships that they actually do have with individuals currently. Because I
maybe
think
we could just give can I give like a real life case then, just to kind of really drive this point home? Because I understand you want to look at like a combination of traits. Do you know who Trevor Waltrip is?
No.
He's the kid. He gets brought up a lot in abortion discussions because it's not clear that he's sentient.
does he have that neurodevelopmental disorder where the cerebral cortex doesn't form?
Sort of the hemispheres of his brain, I think, are fluid. Like they're like more like sacs filled with fluid.
Is it microcephaly? I think I've heard of that case.
Yeah, I think it's either microcephaly or androcephaly or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
But anyways, so take a child like that. Let's just assume that we know he's sentient to some extent. Because I don't agree that he is. But we'll just assume that he is. To the extent of like a chicken or something like that. Well, he has family that cares about him. But let's just say like we also took that away, the taking away of the family. He's just a child and he's minimally sentient. At least is what I would assume is either minimally or not sentient. I think someone is still doing something wrong if we're assuming that he's sentient, passing by the puddle and not getting their shoes dirty.
Do you think they have an obligation to ensure that he's saved?
Yeah, probably. If he is sentient, now granted, because I don't think he's sentient, but if he is.
Yeah, so I think in a case like that, I definitely have, a degree of sympathy. I think probably that would stem from, like I mentioned before, maybe some type of emotional facts about facts about my psychology, which are going to be concerned with how I emotionally react to certain types of situations. But I still think that it's quite clear that it would be worse if he didn't have these disabling factors. So if he was a healthier child that was able to engage in interpersonal relationships, that had a degree of general intelligence and could conceptualize. Well,
but we're not talking about the obviousness of it being worse. I kind of want to reel the conversation back in because we're not talking about it being worse or better. I've already agreed that it is worse if it's a more cognitively capable or more emotionally capable being. Like that's not in question here. What's in question is if it's such an extreme reductio to say that, okay, if we control for these certain factors of people being maybe weirded out by veganism, if you do something strange like this, like stand up to them in a restaurant and like offer to pay for the food. So if we're just comparing like, is this thing like still bad? Is it a crazy reductio on the View? I don't think it's a crazy reductio on the View to say that somebody has an obligation to save Trevor Waltrip, assuming that he's at least minimally sentient.
Yeah. So then the question would just be, even if we could both acknowledge that there's some degree of wrongness there, is it wrong enough to be confident in thinking that there should be some type of obligation for people to save individuals in these scenarios? And that's where I think I wouldn't be convinced.
Wait, so you're not confident enough that like given that we waved a magic wand or had a crystal ball and the crystal ball told us that Trevor Waltrip is at least minimally sentient to the extent of a chicken, if he's like drowning in a puddle, you don't think that we should save him? Like you don't think someone is doing something wrong by not saving him?
They could be doing something wrong, but I don't think they'd be like violating an obligation.
I don't know what those mean divorced from each other.
Okay. Do you think? Okay. Well, perhaps I could try and maybe point to examples of where you think obligations have been violated, haven't been violated, but something morally wrong has occurred. I don't know. Like it could be instances where some type of minimal suffering is produced by a given action, but typically people still wouldn't say that you have an obligation to not do that action. It would just that action would just be better if you didn't. Did you want me to try and think of like a particular concrete scenario?
But like if something is supererogatory for you to do, it doesn't follow that you did anything wrong if you didn't do it.
Mm-hmm. Say that again.
So like if you don't have a strict obligation to do something, you performing it could be good, it could be supererogatory, but it's not going to follow that it's wrong if you don't do it.
So, yeah, but I think what Host was asking was how could we divorce the idea of wrongness and the breaking an obligation? Is that right?
Well, I thought you said something like something could be wrong without you have an obligation to like not do it, which I think everything that's if an action is wrong, you necessarily have an obligation not to do it, right?
Yeah, but do you have an obligation to avoid doing everything which is wrong? That was the question.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, but so then I would probably have to try and think of some examples in which it seems morally intuitive that something wrong is occurring, meaning that it would be in some sense more desirable if the alternative had occurred, but we still wouldn't want to say that an obligation has been violated. I mean, typically people do give examples relating to
But
animal.
obligations aren't things that are violated or not violated. They're things that are followed or not followed. Rights are kind of things that are violated or not violated.
I'm not sure that there's a substantial difference between those two.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying it's category error to use the words like violated when you're talking about obligations.
But I'm just speaking colloquially here. Perhaps if we're engaged in like a normative ethical
Just say followed or not followed. I mean, it just sounds better. Oh.
Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, but I'm just saying anything's substantially changed. But
yeah, that's really being a language Nazi.
I mean, I correct people's grammar, improper usage.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
And yeah, it's just something I do.
Right.
So then, yeah, okay. Perhaps I could try and think of some counter examples which you may find intuitive, and then next time we speak, I'll see what you think of them. But yeah, so perhaps we could then go back to the idea that there's going to be some type of hierarchy.
I don't know. You're very muffled.
Oh, sorry. It sometimes happens when I'm on live, but I was just saying, perhaps we should briefly go back to the idea that there's going to be some type of hierarchy in what we value, and then we're going to have to make certain decisions about what to prioritize and whether or not we should be prioritizing, say, financially contributing to reducing child poverty compared to financially contributing or refraining to contribute from supporting animal exploitation industries.
Yeah, but well, typically, I think, wouldn't you say, Anne, that like animal suffering is like probably the number one issue on the needs hierarchy right now, in terms of how much suffering is going on? I think so.
Okay, so you know the answer to this, but I can't say that.
You can't say it on live, right? I got it.
No, this is no, because it'll get clipped, and then they'll be like, "See," and then they'll play that audio of what movie is that from? Where it's like, "Oh, I draw the line at animal cruelty."
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Oh, vegans, they don't care about people; they just care about animals.
Right. No, I do think it's of moral urgency. It's certainly one of the biggest moral urgencies. Yeah, I don't know if you disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there seems to be a sharp distinction between sentient organisms that, due to their cognitive faculties, are capable of feeling intense emotional pain alongside intense physical pain, compared to other sentient animals that are primarily going to be suffering from physical pain, even if they can experience emotional pain to some degree. I think the extent to which, precisely because they lack these cognitive capacities to conceptualize their future and their relationship to other
but we agree with this. There is a moral difference between people who can and can't do those things. We're just saying that maybe you should save 1,000 pigs over one human being.
Not even 1,000. It's like into the trillions, including sea animals that we kill every single year.
Right. So yeah, we can scale up the number. You can 271,000 cows. You should probably over like one human.
Yeah. So then my point would just be that if we acknowledge that there is some sharp, morally relevant distinction in our hierarchy of what we should be prioritizing, we should be concerned with the well-being of those sentient animals which have the capacity for intense emotional pain, rather than those that merely have it for primarily physical pain.
I don't know if this responds to the question. My question was, do you think that the suffering of trillions of animals a year is not of great moral urgency?
Relative to human suffering, no, but generally, yeah, perhaps it would be something which is somewhat.
Well, I certainly think it's one of the easier things to fix than the sort of human suffering. You can take the suffering of I think suffering in sort of impoverished countries is of moral urgency and probably very easy to fix, but maybe not easy because of the sort of political
them
context where we don't require these sort of people who should be donating all of their money.
Okay, let me just comment what she means, but
what? But no, it's sure. I think these things are sort of much more complex to solve. Whereas with going vegan and the sort of moral urgency that exists for non-human animals, I think is a pretty simple thing to solve. We're just kind of unwilling to. That's one of the things that I'm like really, I just guess maybe confused about. But what I'm wanting to know, like, certainly you think it's like of moral urgency and relatively easy to fix.
Relatively easy to fix. That would depend upon, I guess, the empirical data. I'd be happy to accept that, but it's not something I've looked into deeply. But yeah, that would be fine. A few things just quickly would be that when we're talking about these types of issues, precisely because we have scarce resources, we have limited time, every time we're engaging in activities, especially when it comes to financial contributions or lack thereof, when we're engaging in this type of behavior, we're always going to be sacrificing something else. So every time I donate money to an organization which is concerned with promoting animal welfare, that money could have also been given to promoting child welfare in the global south. So every time we make such a decision, we're going to have to be considering the relevant distinctions between the distinct possible ends that we could be striving and taking action to.
Well, but veganism contributes to those ends, no? Like veganism, if it's adopting global south, there'll be less malnutrition because it's more efficient to farm plants. So this actually undermines your point because veganism meets those ends you're talking about. So if those ends are extremely important to you, then go vegan.
True.
Yeah, I think that would be a separate question, whether or not it happens to be the case that given what we know about how markets tend to work and who has the incentive to produce what, these different ends will end up somehow aligning in a harmonious way. So that would rely upon the empirical data, and that's not something I'm well versed enough in, but I'd be happy to concede that, for the purposes of discussion, I'm more just concerned with the moral principle.
Well, it's not a big empirical question here. Farming meat is extremely inefficient. That's why a lot of really impoverished countries don't produce as much meat as somewhere like the U.S. They just eat the plants directly. And I'm just saying, if we switch to plant-based agriculture, we're just going to have more food to feed people. I mean, there's no real empirical dispute.
Yeah, I think rates of meat eating go up like the wealthier a country gets.
Pardon, I think you cut off a little bit.
I could be incorrect, but I believe that rates of meat eating go up the wealthier a country gets.
Yeah, it's in general true. I mean, of course, there's some exceptions. Like some countries, Africa, just eat a lot of meat because of their culture. But yeah, in general, it's true.
Right.
Yeah, because of their culture.
Right. So yeah, I guess that if we're just considering the moral principles about what type of sentient organisms we should be valuing over others, whether or not it happens to be the case that if we financially contribute to end one industry, that will also have perhaps unintended, or in this case intended, consequences when it comes to other social issues that we're worried about. That's something. It could be the case that it's just obviously true that this is what the empirical data suggests. But yeah, like I said, I'm happy to accept
why you're putting it as like a one or other. Like, why can't we do both? Why can't we meet both ends? It just seems like
So then my concern would just be which metrics and standards are we going to be using to determine what we should be prioritizing in what given instant? And that's where the arbitrariness would come in. And precisely if there's going to be a disagreement upon how many, say, chickens are worth the life of a single child in the global south, which is, I think, where we disagree. Obviously, the practical consequences in our day-to-day lives which stem from that, they're going to be different because we don't value children and chickens in the same way.
Well, okay, we got to stop using the word arbitrary. There's a better word to use there.
I am wondering, I tried to get clear on what that means earlier. What do you mean arbitrary?
Yeah, so like I mentioned before, if it was going to be the case that somebody generally accepted the commitments that you think are relevant background knowledge here, or required in the background, that if they encounter
before we continue, can you just define what you mean by arbitrary?
Yes, it's not the type of thing that can be justified by additional argumentation, which would rationally compel people
Wait, why
that
not?
share some background. Pardon?
Why not? I'm curious. It still
are you
sounds
asking
like you're
why
like
it wouldn't
underwater, by the
rationally
way.
compel them?
I don't know if it's like
Yeah,
earphones
but like
or
Yeah, hang on a
certainly
second.
we can give further justification for why we think there needs to be certain policy proposals and emphasis on certain things. And so it's definitely not arbitrary what we're picking.
Can you hear me
Also,
better now?
I am yes, but I am curious about the further question past that. Like, why is this sort of question stopping you from just like not buying meat at the grocery store?
Yeah, so I guess I'll answer those in turn. So my initial consideration would be that if we try to offer additional justification as to why one ought to live in accordance with or with veganism as an applied ethical system, then that same justification is going to be
It's
just
very,
as
very hard to hear you.
justifiable.
I don't know what it is, if it's like it sounds like you're going through a tunnel or like underwater.
It's just my mic; it always plays up. Let me try and be concise. I'll wrap this up, and then maybe next
He's
time.
in Bikini Bottom right now. It's like
would help. But yeah, so the idea is just going to be justification for veganism would also justify giving large portions of your money to these types of causes. I don't think that's a consequence which I'd be happy with accepting. So I don't think that we should be using the same justification for veganism. And then why I don't personally act in accordance with that would be that it doesn't seem that the limitations of purchasing vegan alternatives with respect to things like convenience and taste pleasure, which I'll stem from them, they're going to be outweighed by the benefits of making a small financial contribution to industries which are concerned with mitigating animal exploitation, and also a financial contribution away from industries which do engage in animal exploitation. And I'll let you guys respond to that, but I got to head off now anyway.
Well,
Okay,
you
man.
gotta head off.
Have a good night.
There's no point in responding.
You have a good one. Thanks for having me up.
There's the final remark. It just doesn't follow. Like, it doesn't follow that don't eat meat entails you should give out large portion of your money.
Yeah, and even if it did, like,
I don't think that's that big of a cost. Maybe it's demanding, but I don't think like saying go vegan is anywhere near as demanding as give a lot of your money away to children in Africa or something.
yeah, and I don't like when people do this. Like, oh, well, if you can't, or if like, let's say you have a different line that is your like line that you think you have obligations for. Like, if I were to say like, yeah, I think that you should stop buying meat because it's as easy as just picking up another item at the store, versus like, yeah, no, I don't think that you have an obligation to donate all of your additional income that doesn't go to literally like sustaining yourself, like buying food to eat, to some other welfare cause like mosquito nets for children in Africa.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't know what he means by arbitrary. Like, if I had that standard, but you had the standard where you're like, no, I think you should donate all of your money to
It's one of those.
for mosquito nets.
Unfortunately, like this is why policing language is important sometimes. Arbitrary, objective, subjective. They're words that just get thrown around too much, and it's never clear what people are doing when they say those things.
Like, what makes it what is arbitrary and what makes it arbitrary? Because I could have I could bring you down like a line of reasoning as to why I think that you're obligated to like just pick up a block of tofu versus picking up a hamburger, or like picking the impossible burger versus picking the non-impossible.
I think the only generous interpretation it's kind of hard to figure out where you would draw the line or certain boundaries.
Yeah.
But that's a problem with like every single topic you talk about in philosophy. So arbitrary is not the right word. This is why you need to police language, and I'm happy for myself.
Can't be justified by further reasoning. Well, of course it could be justified by further argumentation. I think we asked for the argument for that earlier, and he didn't give it.
No, but I said we gave further justification for why.
I've learned to cook so much better since going vegan. That is one of the benefits of going vegan, is that you like have to learn new ideas and new like cooking strategies. I think I've become a better cook since being vegan.
Your private chef has been a better cook since you've been going vegan, you
Private
privileged
chef.
white girl.
Girl, that's what the not Taco Bell girl thought. She thought I got a private chef.
No, she thought you Billie Eilish.
I should have put like a picture of Billie Eilish. It would have gone perfect with the little background. Billie Eilish was
The
right.
Native American thing is just so dumb. Like, why do people keep using it?
It's also funny because I just know every person complaining about like, well, Native American cultures and tribes and blah blah blah. They're always like white Native Americans.
Yep.
It's someone who looks like me.
There's so few Native Americans out there. So when someone says I'm a Native American, turn on your camera.
True. Moxie, join.
As a Native American, you can get any scholarship you want. It's like in the law school admissions, they're saying it's like being an NBA player if you're Native American because it's just so rare.
Arbitrary is I believe X or I think X without any other thing to back it than your personal whims. Okay, well, no one said anything about personal whims. Like, we could have given arguments.
Rather than
This is me and Moxie, by the way.
Moxie doesn't have those parts. I hate to break it to you.
Neither do I. I mean...
Okay, no, we're just lying.
No, they can't figure it out on Twitter. I get so many comments on Twitter. Somebody earlier said that they thought I was a
but they also can't figure out whether you're skinnier than Rachel Wilson, and I just don't think these are the types of...
The people agreeing with Andrew Wilson, they're like, he's right, and you're mad. I'm like, girl, we gotta get a vision check.
No.
Veganism and vegetarianism. Vegetarianism is evil. Vegetarians are evil.
The main difference is, one group
is okay with rape and one isn't.
one group eats things like eggs, milk. It depends on what extent. Like, some of them try to reduce their consumption, some of them don't buy like leather things. But being vegan is you're just probably more in line with your moral principles, I think.
Oh, someone said they wish I was a femboy. Help.
Wait, who said that?
The vegan tattoo artist.
He's so funny.
Okay, I keep letting people up and then they're like dropping or whatever. Okay, that person too. Vegans are just torturing themselves. I don't feel tortured.
So Jacob Smith said earlier, it's not demanding. We see your lentil bowls, Julian, or something like that.
Help. Okay, every person that I let up, I'm assuming has just left because they keep dropping. Oh, there you go. There's somebody. Oh no, they're loading. I need a snack. I'm trying to remember. I think all I've had to eat today is a bowl of like buffalo fake chicken mac and cheese.
You said buffalo chicken? Canelo was
I know. Girl, send it to Canelo.
Was it tofu?
No, it was Just Meat. The brand that makes just like the liquid egg.
Yeah. You gotta switch to seitan. That's what we're all doing.
I want to learn how to make it. I don't know if I've ever had seitan.
I eat it every time they offer it at our dining halls.
But they don't have demands on eating meat. What does that mean? Don't have demands? Sorry, I'm stupid.
No, they means like they don't need to eat meat for their cultural practices. It's not a demand they have.
Oh. Is that what they
that
mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I still keep letting people up. Like, I've let like 4 people up already. Is it so easy to make? I've heard it's like making bread, kind of.
Also, why do y'all like fake meat products? Because we like the taste of meat, and we don't want to contribute to suffering, so we get supplements. I fear that's pretty obvious.
I just have a question. How do you isn't meat like fundamental for your health? Like, how do you get the proper like nutrients for your body without meat? Because I don't think like lab grown stuff is gonna make up for like all the other meats and stuff.
Well, lab grown
You know?
stuff is banned in my state, so I don't eat lab grown meat. I would probably. But like your meat is supplemented too.
What?
Like they supplement the animals.
Yeah, with B12.
I just like isn't like how do you just survive without meat? Like how did like
I
don't you
just eat
need meat
vegetables,
to
man.
oh meat vegetable
It's not that hard. I just eat vegetables.
and it just works. You just
It
eat it.
just
It
works,
just
yeah,
works like that.
basically.
I mean, I am alive, I think.
Yeah,
It's that simple.
How do you
she
know you're
is
not
here
alive
Why
on
is
your
now.
this such a
brain?
debatable topic? Just like eat what you want and then survive. Why are we like debating about it?
Is Anne's face frozen for anyone else? I don't think
Just
so.
eat what you want and survive.
No, not for me.
Eat what you want and survive. Well, obviously we have a problem with certain
Well,
people
why should-
eating things that we find immoral.
Can I eat a native African from a North attention? Wait, what is that?
You notice Julian, how you always use POC as an example?
I
How can you never
really
use
do.
white people?
Yeah,
Because-
yeah. You really should use white people, dude.
Right. Wait. Okay.
What? You were gonna disagree and be a little racist?
What is happening?
You good.
She's German. She can't be racist.
Did you say I'm German? I'm not German. Don't say that.
She's German. She doesn't have the systemic power to be racist because they
What does
lost
that
it in World
mean?
War II.
Help.
Does she live in America?
Do you?
Yes. Because look, if she lives in America, she's white enough.
I think she's like.
Girl, he's
She's
talking to you
Aryan.
right
I mean,
now.
come on.
Dude, I can't stand like white people in America being like, you know what I'm saying? I don't benefit from racism. I'm not white. I'm German. Look,
No, wait, I'm German.
go to your store, and they're gonna call you Becky. All right,
No,
I'm
I've
sorry.
never heard someone say that. I heard I'm not white. I'm Italian, but I'm German. German is like this. The foot.
Hey, look,
The
I'm
blueprint, yeah.
sorry. Look, for you to like not
gone.
benefit from racism, you would have to have a deep German, you know what I'm saying, Italian, Irish accents in my eyes.
Okay, speak German and don't include Jews in whatever sentence you say. Yeah.
What? No, I'm black. I'm good.
No, I'm talking about
good. I'm black. Yeah.
Can she speak German and then?
No, I cannot
Yeah.
speak German. No, that's what Michael Knowles said when I talked to him. He said something about like, he was like, well, some people say I don't have privilege because like I'm Italian or something. I was like,
This is so dumb.
girl.
You still have privilege. You're white. Calm down.
I was like, no, that's not how that works.
Yeah. All right, but look, to answer your prompt about you should go vegan, I think it's a very interesting topic, and I do think that there should be discussions had about how they handle the meat
Wait, is
industry,
that
right?
vegan tattoo artist gay? Sorry. Sorry, he said my
Is
partner,
that
and I don't. I don't know.
Julian.
Yeah. No, but there should be a topic had about how they handle the meat industry, right? I think watching it being done is horrible, but like to say that people should go vegan, especially within like my culture and the traditions that I have as African American, nah, I just don't see it.
Well, I don't know what culture would sort of hand wave or make causing oppression okay.
Oppression.
Yeah, I think animals are oppressed. I think it's oppressive to kill something. I think it's oppressive to torture something or someone, because I do think animals are someones, not some things.
Mhm.
So I don't, I don't certainly think that people's culture excuses morally wrong actions. It might make it to where it's more understandable as why they engage in like wrong actions, but it doesn't excuse it, right?
All right. So let me throw this out here, right? Are you familiar? And this is just like a dish that's widely eaten among like Black people and people from the Caribbeans. But are you familiar with the food greens? Right, just
With are
cook
you
down
saying
greens.
greens? Like G R
Yeah,
E E N S?
yeah,
Yeah,
greens.
I know what greens are.
Cool. Potted greens, Thanksgiving, right? We like to throw a turkey neck and all of that, right? Now, the dish of greens, specifically in the specifically in the Black community, came from slave times, right? And it was made through scraps, right? That's how we
Yeah.
got greens, right? And
Yeah, more.
I think that we added like the turkey later or during that time period. But the point that I'm trying to get to, right, is for me to wake up and say like, oh, I denounce all of these things. Nah,
Well, I don't think
I
you have to
I
denounce those things. In fact, I think there's a lot of people in Black communities that are doing really great work to make their cultural dishes that are important to them as vegan alternatives. I
as
don't
a
think
vegan
that.
alternative.
Hmm?
Sorry, continue.
Well, I don't think that veganism requires you to give up any sort of cultural dish at all. In fact, I think that a lot of vegans do find joy in recreating their own culture's dishes
Right,
with vegan
exactly.
alternatives.
And if there's any, well,
Hmm.
I'm not African American. I mean, some people say I am, but not strict definition. But if anything, African American culture is defined in some way historically by being shaped by adaptability to their certain conditions, not necessarily the use of animals. It seems like rather contingent that animals were just used in their dishes, and I don't think they play any form of central role in what they're cooking. They can easily just be replaced by vegan alternatives and be
Yeah,
fine.
that's the point that I'm getting at.
Hmm.
Like if we found there was some like Irish culture where they were putting like animal meat in their potatoes. I think if you know anything about Irish culture, like Irish culture
Oh,
with potatoes specifically is born out of necessity from like starvation and things like that, and using resources
yeah.
that they had that were important to them. Now, if that happened to include like animal products or animals themselves, I would still say that they're doing something wrong, but they can still keep that same tradition and culture and substitute the meat-based products or the animal-based products with something else and still keep the core of the dish. I mean,
Hmm.
that's what
Yeah.
well, I'm not
What?
saying I do that with cultural dishes of my own culture, but I'm saying that that's very easily done with
Uh,
cultural dishes.
y'all give me a sec. I need to close my window. It's too dark and I'm too black. All right. You know what I'm
I,
saying?
I I
Billy,
also
don't
think
laugh at
like
that. It's not
the
funny.
cultural value things is like, I mean, they're kind of. I think culture is given way too much importance in some parts of our
Well,
society
culture
in
is
general, but
given way too much importance. Culture are so cool. Let's let's break that down for a quick second, right? How do you believe culture is born, right? Or why do you think people have culture?
uh, well, I mean, it's complex. I mean, it's formed through complex social interactions and the people you're
Hmm.
around. Why do people have it?
Okay.
Because they're around other people, and people around other people form communities by creating a culture. So
Uh,
that's
all right.
why they do it.
So your definition is pretty correct. It's also born out of things like necessity, and as you brought up for my community, adaptability, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Like the point that I'm trying to get to is I understand like what you're saying about it being immoral and switching out things of the dishes, right? But even with that, I just still don't feel comfortable doing it, right? Because it was done a certain way for a reason, and I would like to keep it that way because I'm very afraid, or Yeah, I think afraid's the right word, right? But I would say
But the
I'm,
problem is you don't know how your life would be if you weren't eating meals exactly the way that you are right now. My
but
dad,
I know my culture,
yeah, but
right?
like people say these things about their culture, but they have no idea
Yes.
what it's like to just give up on their roots. My
Give
dad
up.
lived in Nigeria for 20 years. He came to America. He doesn't even like participate in any form of like Nigerian culture now, and his life is going just fine.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. I'm not saying that your life can't go fine or you can't be happy, but I'm saying as as a individual, right? Your basis, who you are as a person, is based on your past and your culture, right? It's like if you took your life and removed all of your past years and you just started over from today, could you live a good life today? Could you be happy today? But you're losing a large part of yourself, and I pride myself
Wait, is a
on
large
my
part of yourself
culture.
really driven by eating cultural dishes with meat in it rather than putting in supplements? Like,
Culture, art. Well, hold on. Yes, yes. Look, I'll give you a good example, right? When it comes to African Americans, right? Specifically African Americans, the dishes that we ate here, it didn't fit our diet, right? So that's a large reason on why we have a diabetes. uh wait that's why black people are more prone to diabetes, right? And cardiovascular disease in America, because the American diet isn't for us. So the meats that we were eating,
well, I don't think that's
it is
correct.
true. Oh, wait, hold on. If you believe that I'm wrong, l- look it up, right? It's a quick Google search. I think
What
leftist
exactly
Blondie
do you
can
want me
do
to
it, or all
what
right,
exactly
cool.
is what exactly is the sentence you want me to Google search?
Sure. What I want you to search up is, does the modern wait no does the American diet affect African Americans and cause diseases,
What is
right?
the American diet referring to?
The American diet. I mean, just
Because African American individuals disproportionately live in low income communities, and I
uh-huh.
guarantee you they're not going to eat as healthy as people who are not in those
All right,
communities.
so hold on. You would believe that African Americans don't eat as healthy as other races, but turns out statistically they do. Black people are the
No,
most healthiest eating people within America, and you can search that up too, right? And
that just sounds
anybody.
plainly wrong. But
All right, look again. If you believe that I'm wrong,
data
look it up.
indicates African Americans on average have lower diet quality compared to other racial groups in the U.S. That's exactly the point.
What statistic is that coming from?
You
If
told me
you don't
that's
mind
the
me
first
asking.
Google search, and they
No, no,
cited
no, no, no,
race.
no, 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 no. Go.
It's a PubMed article, PubMed
Uh-huh.
article that is referenced, and it says racial differences in eating practices and food purchasing, and it starts off with compared to whites, black reported lower daily calorie intake with a higher percentage. Wait, one second, I got access to it for the whole sentence.
Mhm.
With a higher percentage of calories from protein and fat, and a slightly higher saturated fat ratio. Blacks had substantially lower healthy eating index of 80 points. They claimed it was very significant. Total fiber and
Mhm.
fiber. So it's basically saying that their diets are just much worse on average.
Yeah, and I'll pull up my statistic in just a sec, but as I'm doing that, right, you can also uh you can also search up what I brought up earlier, right? How what we eat in America, right, led led to things like diabetes and cardiovascular
Yeah,
disease within African Americans.
yeah, I agree with that because the diets that
Yeah.
African Americans ate were disproportionately unhealthy.
No. Wait, hold on. Although that they were hold on.
Unless they have
Oh,
a
wait, hold on.
predisposition to getting these diseases.
Although, wait, hold on. No, no, no. Look, although that they were unhealthy. What I'm saying is what what they were eating in America as a whole didn't fit the African diet. That's that's what led to all of these predisposed diseases. So other than culture, that's another reason, right? Because I don't think that African Americans or Africans ever really had a vegan diet, especially because my blood it comes from, I think, Nigeria and Ghana, right? And you said that your father's Nigerian, right? So I don't think
Yeah.
within Nigerian or Ghanaian culture, right, they ever had diets to where they purely ate vegetables, right? So I don't think that it would even fit my DNA. Well, it wouldn't fit my DNA,
No,
right? So
I
like
don't think that follows. I mean, Nigeria
what?
eats significantly less meats compared to surrounding areas, for one.
Sure.
And two, most of your diet anyway should be consisting of plants if you want it to be healthy. But people don't. Veganism and vegetarianism are not a cultural norm. So, of course, people from any culture are not going to be disproportionately are just eating plants and vegetables and
Hmm.
no animal products. But it does not follow, of course, that once you start eating those, you won't be completely healthy because we see in America people just start eating those diets and they're nonetheless completely healthy.
Well, can you repeat that last part again?
Yeah, we see in America, for example, that people started
Hmm.
switching to vegetarian and vegan diets, and we can see that they can live a completely healthy lifestyle on these diets as long as they get the necessary
All right.
nutrients.
All right, sure. I'll search up a statistic on that in just a sec. But uh, I'm about to pull up the thing that you pulled up, and then I'm gonna pull up my statistic.
I mean,
I don't know, maybe I'm just confused as to why this is so contentious. I don't like I think one of the thing that like people interested in anthropology and like sociology and public health study
Hmm.
is often like the health disparities among racial groups and why there's health disparities. And a lot of it has to do with access to healthier foods and with the diets of different like racial groups. And so like the focus on those particular things, like it's generally agreed upon. So the focus on those particular things is to focus on the solutions for those things. And a lot of the solutions involve subsidizing healthier options, and in a lot of cases, subsidizing plant-based options over like meat based options and dairy options.
Because
So
meat tends to be processed.
um, I, people mean something different by processed when
Yeah.
they talk about things that are processed. Like processed meat with a capital M is statistically worse for you than processed fake meat or plant-based meat. So, I mean, if we're focused on like making these communities healthier, if you're concerned about the diets, then the diets would include something like more plant-based meat and less
Hmm.
animal products. Especially like Asian communities, Asian people are more susceptible, and I think Asian and African Americans are both more susceptible to things like dairy intolerance.
Hmm.
So if we want to talk about like, well, what's the best way to make these communities healthier or to promote their well-being? It's actually to move towards a plant-based diet for these communities.
Yeah.
Hmm. All right. Yeah. No.
The
I
culture.
see. Yeah. No. I definitely agree that it's true. But what I would define as processed meat, right, is just meat with heavy, just heavy additives. Yeah, or steroids or just all of those things.
I mean, that's most meat. I
Hmm.
I fear. So generally, I mean, reaching for the shelf, like the better option is still going to be the plant-based option.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe we're pretending like a majority of like soul food dishes, for example, are healthy. They're not.
Well, no one
And they,
said that soul food dishes was healthy. Who was pretending that? That's
I
steak on two
no,
donut
but you're
buns,
saying our
G.
diets, but like
Take on 2 donuts.
you're saying like okay, the diets that Black people in America we're not adapted to. Like we need meat in them. I just it just seems optimally better to just cook them without meat. It's just going to be healthier for them.
Mm. Oh, all right. So would
Also, and
would
someone said you should call
being
yourself
vegan, huh?
fake leftist blondie because you have naturally black hair. That's what I saw in the comments.
It's not even black. It's like
You
dirty
know, she
blonde.
just might be a dirty blonde chick. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
No, but like there was one picture, Anne was like her hair was super light. I don't even think there's this.
The
It got
really white
darker.
picture, the really white-haired picture.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
got darker.
So like, feel like they're catching on to you, Blondie.
I know. Got me.
What?
No,
You're gonna lose all your
that should be
followers.
the new OF name, Julian. Dirty
The new
blonde.
OF name? What? So what? Hey, look. As long as you're making your money. As long as you're making your money.
Link in bio, guys.
Yeah, hey, look. As long as you left like whatever you set your price at, just let me make like 25 cents off of that. All right, because trust me, you will have a lot of MAGA supporters subscribing. I'm telling you.
Right.
I don't think he wants those people to subscribe to him.
No. Like those are the best ones to subscribe because they spend the most money.
And what
Wait,
is your
who is the
experience?
best ones to subscribe?
It's in the MAGA people.
Like the old MAGA dudes, like they're old, they got money in their pockets.
Is
Like
that your fan base?
honestly,
Do you think it would be? I think it would be a good pitch because, like, I find that like MAGA men really love leftist women. Oh, they love the blue-haired freaks. I don't know what it is. Like, what's his name? Christy Gnome.
Christy Nome, yeah.
Christy Gnome's husband. Oh
Talking about the
god.
nigga that was wearing the tit.
Oh my gosh. Oh, he's
Yo,
a freak. He's a freak.
yeah, definitely a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? Lock him up. But yeah, um, for sure, like those, like, trust me, you don't understand how rich I would be off of MAGA dudes if I was like a blonde, 110-pound white chick. Oh my God, I'm starting the OF at like 22,
And
right?
that's what you did. He's twinning you.
Like, I'm gonna be a multi-millionaire in 6 months, right? And
Real.
all of the pictures I'm
And that didn't happen
posting,
for you, Anne. So
Well,
and yo, all
I would need to pretend to be a femboy because I don't like women.
that's what what was his name? The tattoo artist vegan.
The vegan tattoo artist.
He's gay though. Like I saw
you
my
have
partner. No one straight uses that.
Pretend. Okay, pretend. We need to slow down, Jay. Jay, join. Why can't you join the live?
Yeah, join, dude. Oh no, I don't like Parker and Dean. Yeah, I'm saying I don't trust white. I don't
Yeah,
trust white
I
people.
can't lose my mutual from Parker and Dean, so I will stay silent.
Yeah,
I don't even know
no,
if Dean ever followed me back.
yeah, no. Look, like in all honesty, right? I just don't trust. I just don't trust white people. In turn, partially why I can't trust Dean and Parker, right? Because like, bro, I've been shown time and time again, right? When you get to asking like a white leftist a question, or really any leftist or on the right questions, right? They get
Well,
a
they're not
little racist. They
leftists,
get
but yeah.
right.
Don't
What?
worry,
Dean and
Anne is
Park, they
just
aren't
racist all the
leftists?
time. You don't even
No,
have
they're
the
not
right.
leftists. They're liberals.
Oh wait, what's the difference, right? Because I use them in like interchangeably.
Oh, well, usually liberals are pro-capitalism. Usually liberals are generally more pro-democracy. Leftists are more of like your Marxists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I call them both libs anyway, even though I know
Oh my
those things.
goodness.
All right, so they're liberals, yeah. Leftists, liberals, rights, MAGAs, I just don't
Yeah,
trust white
we don't
people.
know the difference.
Hold on. Jambar, you said that your dad's Nigerian. What's your mom?
We don't know what her black ethnicity is, but she's Jewish.
She black and she Jewish?
Like half and half.
I
Like
don't know how that's possible. I don't think the Jews claiming her, G.
one of her grandparents, one of my grandparents is black, the other one's white and Jewish.
All right. So look, you know that you can't be in in America if you have like a white mom and a black dad, you can't be black and white. You're just black, right? Same thing, right? Like black
Yeah.
and Jews, you're just black, dude. You're just black.
Yeah, I don't like this terminology. Like, I don't understand calling someone like me black because I'm majority black, of course, but I really think
All right. So look.
people are
So
mixed.
look. It's very simple, right? First, other parts of the world, like they don't have this. Wait, no, really? I think it's specifically pertaining towards black people. But if you have Afrocentric features and you look black in any capacity, that's what the world is going to see you as. I'm sorry, you can't be mixed. Like that's like
I
if
know,
I
I
was
don't.
to
It's
no go.
just, it's a little bit just reductive because you'll see this, and it's a way also to kind of reinforce European supremacy. You'll see people from Europe doing this all the time, where someone's like maybe half Croatian and then half like an African ethnicity. They'll be like, "Oh, actually, you're not Slavic, you're black. You're not European, you're black." So like, it's funny because they associate 50% black with just being black, but 50% European, surely not European. The reason I don't like buying into this is that it just reinforces European supremacy. Like,
Look, what I would throw it like what I would say is race is a white man's construct anyways, right? And when the one drop rule existed in America for like this isn't a new thing, right? So when they say like, hey, you're black, then you better go and claim black because I'll be darned if I have a child with a white woman, which I wouldn't. But if I did, right, and I looked that baby in its eyes and said, You're also white," and then they go down the street and they get called the N-word,
yeah, but the problem is
right?
they're not white, of course. But I don't
Yeah,
like
no,
just
you're just
reducing
black.
them down to like, oh, they're black because of the wider implications it has. The implications it
Hold on.
has is that Europeans will use it as a way to basically exclude certain ethnic groups in their communities who are mixed.
Well, like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If
It's
you
like
ain't pale, then you can go to, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't pale, then you can go to hell. Like, that's how it be working with
and
them, dude.
so basically Anne's motto, by the way.
Like, hey, look,
I did
if
not
you
say
ain't
that.
white, it ain't right. You know what I'm saying?
And
Yeah,
Girl,
Anne believes all those things, right?
this is not true. I disavow. I disavow.
yeah, and look, but like for PR, right? I still don't trust her. I still don't trust her. I feel like she definitely said the N-word a couple times in her past. But what I will say
Oh,
though is when it comes to PR, she's doing a good job because like I'm bringing up these racial topics and she ain't saying nothing. She quiet. She doing good. She yo, look,
And
she ain't
until she rips a hard R by accident or something.
yo by accident. Yo,
Oh yeah.
okay, okay now. Let's
yeah.
let's chill with the misinformation.
Yeah, no, yeah. No,
No,
but
because
look,
you're gonna see some clip tomorrow of somebody like actually being like, I heard that this white leftist. Oh my goodness. You trust me.
yeah, yeah, no, but look, her PR is good, man. Her PR is good.
Oh,
I gotta respect it. Like it really looks like she's been doing this for a while now.
I practice.
Well,
Yeah.
didn't you like tell that poor, what is it, Native American lady that she couldn't kill animals because of her culture?
Oh my god.
What? Nah, hold on. Respect to the Native Americans, right? When it comes to somebody's land, you can't tell them whether they can eat meat or not. I'm sorry.
Wait, why not? I'm curious. I'm not. So, when you say tell them not to eat meat, I think the conversation, at least in part, was very similar to the conversation we had, where it was like, well,
Yeah,
your
like a
culture
cultural
isn't
thing.
the thing that makes it like okay to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had the same exact conversation.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Look, now I don't know Native American diet, but when I think of Native American diet, it was out there killing buffalo, G. Like, that's a hard task. That's a hard task. And like to say that is wrong after you done took down a big buffalo. Come on now.
I mean,
Come
I
on
think killing
now.
a
Cut
human
him
would
some
probably
slack.
be pretty hard too. I don't know.
All right. Look, I would fare my odds far better with a person than a buffalo. All right.
Well, I don't think
You
the
could.
difficulty of killing something is what makes it right or wrong.
Sure. All right, all right. I'll concede to that, but hear me out on this. On the cool factor, right? If you and your two other girlfriends somehow took out a buffalo by yourself for some reason and was like, hey, we took out this buffalo, although it's wrong to eat it, like all for the cool factor, you just took out a big buffalo. Like, come on.
I'd probably be grossed out if anything.
That'd be pretty easy. They just gossip and tell a lame story that they always do, and the buffalo would probably fall asleep and we'd just take it out.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Julian. Just because you put white woman in just because you put white in front of woman doesn't make it not misogynistic.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Very, very misogynistic man here.
A
Like
white
Julian.
woman is telling me I'm misogynistic.
Mm-hmm. You haven't deconstructed yet.
A white woman is telling me, a black man, that I'm misogynistic.
Shut up.
Dang.
I'm the victim here.
Yeah, all right. So I gotta ask you a question, Nigerian man. Would you say
Ooh,
that
which one? No, sorry, that was.
She was born in Nigeria, by the way.
Yeah.
No, you think you're joking.
No, I'm not joking. Her family was like, weren't they doing service there or something?
Yeah.
And she was just born there because her parents were doing service there. I mean, of course, she's like indigenous.
Oh, so like,
Europe.
so like her people ain't enslaved nobody, G?
I think they were helping rather than enslaving.
Feel like, all right, cool, dope.
I don't know about that.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, so
as
they
long
were
as it's not on
enslaving?
Thursday. Huh?
No, I don't know about that. So they were enslaving?
Not my parents.
Oh, all right. Hey.
Well, now would they listen? Now would they have? No, I'm kidding. They wouldn't have.
Yeah. Nah, but back to you, Nigerian man, right? I would ask you, would you say that you feel close to us African Americans?
Close? No, not particularly, because I just didn't grow up around. It's a lot of African Americans. I didn't grow up around a lot of Asians, so like for a similar reason.
You grew up around the white folks and Mexicans?
Not really Mexicans at all. Mainly just whites and Jews, and that's it.
Oh, wow. You know what I'm saying? You need to be around more niggas.
I mean, all the black people in my high school were sort of all friends with. We were sort of all friends with each other just because there was so few of us. So
Yeah. So would you say that your friend group is largely, why the
well, I only have a couple friends in real life.
So are they why?
In high school, no. Now, yes.
So when I asked you the first time, why did you just say yes? Like, why did you have to make it the skin? Oh, yeah. Okay.
What do you mean?
So they are majority of the pale skin. And look, again,
Julian, how dare you have white friends?
Literally. But look, I'm gonna give leftist Blondie a pass for today right?
I
She
do not want
she
the
might not
pass.
get one. You know what I'm saying? She might not get one tomorrow, but
Trust me, I don't want the pass.
yeah, okay,
I
okay.
won't use it. It's not of use to me.
Uh-huh. See, this is what I'm talking about. Good PR. Look, she knows what to do. She knows what to
Yeah,
do.
that means you made a lot of mistakes in the past, though. So you learned from.
Okay, bud. Okay, now let's calm down.
All right. Maybe she learned from other people's mistakes.
Right. Exactly.
Uh-huh. All right, but
I'm gonna hop off soon, by the way.
okay. Look, back to you, Nigerian man, right? Has any of your white friends said or joked about saying the N-word?
Said or joked about. Oh yeah, for sure. And I just don't have the energy to police that sort of language.
Oh, Lord have mercy. All right, yeah. Yo, that's so interesting because look, African American and you know what I'm saying the people that came to America later, it's crazy because it's so different. I was taught that like well, I had to learn this on my own, but pretty much what I learned was if a white person or if you're friends with a white person and they ever say the N word around you, you knock them upside their head. All right, you get like really, you knock them upside the head and you just stop and you stop being friends with them after joking, not joking. That ain't cool. It was
I don't
never
have enough
cool.
friends to license me to do that, but
Hey. I guess you know what I'm saying. I guess your culture different, brother. It's your culture different.
if I canceled all my friends who said the N word, I just would have none. Besides maybe a few.
Go find some black ones, dude. Like what?
It's legitimately not that easy, especially what I
It
do.
literally. What? All right. What do you do?
There's probably 0 black kids in my major, so the people that
What state you in, dog? What state you in, dog?
New York.
All right, New York. I'm in Texas. I would personally fly to New York, be your friend, just so
Be
you
your
can
friend.
stop being friends with all those white people that say the N word. Oh my God! Ugh.
I mean, the
Just
problem isn't just like where you live. It's of course the state is like a wide area, but like it's just who I'm consistently around all day as a college
yeah.
student. It's just
I
same
mean,
thing.
look, I'm not gonna like call you nothing crazy, right? And I don't expect most people to know like African American history, right? But I'm telling you, right, the fact that they say like the N-word around you is so bad.
Well, I'm
Like
not saying this is a constant thing. Like
constant
they're not
thing.
randomly just
If
dropping this word like colloquially.
if they said it at all, or like if they felt comfortable to say it around you at all, right, then that ain't cool, G. Like, you know how it's taboo and it's wrong to call a gay person an F slur or to call a lesbian the D slur, like,
Yeah,
would
but
you
I
use
just
those
don't know.
words?
Like there's some of my gay friends would not be upset with me saying that word. They just think it's a joke.
All right, cool. But you understand that if you said it to the wrong gay person and they knocked you in your dome, right, for saying it,
Yeah,
you would be like, wow, I can't. All right, so cool. I'm not saying that any slur is necessarily above other slurs, but what I am saying is when you learn the history of that slur and everything behind it, you would kind of understand why, like, oh no, this isn't cool. I may be Nigerian, but these are still my people. Like me, I'm part Nigerian. Dude, you're still my people at the end of the day. So although
but the problem is
that
like this
I'll let you
with
speak.
slurs. They don't honestly don't have any other content besides being very offensive. So like the main goal of using a slur towards someone is to offend them. in many
Uh-huh.
cases, are to make a joke. In other cases,
All right, look, but the act of somebody that isn't a part of that community using that slur automatically, whether they're trying to joke or not, it makes it offensive, right? Like, even if one of your gay friends let them will let you use it, right? It's still
yeah. But
offensive.
when you're saying it's offensive, do you mean like it's supposed to offend me, or it would offend other people, or like
I'm
what?
not saying it's supposed to offend you because I'm not offended when white people get up and say it in my face. I hear
Yeah, if someone went up
all
and
of the
said it to
time,
my face,
but
I'd
it's
be
still an offensive word. And as you being a part of my culture, right? I just don't think that like it's ideal to let those people that are so uneducated continue saying these words. All right, look. So even if you still want to be friends with them, which I'm sure you are, what if they said a wrong black person and y'all saying they decide to knock their dome off, right? Like what you
well
gonna do
then,
then? Now Carl and Kevin are laying on the ground, battered
and
and bruised, all right? Because you didn't warn them. All right,
but
you didn't save your white friend.
then they learn and they become like Anne, who obviously has gotten a beating in her life because she said it, and now she's scared to say it again.
So look,
No
you're gonna let
comment.
yeah. So look, what you're saying is that you're gonna let the other ones deal deal
You
with
would let a
Carl and
future
Kevin.
Anne get beat up. You would,
Yeah.
Future, yeah,
right.
future, and then that's how character developments
Character
happen.
development.
Right? Yeah. See,
I can't.
I mean,
Uh,
realistically, I can't be bothered to enforce these norms. I just don't care enough to. Like,
uh,
if they
I
genuinely hate me, then just stop being friends with me. I don't understand why they're friends with me if they dislike my people
yeah,
thing.
yeah, I don't think that they necessarily hate you, but what I will say is and this is why I will like largely believe that white people are racist because because white people are just so un uneducated when it comes to American history, especially when it comes to black people and the slur. So that's why I'm just assuming that leftist Blondie, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, she's something. She's something up
Something.
there. But look, I'm gonna let her slide today. I'm gonna let her slide today. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna drop a follow, right? Because you know what I'm saying. Next time I join up here, right? I I'm gonna catch you one of these days. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be recording. I'm gonna be recording, and I'm gonna be talking a certain way, and you gonna sit there and say the way you talk is unprofessional. Your career's over. I swear. I swear.
The
This is a lot of
so you're gonna get
foreshadowing.
Anne fired from her non-existent job, but that's
Oh
fine.
my goodness. Hey, OF is real work.
Hold on.
Oh Lord.
Oh my god, I hate that line of argumentation. As a Democrat who justifies abortion, why should I care about animals? This pisses me off. They have where's the like zero correlation line? You know the meme that's like correlation as a bunch of random.
Oh man. Oh yeah. Oh man, I checked the link. It said it's 10.99. I don't got the money.
Good grief.
That's so
Um,
stupid. I didn't get what he's talking. I just realized he's talking about Euro.
what? Huh? What did you say, Julian?
I just realized he was talking about your OF.
We have to stop saying that because people actually think I have one.
Bro, yo, look,
Honestly,
I
just
knew that y'all were joking. But when I clicked on the profile and I seen a link, I was like, no way. I was like, bro.
No, there's
Bro,
just animal welfare garbage there.
yeah, all
honestly,
right,
and
but
just
look.
start one. You're not going to lose much because everyone thinks you have one already.
Yeah, all right, so look, if you did have a OF account, right? Like, what would you price? Like, would you price it like per picture? Would it be like a monthly
Bro's
subscription?
getting into the detail.
I think
Yeah.
I told her $5.99, and then we'll see how it goes. And I'll do the
See,
advertising as long as I get 10%.
$5.99 that is not
yeah, that's low balling. You low balling her,
girl.
right? Like, hold on. She is like she is like the epitome of a white woman in America. You gotta up that price.
That's
You
what I'm
gotta,
saying. What
But
is
I
your
yeah,
think
market worth?
no,
yeah.
because you have to know this equilibrium. Like the supply and demand line, the higher the price cost, the less subscribers.
Wait,
It,
yo, 20, genuinely debate me. This isn't a laughing contest. I can give real
Oh
facts.
goodness.
Is he requesting or something?
I don't know. But I am gonna wrap it up here because I need to
Okay,
go to bed and also eat. So
okay, good
appreciate
night.
it,
okay.
man. Have a
Yeah,
good
yeah,
night.
yeah. Have a good night.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Okay. All right, chat. It's time to go
And
to
we only
bed.
had 24 people, but okay, I'm gonna go to bed too. I think.
I know. I should have restarted earlier to get the viewership back up, but oh well.